PKA 683 with our guest Harley. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharoahDistro.com, Blue Chew, and Lock and Load. Bunch of wonderful products, wonderful sponsors. Talk more about them later. Harley, how have you been in the past 5 weeks since we were hanging out?
Since I last saw you bad.
Really? Oh, no.
You made me depressed.
I made you depressed?
Yeah, you got me smoking like 6 hash joints a day.
Is it because you missed me?
Yeah, but it kind of started a bit before you, so maybe it's not entirely you. It could be entirely me.
Okay.
But since I've seen you, shit's been bad, but like good bad, you know?
Good
I've
bad.
noticed
every night.
You spent a day with Taylor, and since then you've just been smoking top and bottoming gay relationships?
Yeah. It just took 3-4 days with me, and now he's unbelievably gay.
It wasn't a day with Taylor. It was a lot of Taylor. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was
Taylor,
fun.
I thought about it. I was like, I guess Taylor like caught up with as much time as I've spent with you, Woody, in real life, like really fast. It was like me and you was a couple times. Taylor was like an intensive course.
It was. It was like a summer, like 3-hour course where every morning I was waking up and I was just like, Harley's the fucking man. Harley's the ultimate like hangout guy, because like I'd be on my phone early morning having coffee and I'd be like, I wonder what's going on. I'm gonna text Harley, see what's up. Before I can even like text him, he's like, here's the plan.
Yeah, you were very polite. I saw I had to do that because you were very polite. You were like, nah, I'm not gonna try and intrude on that. And I'm like, oh dude, I already lied and told him that you're my cousin. And you're like, nah, I don't want to do that. I'm like, no, but I think it's cool. It's cool. It's all good. But we did spend a lot of time.
Taylor shows up like, hi. He's trying way too hard to fit in.
The saddest part was how much we brought up Kyle and Woody.
Oh yeah, I just wanted my other buddies there.
Yeah, especially Kyle on range day. We just really.
It would have been so fun. I mean, you know how cuckold porn works. Like I'd sit there and watch you guys.
No. We thought we thought quite a bit about it.
No. See, you misunderstand. See, I'd sit there and sort of pretend like I was shooting a gun while you did it every time, so it felt like I was.
No, we had a plan that at the end you'd be the only person in the line who was shooting the big SUV. You would shoot with a bow and arrow, and it would be kind of silly.
We could have got explosive arrows. Yeah. I think explosive arrows.
That'd
you could
be
do
like
that?
When the king has his fool come out and like silly night garb, but he's got a wooden sword, and they have him fight like a big stuffed animal.
Well, it's not like we're gonna be like, all right, Kyle, go up there and shoot the bow and arrow, and then as you're going up there to shoot it, Harley and I are like skittering back to the car, like, what a queer, we're gonna go get dinner. Like, no, we'd hang out, we'd have a good time.
Become a recurring theme. What other fun stuff can Kyle watch us do that he doesn't participate in? Kyle, would you like to watch us like zip line? You could stand on the ground while we go by.
Dude, you want to come watch me vote?
Can I be? I want to watch from where they start because I don't want to be with the group when everybody's having fun after. I just want to see them leave me with their fun.
Oh, you had a good time.
If I were shooting a gun, are you allowed to come up and hold me from behind and put your finger over mine?
I think so.
Yeah,
as long as you don't touch the metal. That's kind of like an Air Bud rules style.
What's so crazy is I would love to start a channel with FPSRussia, where he's standing behind me and pulling the trigger on, like pulling my finger, pulling the trigger, like just the full loophole, please.
Just looking for trouble.
You don't understand? Like FPSRussia comes back, like Epic Mealtime comes back, and I need this, buddy.
That would. So next time, think about it, Kyle, because who knows when Big Trump, when he gets back in office, he might hook you up.
He was in office when I lost my rights.
Yeah, but this time he's playing
literally
for
the
keeps.
person that locked him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he feels bad about it.
I know he does. He told me. I know how it feels now. Now I'm sitting in your shoes. I get it.
Yeah.
You guys spoke about the Jew tunnels without me.
We did.
We only got into it briefly.
I bet you were mad as hell when you saw the specs on those, huh? I'm never fitting in that tunnel.
You would have been
those are the little Jews.
Dude, when they pulled that one Hasidim out and he's got the sideburns and he's
Hasidim, but I don't believe him.
Thank you. That's Hesh from Sopranos. That's a good episode. It was like, man, there's got to be like Jewish public relations officer somewhere, the one who's in charge of all y'all, who's like, oh, fuck! We've spent a millennia trying to prove to the Gentiles that we don't live in underground tunnels like rodents and crawl out of them all under.
This guy's like he's in like the head Jewish office on his phone talking to like a head Gentile. He's like, yeah, Stephen, you wouldn't guess, but we love sports too. We love it. Hold on, my secretary Noah's coming in. I need to check on it. What's up, Noah? Is this urgent? Well, you're gonna hate this. They found the tunnels. No, they didn't find the tunnels.
They didn't find the bloody mattresses and the strollers too, did they?
I was getting to that. It's a bad look.
Looks like it looked like shitty blood, eh? That stain,
What the
like
fuck are
blood
those
shit.
tunnels
Looked like a
for?
blood shit stain.
I don't
Does
know.
it come out?
Well, that's why I'm mad that I wasn't here for the conversation because I don't know fucking anything about those tunnels.
We
Came to
didn't
the
know
wrong-
a week ago
sure you
the
know.
either.
wrong place.
Here's what we knew. We knew there were bloody mattresses and
Like a
something
high
else.
chair or something.
Looked
It
like a
seemed to
shit
go from a
blood.
newsstand to a synagogue. And as far as I can tell, it just went like under a street. Like it didn't go very far.
I heard some things, but it's hard to get through, like accurately get through what's real and what are the Jew lies. So I'm just gonna tell you guys like what I saw because I googled it because people were like on Twitter. They're like, "Yo,
Yeah.
Harley, you're one of the good ones. What's up with the tunnels? RSK, by the way."
And you're like, I don't care how cool I am. I'm not sharing the group chat.
So I'm like looking at these tunnels and reading about. Apparently, they use the strollers as wheelbarrows to like make it. And I'm like, nah. I don't know if that's what the strollers are for, but also like at the same time,
Wheelbarrows,
like
hard to
I don't
come
think, I don't think the strollers were to bring babies down there. You know, were they like stealing babies, cutting off their foreskin, and putting them back in the crib without anyone being the wiser?
We're just asking questions.
Listen, I'm just, you know, I think also like human trafficking, like when you're Andrew Tate and you have like 3 20-year-olds with you and you're like, shut up, and you're walking with them, people don't think anything. This guy pulled up in a Bugatti, has got 3 girls. They don't know that he is, you know, allegedly making them go on cam and do all that. Like, you know, I don't think there's like an equivalent to that. I don't think there's like rabbis with like bringing hoes in to the tunnels and making them film cam stuff and taking a cut of it or anything like that. So what type of tomfoolery could they be getting up to down there?
Well,
Like, what is it? I think they're
innocent-
fucking each other. I think it was
the innocent version.
Something sinister.
The innocent version is, and it was the one that, because I love your people, I was quick to like, yeah, maybe that. They said during COVID times they wouldn't let us go to synagogue. We weren't having that bullshit. We go to synagogue. If the Lord wants to take us, he will. You know, and I was like, you know what? That's some down south kind of shit. I can understand that. That's what the preacher would have people doing. He'd have people go into the gas station, going underground, sneaking into the Church of God, and getting baptized and shit. I can understand that. That overzealous
I heard that
religiousness.
too, but like that's like
That came out
They
quickly.
think
that
COVID's
they're
coming
like,
back. Are they? Is that their way of telling us that like they're dropping a new COVID on us again?
I hope not.
Like they're
But
bringing.
I read that same thing, Kyle. But then like within the same day, I heard more news people being like, fact check. The construction on these tunnels started 7 months ago, well after the COVID lockdowns or something.
Yeah, I heard that it
Oh.
started after COVID also. Yeah,
So I don't know
that's
what's
what threw
going
that
on.
off. Was that-
Them
I don't-
calling it tunnels makes it seem like it's for like traveling somewhere else.
Well, it
Maybe
shares-
is.
it shares the
seems like
backyard.
it's like an underground like hideout.
there's a synagogue, and behind it is a Chabad house, the HQ, and that's like a place like from what I understand, like I could pull up there right now. Not you guys, by the way. Well, let me see your penis. No, but
I'm good.
Again,
I can get you in. I can get you in.
Yeah.
did you
just saw
forget
And
it?
maybe I just show his, and I'm like, wow, you're gonna check all of us? Come on, these guys are good.
Yeah, he's got his cock yarmulke. Okay, he's good. I always wear it.
But those they share a back. Like if I could go to one of those Chabad houses on a Shabbat, and they'll have a goy for me to flip on and off the lights. But like that's what you could do, and like it's like a thing. And they had during COVID, this is like the synagogue that didn't shut down. Like they weren't listening when they had those videos of like 1,000 like Hasidic Jewish people all chilling together and
Down
doing
with
the
that.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, it shares a backyard. So underground, apparently there isn't much distance for the basements to touch. And they wanted to connect it. And they connect it, and you look at it, these are all men without wives, like they haven't been married yet. So like when you're done praying for 10 hours, what are you doing? What's going on down there? And it connects to like this type of bath that like let's say you were gonna get married, like you're like your wife would take a bath in this bath. If you're super religious, you bathe in this bath like a couple times, and it was like an old one down there. And I'm sharing like this poo poo blood on the mattress, this bathhouse. There's just some gay sex going on down here. Like
No,
they
y'all
must
don't
be
do that.
sucking each other off down
I
there.
feel
or
like gays would
something.
have sex in a cleaner place.
Anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
not Hasidic gays. It's a whole different type of gay that we're like we have no
They
idea how
ass
they
fuck
move.
like through a hole in a sheet. Is that what
I
they
don't.
do?
They gotta go underground to God can't see, because like see that's the difference. Jesus is with you everywhere. Jewish, like he's up there. So if you go in deep enough, like he's not gonna see.
Dude, that is a hilarious part about Jewish law. Like if you look into it a bit, is the amount of it that is in the entire purpose is to get around their own rules. Where it's like God says we can't use electricity and power, but God doesn't say that we can't pay an Irish guy $30 to flip the lights for us and press the return button on the bowling machine in our synagogue to bring the balls back. Like, oh, we can't use lights, but we can have this guy light a candle and then take the fire from that candle to light something else because we didn't initiate the creation
crazy.
of it.
Look,
so
the whole
weird.
idea of believing in God is its own thing. But let's say you do. How dare you try to make him read the fine print of his fucking contract? You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine getting up there and him being like, Abraham,
dude, the
you
Jews
had your
would
lights on every.
I was gonna say, like, God's fucked if he's going up against the Jews, like in contract law.
Like imagine you were God and you made the Jew and you made people and they were the Jews and they were like, nah, you see, we found a couple moves here, a couple loopholes, and you're like, oh, I can't believe I made the Jews. I should have.
Yeah, son of God, I don't mean to be a bother, but if you'll turn to page 6, section A, line 4, explicitly states that the Irish guy's allowed to do this for me. Like,
That's why the country's always like, what are these people doing? And it's like we've looked over everything in the country, and this is how we're gonna min max and be completely efficient on making money. Like we broke the game, and then get out of here. It's like, well, you changed the rules. It's like, get out of here. We're not changing them. And then it's like, how could you? Obviously, everywhere they go, they're gonna find the system and break it down. They've been doing this game with the Bible for thousands of years. This is like they've been finding the loopholes in the Torah. So,
dude, calling Jews like the min-maxing race is the most accurate description of all time. Where they're like, all right, we minimize these parts of the law, we maximize this. We're gonna find a loophole around shellfish because I love oysters. Like, you just kind of you maneuver your way around it, and then I guess you can make a good enough argument. The other top Jews are like, all right, throw it in the book. Like
if you were like making a build, like an RPG build of the character, and it's like as a Jew, it's like your charisma and speechcraft is up +4. However, other races will not trust you at a glance. So it's like every race has a build, and I'm not comfortable doing all the other races, but I have some good ones for Asians.
Yeah, for Asians. I feel like agility would be high for Asians. I think that would be a good thing for them. You don't think ninja?
Depends which build. Depends which build it is.
I think
endurance, Kenyan.
I think that using ninjas as your reason for Asians having like dexterity or whatever is proof positive that they don't. Right? You've had to go back to some feudal secret service or some shit. Like yeah, there was like 20 guys 800 years ago that were fucking fit, dude. You don't know.
Yeah, but we're like stereotyping.
I feel like when the Olympics come around and we're doing
gymnasts,
gymnasts, it's always U.S. and China.
That's because they have that program over there, right?
They kill you if you don't bring home a gold.
They do, and they lie about ages. They cheat that way.
Oh, that is a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trickery. That would be like really deception. That skill would be maxed the fuck out.
Which race does well in deception, Kyle?
All of us. We're all good at it. There's some that are worse.
What he
at,
just did
honestly.
right there. A little deception. A little. I'm not going to say it. Harley said it because he's one of them, but not me.
Deception. That's like one of those if you're gonna build a Nord or an Orc, they could both punch. It's like these both have deception as a high. A class up there, but all these split like you're like an Asian, like they're gonna be a super smart one, or it could split to agility because I think like a gymnast.
Yeah, agility for Asians.
Yeah, but I keep thinking of these excellent examples I'm not comfortable saying out loud, and I fear we've said too much already.
No, we haven't gotten there
No,
yet.
we're talking about video games. That's all we're talking about.
Yeah, GTA. This is Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah.
Speaking of video games, you guys are playing games?
I'm glad you brought that up. This is what I was going to say from the beginning when you said that you weren't doing well lately or whatever nonsense you were joking around about. Sure, it's not mental health. You're fine. You're a man. I was on Discord playing
No one
Tarkov.
cares. You're a man.
I'm straight.
Yeah, no one cares.
You know I'm straight.
I was on Discord playing Tarkov at like 4 fucking a.m. or some shit, and I looked over and like, you're playing Call of Duty, and the next night it's like 2 a.m. and I'm playing Tarkov again. I look over and you're playing like what's the one where you jump at Fortnite? Like every night you're playing a
That's
different
not
game.
true. What? What's this guy talking about? That's not true.
Every night, late into the wee hours of the morn, you're playing a different game.
Are you on Eastern time zone, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. No, because sometimes like my friends like they're like they'll go on and say oh shit, it's 2:30 already. This is fucked, and I'm like yeah, and it's 5:30 for me.
Oh shit.
So I was gonna say like yeah, add an hour or 2 or 3 to how fucked up my schedule is.
See, I don't even mind the schedule. I'm just surprised that you're playing this big like plethora of games, all these different games. Is that how you like the game? Like something different all the time?
Yeah, I do. Like I play lately it's been very much Warzone. I fell off the whole battle royale. I got so tired of it for a minute there. But I came back to Warzone. I've been having a lot of fun with it and Call of Duty. But then I got the Avatar game. So sometimes I'm going to have to play this because I got to beat this piece of shit.
Is it like a single player game?
Yeah. It's like Far Cry, but it's like you're literally in Pandora. But if you're tired of Far Cry games, then you're not going to want this game at all. But if you never played a Far Cry game and you love Avatar, it's a very beautiful game.
Is there a mod so I can play as the humans?
For all the people that love Avatar.
Yeah, you really, but like, yeah, but isn't that weird? Because Avatar, I feel like I love Avatar, but I'm not like a freak about Avatar. But somehow Avatar still kills it. Like who?
I'm on
Chinese people love it that
spectrum.
much.
I'm like,
you hate it.
Well, it's not that I hate it. I think Avatar is fine. I like the movie. Okay, it was good. But what shocks me is Avatar is one of the biggest best-selling movies ever. Both of them.
You loved Endgame, Avengers.
And it has no cultural impact.
Avatar
like
Avatar beat these, and it didn't have a build-up of comics and the movies.
It's because James Cameron's or not James. What's his name? Is so fucking good at stealing that wonderful idea from so many. It's Dances with Wolves and Fern Gully mixed together is all this is. Right, and Smurfs, yeah. Mm-hmm. Dances with Wolves plus Smurfs plus Fern Gully, and you get Avatar. Mm-hmm. I noticed the other day. I didn't notice. I watched a video, and they were like, the Na'vi. That's the blue people, Taylor. Mm-hmm. It's like that's an anagram for naive. Okay. Oh, look at these humans. Look at these evil humans. They break it down into its like simplest little features, and I'm like, oh god, that is so stupid. Every time I watch those movies, I side with the humans in my mind. I'm like, wait a minute. Y'all savages are living up in the tree, fucking you're fucking the tree, or you're like docking with the tree. Disgusting. Okay. And then I look at the human, good looking guy in his 50s.
Did you even see the movie?
Good haircut. And he's telling me that there's some whale oil out there that'll make me live forever. And this is somebody else's planet. We've come here because Earth is fucked. Clearly, this is for our children back home. I wanted those blue people gone. I wanted them wiped out. If I was on the front line, it'd be like the women and the children, all of them.
Dude,
they're little blue animals
in that movie are evil for no fucking reason. They're just evil for the sake of being evil.
No, for
Every
money.
time there's an opportunity to like take children and handcuff them to a sinking ship, they're like, here's our plan. Let's do that.
Yeah, but those children sometimes have explosives on them, so they have to handcuff them to detain them.
They don't.
You never know. There's literally all types of guerrilla attacks. The reason
we have
why
information that there are tunnels under that tree.
100%.
And there are. There's a lot of shit going on in those tunnels of that
They never attacked
tree.
humans. They came into the Na'vi tribe and started wrecking shit.
Yeah, but
I saw those big sticks in the tires of the machine.
They were throwing rocks.
They threw big sticks and rocks. They did.
Those little blue kids were throwing rocks at those air tanks, and we just couldn't stand for it. So
you see it. You see those big sticks in the tires. That could kill a human.
They should virus bomb that whole fucking blue planet of losers. There's the one part where, and keep in mind, this is like Earth's supermen that we've sent to go conquer a planet, right? You don't send your losers to do this job. You get your fucking Navy SEALs and your super scientists. It's $1 trillion endeavor. It's their last best bet to like be a race in 100 years from now, right? you look at the guy when the general or whatever Captain Crew Cut is getting everybody fired up to go down there and fuck some blue ass. There's two guys in the front who are no joke. Hillbilly drunk NASCAR fans. They've got beer bellies and big old neck beards. They're sitting laid back like they're not up in attention. Yeah, boss, we're gonna get that blue goo. Fuck yeah, Earnhardt. Woo! Those guys are in the front row. Like, it makes no fucking sense. It's anti-human propaganda. I
always side with the humans. That. When I learned about Warhammer 40K and I heard people like, do you know the Imperium wants to wipe out the other 1,000 races in the universe
Every one of them.
And just leave humanity? I'm like, yeah. And people don't like that. People think that's not awesome. That humanity goes, yeah, all of it for me.
Do you know how mad you would be if you were living in the USA in the year 2800 or whatever? If you were living in the year 2800 whatever, and you were living in St. Louis, and you found out that your tax dollars were buying exosuits to cut down trees that the Navi are living on in a different galaxy, how mad would you be? Your tax money doesn't even get to that solar system.
Because Ukraine and Israel took it. We can't fight the despicable Navi because Israel and Ukraine have soaked up all of our money. That's why I wouldn't like it. Yeah, we need to conquer the stars, not each other. We just need to hold hands, get along. We can unite.
If we ever find some blue people, I guarantee we will. I've said that before, but if any blue, green, orange motherfuckers ever come down here and starting some shit, start fucking our women, start fucking like taking our land, drinking our juice or whatever, it won't matter if you're Jewish, an Arab. They'll be like, they don't believe in Allah. They don't believe in Yahweh. They don't believe in God. They believe in some blue frog on the mountain who's gonna fucking lay eggs all over our planet. You know what? That's what they believe, right? And everybody be like, what the fuck? They don't. What?
Look at how they fuck. They don't even fuck. They connect their hair and with weird, gross tendrils.
Oh, you're talking about the actual Navi.
Half of us will want to fuck them.
No, you're talking about the blues.
Want to kill them.
I'm just making up a random alien like insectoid race
category.
The Navi are
fuck them.
Because
dude, have you seen them? Show me a Navi that's fat.
Oh no, I played the whole game and I was like, I want to fuck them.
Navi's got a flat tummy on the entire planet.
They're cat people, of course they do.
Yeah, if you
they don't have
kill
vaginas.
Someone, start with the fatties.
They don't have anything to fuck.
I'll fuck her hair.
They've got pussies.
No, I remember that part of the film. They connect their hair together, and that's how they do it.
No, that's the only way they have.
You guys,
that wasn't sex,
guys. I watched this once 12 years ago.
That wasn't even sex. They've got cocks and pussies. For sure.
I gave you.
That's why they wear bottoms.
They have long, dangling blue cocks.
Okay,
but the propaganda that you're going to run on planet Earth is that they fuck the horses they ride.
Kyle's right. I googled it. They've got dicks.
Touche on though. That's why they wear bottoms point. That got me. I was like, oh fuck, he's right.
They could just have a urethra and like a butthole though. You know,
like a cloaca.
Have to have a cloaca. Yeah.
You guys need to check out this link that I put here because there's been no better context for me to ever share this except for right here and right now.
Okay,
check it out.
Whoa.
What the fuck is going on TikTok?
That's great. It's a fucking Navi. It's a person with a horrible Navi mask saying that they're going to join with the Palestinians to take out the Israelis. How bad? Now
that is probably the side they would take in the conflict.
All I thought about as soon as I saw that, and I'm not even like, listen, dudes, like I don't like war. I don't like any killing, but I'll tell you, fucking Iron Dome would take down all the Ikran. They're all fucking dragons are flying in the Iron Dome. Would be like,
you're right.
Like,
you're 100%.
Done. Maybe like Israel would have a hard time invading Pandora, but the Ikran aren't getting in. The Navi on horseback, dire horses, none of it.
They get fucked up almost anywhere they land on Earth. They have not figured a lot out. They've just been futzing about on their planet dancing. And they have no technology, no attacks. Like they could land anywhere and they're gonna get fucked up by the local. They could land on Sentinel Island.
They can't land.
They'll get absolutely
No, I like their
dominated.
odds on Sentinel Island. And you're right, if they were to go to Israel, the Iron Dome would destroy them. But the whole plot of the movie is that they have some sort of anti-radar force, which is why they had to get in there and fight them with without like,
Really?
missiles and stuff.
Sir, our
they're
radar's jammed.
without like,
Really?
missiles and stuff.
Sir,
Yeah,
our
they're
radar's jammed.
Really?
Don't worry. They're the 13-foot tall blue people swinging from vines.
Yeah,
Easy
they
to-
were
yeah,
like,
just-
yeah, just
It didn't make
napalm it
any
all.
sense.
Yeah, but they
I
couldn't like lock on with weapons or anything like that.
Yeah, but like an AC-130 or whatever, like hovering way up above wing flight, could have just like shot them with aimed stuff or something.
Sir, there seems to be a plot device surrounding these.
Yeah.
This is crazy to me, though,
MacGuffin
Woody.
is
Like, I don't know,
strong.
Woody, where are you coming at? You want to have your like children's children in a class filled with Na'vi, like a classroom just filled with Na'vi. The teacher's like
shocking.
half human, half Na'vi. Like, what is she
all the other
wearing?
kids plug their hair into a vine on the floor and start learning, and your kid's just like, where's the book set?
It's just that when I
Plug
look
your
at the
hair
two
in.
sides and compare right and wrong in my sense
Ginger.
of morality, obviously the humans are super uber evil. It's not even supposed to be close.
You're comparing right and wrong. I'm
I
comparing
didn't see him do
W or
anything.
L. You know what I
No.
mean?
I'm
I
a
didn't see the
humanist.
humans
I'm on
do
team
one thing
humanist.
wrong. What's
Kyle
the
described fat people against thin people. Where do you think I'm coming down?
Yeah.
But if
I
it's
didn't
all
see-
people versus the aliens, you got to take the people side.
The people are fat, Taylor. I'm not on their side.
the general.
How about this? How about we introduce our diet to the Na'vi, and then 4 years later, when they're all
That's so good.
diabetic, like then we can go in and take them out.
This'll work.
The Na'vi don't have
So
refined
funny.
sugar yet.
Can you
Or the
imagine how
plow.
quick their fucking big feet fall off?
I like that you were like, I know the difference between right and wrong, and I'm for killing all the fat people.
Yeah, I did turn that.
A Na'vi would be very expensive to feed at McDonald's.
I bet. Yeah.
That's like fucking 3 trios for sure.
I
Even them consuming soda, like, did we see them eat that? You eat in the game, by the way. There's a lot of cooking and eating in the game, but they no one ever ate in the movie though, did they? I fucking love that movie, by the
don't
way.
remember.
I love
I can't
Avatar. I
picture
fucking
it.
love Avatar 2, but I don't recommend them to anyone.
I kind of remember them thanking an animal they killed before they ate it.
Yeah, they did that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. They took that. That was very Last of the Mohicans. They took.
Yeah.
That's taken from some other movie.
It's Dances with Wolves. You ever see Dances
Yeah.
with Wolves with Kevin Costner?
Yeah.
They cut the buffalo,
Right,
the tongue
yeah.
cut. They cut its tongue out, and he like offers Kevin Costner the tongue, and everybody's like, "Yeah, Kevin, eat the tongue. You get the best part." And he knows he's got to fit in. And he's
Yeah. See, you know the whole thing about James Cameron is he hits those notes for dads that like dads love, like in Avatar when in the second one at one point his kid fights the other kid, and then he stops it and he goes up to his kid first and he's like, "Did you get a good one in?" You know, every dad in the theater is like, "That's me, because my kid, I don't want him fighting, but I'm gonna make sure he knows how to fight." You know,
But I really don't want him losing.
yeah, exactly. Or like you know how much my dad loved that scene when the old dude came out and he fucking was shooting, chasing them, and then he went back calmly and took a hit of the air from the mask, and it was like a perfect little beat. Like James Cameron just does it. You see a James Cameron movie, it feels like you're watching like peak movie from the 90s. That time, just Terminator 2 holds up perfectly today. Terminator 2 could come out today and would be sick. Did you didn't watch it yet, Taylor?
Taylor, you muted.
No, not yet. I will get to it. I will see Terminator 2 after I master Age of Empires 2. It's on the docket.
Ah, yes. Once you become the world's greatest video game player.
Once I become
Isn't Age of Empires 4 out?
It is, but it's not as popular as AoE 2. AoE 2 still has a huge fan base for what it is, for how old it is.
Which one did I download with you guys and got my ass kicked? Did I do that? Did I even get my ass kicked from one of you guys, or just downloaded and got my ass kicked by the computer?
If it was, I don't. We never played Age of Empires together. Kyle, did we play Company of Heroes?
Kyle,
You're
you
muted.
muted.
But did we play Company of Heroes with Harley? Was that it? Was
Might
it a
have played-
tank game?
maybe Total War Warhammer even.
Total War.
That's what it was. We
Yeah,
were like
I'm pretty
horses,
good
all
at
these
that.
horses on the mountain.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at that. That there's a couple games that I've played enough that I'm like, yeah, I fuck people up at this game. That's one of them. Like I've played that game so many hours. But see, that's what's interesting about how you game though. I see you playing all those games. Like I can't be bothered. Like I don't want to play a bunch of different games. I want like one to obsess over. One to
I obsess for like a couple days, and then the next one. Like and that's why it is weird. Sometimes like if it says I'm playing a game, it might just be on the menu, and I'll be like, I'll play you soon. and then I don't. I really loved Ready or Not and Squad, and I got into all those like super.
I don't know what Ready or Not.
Did you have a good group for Squad, or are you playing solo, like just out in the world?
I go in and I threaten people. I'm always like, yo, I'm new at this. Talk to me like I'm your friend and include me, or I'm going to go play Battlefield, and you guys need as many players as possible to still be into this game. So make me feel comfortable.
Yeah.
I literally say shit like that, and people are like, okay, bud, come on, join Foxtrot. We're a tank squad.
Yeah.
Just look out this window to the left, and if you see someone, let me know.
Dude, I was like, it's so funny when you're trying to get people into games that like don't have a steep learning curve. And like this happened literally last night. Me and a bunch of my buddies were playing Age of Empires 2. Like the max lobby count is 8, and we had probably 7 people in there. And one of our buddies, we finally convinced him to download it and play. He's like, oh, I haven't played that since I was a kid. And I was like, all right, well, it's more complicated than you remember, but hop on. And I was like, all right. You know, I'm telling him what to do throughout the game, and I'm telling everyone, like, don't fucking attack him. Don't attack him. If anybody goes over there, and if I scroll over his base and I see someone attacking, I'm going to lose it, because there's nothing more frustrating than starting an RTS game and being like, oh, my guy's collecting berries from the bush. Oh, no. Like, archers on the horizon, fucking my shit up. And, like, you're just, like, and meanwhile, he's asking questions like, oh, lumber camp near the trees. I'm like, yes, lumber camp near the trees. And I look over there, and my buddy, he's like, after like 10 minutes, because my new friend didn't know enough to announce when he was being attacked. He's like, this sucks. I got like no villagers left. And I'm like, what? It's so early in the game. I go over there, and my buddy Tyler, who is not one of like the best of us, was like teeing off on him. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. Like, he's having no fun. You killed all his villagers. You ruined his time.
Dude,
now
apparently,
he's not going to play.
I never do this. I never ever like look up the meta in a game or what is the best thing to do in a game. And I always feel like it fucks up the experience. And I just go in and my logic is I play a game like Call of Duty. The first gun they give me is always going to be good, because if I just bought this game, then the first gun that I have is going to be decent enough. Because why would they give me a shit gun? Why would they want me to lose? They'll give me something that I could get kills with just at the beginning. So I never go in deep, but I started playing so much Warzone that like you're at a disadvantage unless you know what the fuck is going on, like with what people do and shit like that. And so the first time I ever clicked a video to change options in the game, and I always go to options myself, but they're all like, gotta have automatic tack sprint on, you have to change to tactical bumper jumper, flip your triggers and your bumpers for the buttons, you want doors to open, apply all your plates if you hold, and all these things. And I never got into that, but I watched a couple of videos. And so I got in deep, and what you're describing is apparently an issue in Call of Duty that people have conspiracies about, that really? Like if you get into a Modern Warfare lobby and you're ripping it and you're killing people, there's conspiracies that the game is going to have like packet dumps on you because you're too good and you're ruining the experience for new players. So they're going to fuck you up in little sneaky ways. That's what these videos are saying. That's how deep I got. I never once played the game and was like, hey, I'm killing it too hard. They're doing this or that. But I did get booted twice from a lobby, and it was really bizarre.
After really big games?
No, one time I like was killing it. I got like 6 kills extremely fast, and it kicked me out, and I was very furious about it. And then another time I was downed and I was crawling. I was moving, and I got kicked for inactivity, and I was like doing pretty well that one. But I wasn't like, oh, I'm too sick, they're kicking me. But when I saw this video, I was like, oh shit, is that if this is how people are thinking, and which you're describing? But now this is where I'm at. What's that?
Do you believe it?
There's got to be some shit that they do behind the scenes. Like, I don't believe that it's necessarily exactly what I'm saying, but they got to have so much psychological understanding for us as gamers, because I'll play a game like a headshot noise or a sound effect. That sound effect that is chosen is so satisfying in a lot of games that I'm like, they know what the fuck they did. Yeah. In like every game. So there must be shit that goes on in the background, especially a game like Call of Duty, where they want you to spend more time there. People were saying in the past, and this guy said he said this in this video, but he didn't have the proof because he had lost it, but he said it was in one of his older videos. If anyone remembers, link him to it. But he was saying, depending on how many Call of Duty points you have in your bank account, like in your Call of Duty bank account that you bought, depending on how many are in there, the items in the store will be cheaper or more expensive. Cheaper if you have less points. so you'd be more inclined to buy it. Like, that would be dirty if it was true and it's an alleged thing, but I wouldn't put this type of stuff past games.
Or maybe like you get odd amounts of points. Like, let's say instead of 500, you have 400, and the cheapest thing is 500, and they're like, dude, like,
and you want 400 points. You can't buy 100 points at a time or something like that.
Yeah, and it's all digital goods. So why wouldn't they, just for you, roll your fucking thing down to 400 points, take everything you have, and then you'll re-up?
Because your ROI, like you're already like 100 points in. I might as well just fucking. This 100 points has been sitting here. I already, Yeah, I say all that, but then I'm fucking playing Call of Duty as Timothy Chalamet.
Is that?
And I never liked that.
Like, is that the only evergreen game for you that you always end up going back to?
No, I think if you really like a video game, you want it to be taken care of as much as like Fortnite is. Like, I believe as gay as Fortnite as people find it to be, or they connect it to like some loser YouTuber with like silver hair or whatever, like something like that. Like, whatever it is that people, if that game was called Ready Player One, I think a lot more 40-year-olds like us or whatever, 30 to 40, would be more inclined to play the game. But Fortnite is just like, you think of like these dumb dances, these autistic
Does Fortnite
children
have a bad
screaming.
I don't even know enough about Fortnite to know that it has a bad.
You don't know the dances? You don't know?
I know that it has emotes. Tons of game have emotes.
You've seen children flossing for the last decade, though, right? Like, way too young.
You saw Ninja
in public,
flossing at New Year's.
Are they still doing that?
This game. Well, I'm talking about a decade ago. That's its cultural impact. It's been annoying people for a decade now. It's
a much bigger cultural impact than Avatar.
Yes,
that's fair. Yeah,
no one does the Navi dance.
I can't believe the Navi are not as playable characters in Fortnite. It's really crazy.
They'd be terrible with the hitboxes.
Wasn't a lot of outcry for that, I guess.
No.
This game that I linked here, this is the future. Have you heard of this? It's a Civil War.
I just saw that. It looks like it's so cinematic.
So fire. Is this like Hell Let Loose vibes? Because that's what I've been playing that a lot too lately.
But with lots of role play. So this is called War of Rights. It is a Civil War game.
Yo, look at all these idiots. Dude, are you a guy that can hold a flag and not do anything else? Because that's sick. And you just buff the people around you, and you're just holding a flag.
Banjo guy. You could be the banjo guy if you want. Like there's.
Oh, you can be a bard.
If you see the the videos, people are role playing as like Confederates, and they're all doing their accents and sometimes being a little racist. And it's like a real hoot.
Yeah, I hope so. When in Rome, like I want a little bit of racism in my Confederate game, right?
Yeah. For Nikki Haley.
For states' rights. Like I don't want that. I want
states' rights to do what? There's no telling.
Where the
do
fuck
you own slaves? No, I'm poor as shit. Do you? Me neither. But let's fuck these Yanks up. Let's get them. That'd be good.
I've been playing those games where you're like have a whole like Hell Let Loose or whatever, and so there's squads, and the squad leaders could talk to each other, and there's a commander who talks to all the squad leaders. And I don't like being a squad leader or the commander. I like to be a medic, and I like to just do what I'm told. Because I find in life a lot, I've been like like a captain in my football team or whatever. Maybe because I'm outspoken, I find myself in these leadership positions. When I play video games, I just want to be a fucking grunt. So I always do it. And then the responsibility is never, no, someone's not doing it or they're not talking. And after a couple games, I'll end up as a squad leader or as a commander. And I'm higher ranked as commander because I'm always like so vocal in these games. Yeah. It's not what I want to do, but it's like it's what I'm pretty good at in the game. Even like just there's this funny scenario. Telling people to keep their comms clean when they're having fun playing a video game is funny. Because like they're still they're trying to have fun, but like it's also like I know you guys are having fun, I appreciate that, but there's 64 other dudes on this team and they want to win. They don't necessarily want to just have fun. Some of them are old and they're by themselves in their basement, so let's keep these comms clean, okay? And let's get Foxtrot to move over and like.
But in your heart, you're a gamer sub. You want to be told what to do. You want to be bossed around.
Very
Harley,
accurate.
get that tight ass up to the A flag.
I get someone will like sometimes I'll get in the game and the squad leader, I'll be like, squad leader, what do you need, sir? And he's like, we could use support. I'm like, yes, sir. And then I'm like, support. And he's like, just drop that right here. I'm like, yes, sir. And he's like, okay, kill yourself and redeploy as an engineer. I'm like, yes, sir. And I killed myself. I wait 10 seconds in a black screen, come back in as an engineer. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay, drive me here. I'm like, cool. He's like, kill yourself, be a support. I'm like, yes, sir.
See, now that guy's a gamer.
That feels good. That feels so bad.
Dude, it's about winning.
And it's also like I like having a mission and doing a thing and being part of the team. Like when I played Battlefield, it was always healing.
If you're actually doing that and building those structures where he wants them, like that would be a massive help because no one else is doing that for him. Everybody else wants to be like, oh no, there's like 80 riflemen, one medic, and one guy who actually wants to go. Like I can't remember there's this one game where it's a war that's continuously going. Like it's going right now. It was going last week, and it'll be going 2 weeks from
Israel
now.
and Palestine.
But it's a big like war game where you're like fighting for lines. It's continuous, and some people on the team have to like mine for the ore that's making the shells.
Oh yeah, it's like a cartoon game. Is it like a top down? Like it's
top
like
down.
Okay.
Yeah. And it looks so. It reminded me of Squad with how everybody who played it seemed to be like 30s, 40s, and like super into it because it's very important that some of your team are back home. It's like World War I or something where like you need people back home getting the ore and melting the tin.
You don't have
you
literally will not have artillery if your team has not been building artillery, and it's not quite as fun as running around with a machine gun.
Right?
I don't want to do chores in a game. Like it's got to be really fun for chores.
Never played.
Dude, you were ripping on Lethal Company because all it was chores. And it's true.
Pointless chores. Pointless chores.
Lethal Company. I have that game. It's so funny.
I played it with some buddies, and I had a good time. We got so smooth at it that it stopped like being fun, and it just became like, well, let's just have another successful runs until everyone has to go to bed. Like, and that's about it. And so everyone kind of lost interest. There's not enough to build towards. Because the stuff you can build towards that Kyle didn't know is like you can buy guns, you can buy teleporters, you can buy stuff to like get in and out and kill the monsters more effectively. But by the time you have the amount of money to do that, it's no longer needed. It's like, oh, I spend 700 points on the gun. The fact that you had 700 to spend means that there's now nothing more at stake. Unless everyone dies and you lose all your loot, which everyone's not going to die. Someone stays on the ship every time and reads the board and like tells you where loot is. So it's just not as fun. You like being that guy? Oh, that guy sucks. I never want to be that guy. I like running around exploring, sitting there looking at a fake monitor.
I was that guy?
Why were you that guy? Because you're a natural leader.
No one else was doing it.
I need a game.
I'd rather us lose all of our loot than me stay on the ship. I will happily go out there and upset some bees and then pick up the beehive and take it back to the ship and hope the bees don't stay on the ship because that really ruins
There is a beauty in being the guy on the ship and your team is being chased by a monster and you being like, calling it here, guys, I'm so sorry, and closing the door.
That is valuable. You need that guy because in the moment I'm like, oh, Harley, you piece of shit. I could have made it back. And then afterward, it's like, yeah, he was right. I wasn't gonna make it. Yeah, like I was almost stung to death by those electric bees. But yeah, there wasn't enough.
Yeah, that game has a charm, and if you don't buy into the charm, then I would understand someone not liking it at all. In fact, I would understand them fucking hating that game.
I talked about it briefly, like last time we talked about Lethal Company. It would be a 10 times better game if you were doing anything other than collecting trash. If you were collecting weapons, if you were collecting blueprints, if you were collecting ancient artifacts,
pieces that assemble together to make one big thing.
Yeah, if you were trying to kill a couple of the rare monsters for pieces of them or something like that. Anything else, and all the rest of the skeleton of the game, the structure could stay the same. You could replace the trash finding with anything else, and it would be more fun. It's almost like just a stupid dev choice to make it about basically being anti-littering or whatever the fuck the core is. It's frustrating. And the items get old quickly. Oh, another engine. Oh, another light bulb. Oh, another can of soda. Who cares?
Did you guys see the movie Poor Things, by the way?
No.
I haven't heard of it.
I bet Kyle
Emma Stone and Mark Ruffalo. And Mark Ruffalo is the funniest. No one's made me laugh as hard in a movie. I think since that Pedro Pascal Nicolas Cage movie, where Nicolas Cage
that was great.
Nicolas Cage, that was so funny, that movie. Mark Ruffalo is fucking hilarious in this movie, and Emma Stone, she kills it. It's very. I thought it was like it almost had the same messaging as Barbie, but it was just done in a much better way. And I know that probably turns people off of it, but it was fucking great. One of the best movies I've seen lately. Mark Ruffalo is so funny. So did you guys watch The Curse, that Nathan Fielder show?
No, I should. Nathan Fielder is hilarious. I love that guy.
Is it good?
I saw the preview for that, and Nathan Fielder. I can only take him in really, really small doses.
Oh, really?
This one really hurts. I don't even want to recommend it, so I'm not going to recommend it.
Is he the Serenity guy, Nathan Fielder?
No,
he did Nathan for You.
That's Nathan Fillion, I think. That I like him too. He's great.
Yeah, he's great. He's cool.
Great
Nathan
actor.
for You is one of the I think I got more out loud laughs watching that show than almost anything else. The original couple seasons of Nathan for You, where he'd go in and come up with the most brain dead business ideas.
Woody, it's dumb Starbucks. Do you remember he did the dumb Starbucks bit where he comes in and he's like, I'm going to help you rejuvenate your coffee shop. You need a new brand. And they just steal Starbucks, all their branding, but they're called dumb Starbucks. And they're open to Starbucks suing them because that's just more news.
No, they claim that it's parody. They did a parody. It was a parody and it was an art exhibit. So the things that you could buy, which were like an edible Starbucks muffin, which was cheaper than Starbucks, but it was exactly like Starbucks, but it was a dumb Starbucks, and that's an art piece that you're buying, not food. So it's not competing with that.
So there was
really
just like
smart loophole.
A tip jar up front where the people would be like, I'll have a venti Americano. And he's like, the amount I would recommend you donate right now is $4.85. So then they would
just some Jewish loophole shit.
Yeah.
Wait, is this a movie or real life?
Show, Jewish
it's
loophole
an episode.
show.
It's an episode from his TV show. But the thing is, he's not doing this as a funny, jokey guy. He's doing it as as a character who is so autistic they don't understand how real humans converse, and so every conversation is gratingly awkward. He'll leave these big silent pregnant pauses for people, and they don't know how to fill them because he didn't really even ask a question. He just said a bizarre thing, and then they repeat that for episode after episode after episode.
Painful to watch. Very painful to watch.
What's coming out soon? Three Body Problem.
Yeah, I know the real one. Because they had one already that they made that wasn't. There is a show, an Asian show of it.
Oh, I didn't know.
I never watched. Yeah, I never watched that one. Apparently, it wasn't received too well. But yeah, I'm excited for this. There's so many things that I'm curious how they're going to portray it.
So at the start of Three Body Problem, I'm going to fuck this up because it's been a while, but there's the Chinese government is this totalitarian regime. I think the dad is some sort of honest scientist and gets killed for that. So the daughter has a real problem with humanity in general now. There's some sort of communication device. They figure out if you shoot the beam into the sun, it gets magnified and communicates much farther than we ever have before. Someone answers back and
an alien gets the receptor.
An alien gets it, who's not a bad alien, and says be quiet or they'll hear you and they'll take you out. But she hates humanity, so she's like, come and get me. That's about 80%.
She got lucky. She got lucky because she sent out the broadcast, or it gets sent out, and it just so happens that 1 in a million of this fucked up alien planet got the broadcast, and he risked himself to be like, "Do not do that again. If my planet finds out your planet exists, they'll fucking come and kill you." And she was like, got the message back, and she was like, "Great," and sent the message out again, kind of like inviting the invasion or whatever. Yeah.
If season 1 of the Netflix series ends with that message being resent, I'll be disappointed.
You just bothered me so much.
Oh.
Why would you put that into the universe? I have goosebumps now. If that happens, I'm blaming you for doing that. Because I what I loved about Last of Us, the show, is Last of Us season 1 ended with the first game. And I did not see that coming. I thought that they were good. I was like, I bet you the second level here is they're gonna end season 1, but they didn't anime this shit and try and stretch it out. They just did it. 1 season, 1 game. Fucking love it. 3 Body Problem, 1 season, one book, please.
Yes, right.
So you get it's 8 episodes. The teleplays by D&B, obviously from Game of Thrones, and
they were D&D. No, am I crazy?
David
DB,
Benioff.
yeah.
I think it's D&B.
There
I
is
could be wrong.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Either
I'm
way,
sorry.
it's David Benioff and Dave and what's the other guy's name?
His name's DB, I think.
Okay, if it's D&D, it's D&D. But anyway,
but yeah.
them, and that Wu guy from True Blood are doing the writing. So I don't know what to take from that. 8 episodes though. I looked at the cast. I saw fucking who's Jon Snow's fat friend.
Oh, Sam.
Sam's there. Sam's in the show, and also fucking the guy with his fingers cut off. He's in there too.
Corin Halfhand.
Yeah, the guy.
Oh no, Jamie.
No,
Jamie
with his
Lannister's
fingers
in
cut
there,
off,
right?
not his whole hand, his fingers. Remember they cut off the dude's fingers for fucking smuggling. The old man.
Oh,
with
the onion.
Oh,
Something.
that
Yeah, the
was,
Onion Knight. The Onion Knight.
Sir
Onion Knight's
Davos, right?
And then there's just a whole bunch of ethnic people who are ladies. So I look forward to seeing the show. I do like the premise. I haven't read the book because of the Asian names. Frankly,
It was very hard for me, actually. Like, anytime a
And-
name has an X in it, and I'm like, oh, that's the name with the X. And when there's like 3 people who have an X in their name, you're like, wait, was that this guy also?
That's completely valid. The way that I made it through that was the voice actor who did the audiobook did such a good job. That's how I differentiated them. It wasn't whether one was named G and the other was named Ja.
I thought I ended up doing the audiobook after you said that a while back. And it was funny because the guy, it was like 3 Body Problem, narrated by Derek Thompson, written by Liu Sitzin. And like sometimes he sounds so English, and then he says a Chinese name, and like it's the most Chinese sounding shit ever. You're like, whoa, same guy.
I wonder if it would be beneficial to have a little like cultural plug and play there in the audiobooks where it'd be like, select British English, American English. So then it would be like, and then he said to astronaut Gregory that like, then it would just move forward and you'll be like, this guy Gregory, I'm a big fan of Gregory, and I'm not confusing Gregory with Stephen because they're very different names and I'm an American, so it's easy for me to digest.
There should be a westernized version.
I'm bad with names. I'm bad with faces. I'm the only guy I know that's not good with faces, which is the fucking worst. I watch shows with my wife like every night, and I'm always like elbowing her, like, is that Caesar? She's like, no, that's Brutus. Okay.
Those guys don't look similar.
No, I made that one up. But,
Caesar's fat and 50.
but like Mark Antony, I think, not Antony.
Yeah, he's the young one.
Yeah, dude, he shows up later in the film, like on a horse or something, and she could just read that I had no idea.
Well, he had a beard.
He came back with a beard. That's all the disguise, dude. I'm the guy who'd be fooled by Clark Kent's disguise.
Oh my God. I feel like if I shaved entirely and showed up one week, Woody would be like, "Oh, new guest." Like,
no, it's the context. The context of it. The context of it is you'd have to be like glasses off, shaved beard, like shirt off, and floating 12 inches above the ground in front of him in person, and then he might not be like, Taylor?
What if I like just
He'd
put
be
a
like,
hat
who
on?
is this guy?
That was it.
Just a hat on.
Just put a hat on, shaved down.
That'd be crazy if you could like track Woody down and try and walk by him multiple times in person, get to his grocery store camp and walk past him. See if he does
like,
doing
hey,
a podcast for 7 years.
I'm filming an epic prank video. I pass him immediately. He's like, "Oh, is that Taylor?" And I'm like, "Fuck! It cost me $600 to get a last second flight to North Carolina."
For 15 years and not catch me there.
That's true. Woody doesn't go to the grocery store. Shopping is for poor people. And I'd have to wait at the base of your driveway and hope.
Yeah, hang out by the mailbox.
Sit there with a little tent. I'd get binoculars to look in. Damn. I don't think he's leaving again today. This is unreal. Day 11. Day 11, beginning to lose hope at the base of the Woodworth driveway. I don't know if he's even in there anymore, and I don't remember why I came. But I know it's
fly
important.
off from the yard.
Woody,
Missed him again.
Yours always.
Did you finish For All Mankind? I finally did.
Yeah, I did.
The show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
So
season finale was like a week or so ago. I don't know. I was let down by this whole season, I guess. I felt like a lot didn't happen. It wasn't. There's no sexy ladies that I can think of anymore. Everybody's ugly. Everybody's ugly and old now. Everybody.
Terrible
It's
trend.
like there's no eye candy. I got to look at the old black lady with
like the woman that switched the disruptor, whatever that thing is called. She went up into the ship at the end.
Oh, that
She had
lady's
brown hair.
Gosh, Jesus.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you know her name? I want to ask the audience.
I don't know her name, but she's not attractive. There's no pretty people. The first season, it was like 4 hot chicks tested out to be fighter pilots, and it was like, all right, let's go. There's like titties and ass. This season was just nothing happened. And then when they finally got down to, I won't spoil it, but like they shoot a character at the end, and I'm like, all right, somebody fucking died. Let's go. Like she's been around for far too long anyway. And it's like an old person who gets shot. An old woman gets shot in the chest on Mars, and she lives.
Yeah, she's fine.
She's fine in the next scene.
Hardly an inconvenience.
Barely an inconvenience. It's like, dude, that would have killed her 8 times over. She was shot in the lung on Mars, and she is an old woman. An old woman.
This is the black woman we're talking about.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
She's from the 60s, and it's 2012 or some shit, or 2002 or something. She was this is like Neil Armstrong a few years ago getting shot in the chest. It made no goddamn sense.
I was watching Total Recall again recently, the old Arnold one, and it's funny at the end when they roll out onto Mars and they're in Mars, but things being pressurized and they're like, oh, and like his eyeballs pop out, and then everything gets pressurized, so the eyeballs go back in, and he's normally like, oh, we're good. And it's so weird because back then that shit was okay in a movie. You're like, oh, thank God, perfect timing. You look at it now, you're like, no, dude, your eyes were popped out. Your face would be fucked up still.
They're so out of his head. That's a great scene.
I watched a whole bunch of movies, and a lot of things, like I watched a lot of the funniest parts were things that I didn't even realize, like watching old Nick Cage movies, watching my girlfriend and the Nick Cage's character's Cameron Poe. Sorry, that's in Con Air, and she's like, Cameron Poe? What kind of name is this? Then we watch Face Off. His name's Castor Troy. She's like, what kind of a man comes up with these manly names? I'm like, John Woo.
Yep.
John Woo comes up with these names.
That's why you got slow-mo doves in this shit, and like really creepy touching.
Castor Troy, that's like a professional fighter name.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like those 2 Nick Cage movies in particular are quite good. I love Con Air. I think Con Air is an actually good movie. Like not from like, oh my God, did you see the performance? But the whole time it's fun. The whole time it's fun. It keeps you guessing. Shit happens all the time. There's multiple plots moving around, even though most of it's in a goddamn plane. And at the end, you're so rooting for Nick Cage. Put the bunny back in the box. The guy's got his daughter's bunny. It's great.
I love The Rock, and I feel like that's the most appropriately Nick Cage casted role. That movie's like in a top 20 for me. And he's perfectly casted. He plays a nerdy fucking scientist. Like, I don't know how we got him to Con Air and Castor Troy, and we were thinking about making him be Superman.
Slick and smooth and sexy.
Yeah, and like Superman. And like, really, it's just back in the day, like the Rock, he's like a fucking rocket scientist, and he's a dork, and it's great. I love it. He was a teenage heartthrob, by the way. You ever see the old movies of pictures of him? Nick Cage was like a hot young, like, for the girls, they like.
You know who it's his father, right? You know who his father is, right?
I thought his uncle was Francis Ford Coppola.
That's what it is. His uncle. Yeah.
Nepo baby.
I love that
their movie knowledge.
But he was avoiding the Nepo baby thing, right? By hiding his name.
By getting into Hollywood, exactly.
Well, by hiding his name. Well, maybe the neck.
He really dodged that
famous
bullet.
actor.
Yeah, but I don't know. I always heard that he did that so that he wouldn't go into auditions and they'd be like, oh, Coppola's here. Oh, right to the front, sir. How's your wonderful uncle doing these days, by the way? Yeah, come on in. I think he was trying to avoid that. Or at least that's what's suggested.
He still had to suck off some producers, you know?
No, I bet he was too high ranked to be given head for his position in Con Air or whatever. Whatever his earliest movie was. Probably the 80s, right?
Yeah, he was. It's
Raising Arizona is one of the earliest ones.
That's the one that put him
the
on.
Coen brothers, dude. All right. So now, Con Air is a fun movie. No, he won the Oscar for Leaving Vegas or whatever. The one that
Leaving Las Vegas. I've seen that one.
Also, that's a good one.
It's depressing.
As much as Con Air is like a fun little popcorn movie that you'll never be bored and you'll enjoy yourself. Fucking Raising Arizona is this classic it's a Coen Brothers movie. Like it's high film. It's really good. John Goodman's in it, does an amazing job with his character. The whole idea is that Nick Cage and his wife, who's awesome. His wife is the little lady from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? The wife from that. She's this fast talking country girl. They're
Holly
married.
Hunter.
She's a cop, and Holly Hunter. Thank you. And but she's barren. She can't have children, and it's their life stream to have these babies together and raise this family. It's all they want. They live in this trailer in Arizona. He works at the factory. They just want a little tyke. That's all they want. And so, lo and behold, in the newspaper the next day, Nathan, whatever the fuck his name is, the richest man in the state, has had like octuplets or some shit. And they decide that they've got more than they can handle over there. So maybe we'll just ride over there, kidnap one of the octuplets, and we'll make him our son. And so they do. They go baby nap this child, and then the movie goes completely awry. Bounty hunters are after them by the end. His buddies have broken out of prison, and they want a piece of the action. It's hilarious. It's so funny.
I thought you were gonna say Raising Arizona was a sad movie.
No, it's wonderful. It's great. It's a comedy.
I forget how it ends.
Wait, don't say it. I want to rewatch it.
Don't say it.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
Damn
yet.
you.
No, I need a refresher of it also.
Yeah. How does it end exactly?
Don't do that to
The credits
Don't
roll.
do that to Woody.
Do it to Harley or Woody, whoever was mad about it.
Good
Do it.
movie.
Get
Highly
someone.
recommend it. It's on our Plex too. It's on Plex if you want to watch it on there. I think so.
Plex doesn't have On the Waterfront, even though I mention it every week. I keep trying to watch it. It's not there.
Does Plex have all of The Simpsons? I haven't checked.
I don't know. I bet it does.
What
guys
an
like-
ordeal that would be.
You guys like Boogie?
Boogie
First
2988.
Or the movie.
Man.
The man.
Man.
The
Do
myth.
we like him? Like him?
Yeah.
What does
I
that
like
mean?
him the most.
You don't like him?
What does
Who,
that
me?
even mean though?
Woody.
I said I like him the most. Like I empathize with him. Like the whole internet's mad at him, which is a position that I can understand. And they're mad at him for what? At first, he represented himself as absolutely Mr. Rogers, and it turns out he's a little naughtier than that. I'm okay with that.
I
You're
don't,
a little naughtier.
I think what
Am
a
I
lot
naughtier?
of people get mad about is like the performativeness of it, where it's like the performative woe is me stuff is what a lot of people do.
I like, that
manipulation.
Kyle, I like that Kyle was like, "What do you mean?"
Yeah, I am.
You asking us?
I don't
outside the
like
context.
them. I don't even know him.
If somebody asked me if I like you, I would be like, yes, absolutely I do. And then I would list some of your attributes and feats. Some of the things that you've done that make me like you, and some of the things that are about you that I like. I do that. And it's like, do I like Boogie? I don't dislike Boogie. That's probably where I am. I have no hate in my heart for Boogie.
Ooh.
I just
Agreed.
don't
Said,
care.
I went on his podcast and he said that we were talking briefly and he was like, "Oh, this guy's hate me over there," and I was like, "I don't think so."
No, we
He's like,
definitely
yeah,
don't hate
he's like-
Boogie. We've
Right.
definitely gone in and made fun of him when he does something we think's retarded. But
And we've done our best not to like tell
Yeah, but
lies
you-
about him at the same time and give him his fair shake.
Yeah.
When it comes to this stuff, and try to
I've never
understand what's going
though
on.
I've never seen Boogie up to something and been like, oh, like the last thing I remember big from him was how hilarious it was when he tried to kill Frank Hassle. Like that was a few years
that
ago
was a
now.
crazy era.
But
of
that
YouTube.
was
He's shooting the gun in the air.
that was like multiple years ago now, but that was the most surreal clip to watch, to see Frank being like, what are you going to do? Kill me? And he's like, yeah, I'm going to come out there and kill you. And then he comes out there with a gun and Frank's like, kill me, shoot me. He's just screaming at him on his
I thought
it was insane.
I was okay with that. I thought that was as silly as that was what he did, and as it ended up being like some sort of criminal charges, which I guess he's through now
Yeah, I
or
think
whatever.
he's good for
But I bet the next guy thought twice before coming and knocking on his goddamn door.
Yeah.
He was like, next time it won't be a warning shot, boys. I'm not messing with Boogie. So like in that moment, I was like, he took a stand. It wasn't a good one, maybe. It wasn't the right one even, but he did take a stand. I can appreciate that. He'd had enough.
He'd had enough. And so he went out there with his gun. And that's still a hilarious like meme picture. Like, have you seen like the ones where it's like him holding the gun and it shows like the Fallout 4 like green like targets on him? Where it's like 68% headshot chance, 48% arm shot chance. Try to disable. Like that was funny. But yeah, I don't know what is Boogie up to now. You is there a reason you brought him up?
No, I was
is he
on
doing
the
something new?
podcast and I asked Wings if he liked working with Keemstar better or Woody better. And then
What'd he say?
He said that you stole money from him.
No, he did not say that. I've never stolen money.
He said Keemstar pays him better. And then you gave you took his money. Did
he say that?
Somehow you didn't give him enough money.
We didn't give him any money.
About? He got an equal share. The show didn't make
there
any
was
money
no
back
money.
then.
We split those $50 that who were those children and those guys in the army, the boogie boys or some shit.
Boogie
What the fuck were they called? The weather telling people. Yeah.
There was like a group of 5 friends once who like gave themselves a silly moniker, like, yeah, we're the Juju Boys or something. The YOLO Boys. And they were like, what it was like 5 guys who listened to our show who were like threw in $10 each and sent it to us and was like, hey, give us a shout out. And we were like, this week we're brought to you by the YOLO Boys. And we just showed a group photo of these kids. And it was like, he got his 1725.
He said you gave that to Chiz. He said that. He said you gave the Chiz something like that.
No,
but then I asked that, but then Woody was Boogie was like, yeah, those guys over there, they hate me. And I was like, no, they don't hate you.
We definitely don't hate Boogie. We'd have him back on.
Yeah, and to be clear, Wings absolutely got an equal share of the cash. There was what he's saying isn't.
Hey, dude, yeah, muscles glasses too, buddy. I feel you.
No, this is here. I gotta blow the whistle on this because when I replaced Wings, Woody texted me, "Operation Steal Wings money is a go." And I said 10-4, good buddy. Operation Subvert the Fat Guy has begun.
Yeah, I want to hear what he said because I'm like that's just not true.
Well, check it out, Lolcow podcast at
yeah.
No, they because I did think this before that podcast started. Mm-hmm. I was like, I was just in the room there, and we had recorded a podcast, and the podcast went to shit. Like someone didn't record their audio properly on it, and then we did it again, and then something messed up. But then Keemstar came in and started yelling at them. Like he came and like fucking started yelling at them for fucking up. Like Woody, sorry, I don't know. I keep doing that. Boogie and Wings and Tommy, and he's like ripping them, and he's fucking going. And I'm sitting there too, and I'm listening, and he's like, it's kind of like he's yelling at me also. And then he left, and I was like, "What the fuck, dudes? I'm invoicing you guys. How I want a part of this episode." The Keemstar's yelling at me too. He was very furious. But then I just thought about how funny it would be, like if any of you came into this podcast before the podcast started and started yelling at the rest of the guys in it. Like I just don't imagine it. The dynamic being even close to that. Imagine Zach walking in here and started like. He pops in, he starts yelling, fucking cussing us out for like fucking up and being idiots. That's what it was. It's a very abusive working relationship.
So wait, did you guys record entire episodes and then realize there was no audio, do it again, and then do it a third time?
We did an episode, and there was the audio messed up, and like Boogie was just like super apologetic, and I was like, "Oh, it's cool, dude. I've just been sitting at home depressed, flipping through every single game in my gaming library at 4 a.m. So I'm good." And then we did it, and then 20 minutes into that one, where this is like Wings was like, "Oh shit, I didn't hit record. Let's bring that back," and then they started the podcast again.
Wow. I can't throw stones. I've messed up an audio here or there.
Yeah, but this is 4 hours. You fuck up a PKA. That's like, what? We're missing this week. Fuck it.
Yeah, it used to be I recorded and Lefty would do the backup recording. And I think it only happened once where we actually lost the show.
Did you make it up or were you just like, fuck?
No, it was like the next day or something. And it wasn't that I did like fail to record. It's that it was corrupted afterwards. The file, like, I guess... There's no real good podcast software still today. Like there's no perfect thing. You guys use this. I guess you have a good experience. So we use Squadcast. It like saves all the things individually and whatever. But nothing's perfect. Some people use Disc, but there's just no perfect like super reliable thing. You know, it feels like nothing is really quite the best answer
for this. And Lord knows more than ever, we need more 40-year-old white dudes talking on microphones together. It's got to be easier. It's got to be easier to access.
Streamline that. Zach just reminded me. It was the Arrested Development episode. Our guest was the Asian adopted kid from Arrested Development. And like, dude, that episode fucking sucked. And I remember he came in here and like big timed us. Like I'm a big time Hollywood star slumming with you podcasters. And it's like, I don't even know your fucking character's name. Like,
I've never seen that show. I don't. I still haven't seen. I've never seen Arrested Development. I probably should. I hear it's good.
I watched a couple episodes many years ago, and it didn't get a laugh out of me, so I didn't go back.
Okay.
Yeah, it was at a time. At a time, it was maybe considered smart or funny. It didn't really last for me. Like I don't go back and watch it and laugh or think things were particularly funny there.
Speaking of highly intelligent humor, Harley, have you followed any of Fish Tank?
Someone on there had AIDS.
Did you see that?
I did. I watched highlights. I didn't watch a lot of this one live.
The Twitter clippers help out a lot. Oh, Kyle doesn't know the AIDS thing.
No one does.
Sam, Judge Jebediah Goldstriker, makes them do all these activities and just random. A lot of it is clearly stuff where they're like, Jet, quick, go buy a dozen AIDS tests from CVS. We're going to have all of the fish take AIDS tests. And so he had them all take AIDS tests to make sure that everyone was clean because someone kept TTSing. Like they used the black voice to keep going like, yo, one of these fish has fucking AIDS. Get them tested.
Holy shit.
And so they kept doing that. And then everyone took the AIDS test, like all 8 of them, and all of them came back negative except for the Japanese guy, Shinji, where they were all looking at the lines because like any test, like there's a control line to show that it's actually reading it and it's not a faulty device. And then there's the one that shows up if it detects the antibodies of the given test that it's for. And Sam was even looking at it. He's like, everyone was like, Shinji has a little bit of a line on the like positive for AIDS thing. And he used to work in porn in Japan. And Sam was like, no, hold on. Bring that here. And he's like, really? Like, yeah, there's a little bit of a line. It says any amount of a line. And so they got a little nervous. And I've never seen at the end of the day, like, if it's an incomplete line, the test does say like disregard this, test again. But it's still, if you take an AIDS test and there's anything but a clean slate there, I would be absolutely panicked. And this dude, Shinji, this Japanese guy, they're like, Sam's like, Shinji, you failed your AIDS test. You might have HIV. And Shinji's like, yeah, AIDS. Better to have this than to be a virgin, right? And then and everyone was like, ugh. Oh,
what
like, they tested him again like 2 days later, and he had no response to having AIDS. Everyone's like, Shinji, what's it like having HIV, being HIV positive? And he's like, pretty good. Like
Are we sure he understands enough English to know what they're saying?
He understood the English, like he can read, he can hear what they're saying and understand it. He just is bad at parsing it quickly and responding.
So he didn't really have AIDS.
No, they retested him, and he does not have AIDS. And so, what do you mean shit? You wanted that little Japanese boy to have AIDS?
What I wanted was for Sam to go, or Mr. Goldstriker to go, ruh-roh.
I told you they took the IQ test, right?
Yeah.
And that one guy got an 82 on it, which is just astounding. Airsoft Fatty's back. I've also not followed it much in the last week and a half or so because there was an Age of Empires 2 tournament on YouTube I was watching. Game rules. But I would like the Twitter clippers for Fish Tank are great because you can go and like follow a thread and in just 20 minutes, 30 minutes, watch like all the key parts of the day. And
like, thank God Elon Musk owns Twitter because then we could see the clips because they're still on Twitter.
Exactly. Yeah. And Airsoft Fatty was brought back.
You did say Twitter. I'm sorry. I had Twitch in my head.
Airsoft Fatty. That guy has just the most baffling physical existence of anyone I've seen. Like, his body doesn't make sense.
Woody wants to kill him so bad.
No, well, Woody does not like the fats. But if there's anyone that, I mean, clearly he eats way too much. But the way he is fat is like the kind of fat where you're like, okay, there's something going on there. Like that's not the way fat distributes on a body. There's some genetic thing going on that's making
like his
him
neck
look,
has a back.
His neck has a back. He's walking around stark naked, like almost like all the time now. And you can see, I watched like the clips from the first season where he was walking around naked and you couldn't see like dick or balls at all because of how fat he is. There, I saw a still of him sitting naked on one of the shared couches in their lounge.
I don't
could see his balls.
Share this. I don't even want to share this.
You couldn't see his dick though.
I don't even want to share this. Okay. So I hope one of these scumbag clip channel motherfuckers of yours post it on TikTok. Don't do this, okay? But he stunk so bad. I Creator Clash, we're like walking out to see the place and he was gonna sing, and I'm like two people behind him, and this whole like hallway that we're walking in is just like heat, stink emanating, like smells like something like not like a bad smell like BO or like shit, like a biological waste accident, like a like
poop.
Like wherever they would take bad skin at the hospital that's been collected off of something and put it into like some receptacle or something like that. It was thick,
like rot.
It was like rot, like a maybe this is what a dead body would be.
I wonder
like.
if he's slippery to the touch, right? Like
an amphibian.
Like touches his deltoid or something. Is it greasy? Is it slippery?
They did make. I did see a clip.
Velvety, maybe.
I did see a clip where he was naked, and they had, I think, a couple of the contestants pour or rub baby oil all over him for a slip and slide. And he does not have the physical capacity to like jump onto the slide. So like when he would do it, like do it, fatty. It's like a 3-foot slide, but like. You're right about the smell thing. That's not just you. That's definitely seems to be a recurring thing. That prostitute from the first season of Fish Tank who wouldn't sleep with him because she said he smelled like poop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is sad. He's got.
If I ran Fish Tank, I would oil up Airsoft Fatty and see who could prevent him from leaving the kiddie pool. You know, like a wrestling match.
I think that would be. I think I could easily prevent him from leaving a kiddie pool because he's so heavy.
What if it wouldn't
take that much to wear him out.
What if you had to carry him like that?
No chance.
Where they have the greased pig. You do the greased pig thing from the rodeo.
No chance you could carry him. None of us could carry him.
Really?
Yeah, he's like 400 pounds. There's zero chance any of us could carry that guy.
Oh,
Pete Kyle throws him on his shoulder and carries him like a burn victim.
Pete Kyle is doing this show like Stephen Hawking if he tries that.
He would just, my body would pierce through him and he would move over. I always act like Superman can pick up a mountain, but really he just like bore through the mountain because he's as sharp as a Superman pressing on a mountain. That's what would happen to him. He would just I would go through him and I would be left covered in the
or all four of us grab a limb, get a good grip on a limb and lift. And I feel like all the limbs dislocate and the body stays.
Yeah, it might be, and then it would just regrow. I imagine he has that capacity.
I imagine him being filled with that slime from Nickelodeon. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know,
dude. But they're in the last bit of the show. Last probably week. I don't know exactly the amount of days, but 6 weeks, right? And they had Airsoft Fatty and Frank Hassle in there at the same time, just creating an unpalatable environment for them because Airsoft Fatty is seemingly just kind of unpleasant to be around because he smells bad. And the dude has the gift of gab. He can talk all day and say nothing. All day. And then Frank Hassle can walk it like I saw a clip of Frank's just sitting there like just chatting with the fish, just kind of being a shithead with them and like almost lulling them into a sense of like, yeah, he's gonna mess with us a bit but won't be too bad. And he's like, all right. And then he just like walks away, gets a big gallon of spoiled milk out of the refrigerator, and then just sneaks back out of the kitchen and upends the whole thing on this girl's head, and they get into a little kerfuffle. Frank's very good at getting under people's skin and bothering them, and I guess that
creative.
I don't like this.
I'm not
premise at
saying
all.
that it's creative to pour milk. I'm saying that if it is your job to go in and hassle people, pouring milk on them is a pretty good way to do it.
That's awful to live through. But this whole premise where offense is okay but defense is illegal is horseshit.
No.
Bullying is fine. Standing up for yourself is against the rules.
No. Like they let one of the contestants got so pissed she was like spitting and like swinging and hitting and throwing eggs at Frank back, and they allowed that. That was fine. They only shut that down when Frank hassled her so much that she like ran and grabbed scissors and was like threatening to stab him. Like, stay the fuck away from me. Stop bothering me.
Yeah.
And then they shut that down, and they were like, "All right, Frank, get away from her. Like she's gonna stab you."
Yeah, I mean,
I thought right away when the show season 2 was done over Christmas, I was like, "Oh fuck, that's good." Like if you're gonna do it and how it is, like him doing it over Christmas right away, I'm like, that is so depressing for the fish.
Yeah, I would never do that. And you're self-selecting then to the kind of people who would say, I would rather be fucked with on a reality show than be with my family on Christmas. And that is a big self-selection thing, right? Like that self-selects for weirdos. Because if any of us were asked to do that, any reality show, even if it wasn't getting hassled and messed with and having TTS blaring at you, you'd be like, oh, wait, it's through Christmas? No, that's family time. I'm going to spend time with my family.
Yeah, it depends. I love Christmas. I have celebrated my entire life as part of my family. But I'm telling you right now, if I had a shot to be on the show, fuck this hot girl island or something, I think I might go be on the show.
I was
but you wouldn't go on.
Shout out to my family, but
my services are for sale over Christmas. They're just expensive.
Yeah, you wouldn't. We're not talking about hot girl island. We're talking about you go somewhere where the challenges are like smoke as many cigarettes as you can.
Okay,
and then
I could do that, but
activities.
Can you not like
for $50,000 at most?
Can you do any of these fish fuck each other?
I think there have been a couple of them went into a closet together early in the season.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't think anyone's actually fucking in there. I can't imagine a more stressful environment.
Would you break a piece off in any of these fish? Not one.
Oh,
not one.
no.
Not one. Not one that's ever been or around or anything.
So breaking a piece off, is that fun?
A quick rinse. You want to do a little quick rinse with one of these fish?
Well, maybe a quick rinse with AIrsoft Fatty, but
yeah, I heard it needs a bath.
But the rest, dude, he's got like 500,000 subs. I'm a clout chaser. I'll go. I'm gonna fuck with AIrsoft Fatty. Yeah. The Japanese, one funny recurring bit is like the Japanese guy doesn't seemingly know a lot about American culture. Like everyone will come in and be like, so what do you do here? He's like, student California. And they're like, oh, for what? He's like, computer programming. And like, it's just like the same kind of shit right there. And all he really knows is like, he'll like reference Mr. Beast a lot. Like, like YouTube, like Mr. Beast, he will do, and so Sam, you know that meme of the fake Mr. Beast who's going like this, with like that. They got him to come in, and so they were amping it up where they're like, Mr. Beast is coming today. He might even bring Chris with him, and they were like, and then they like amped it up. They're like, Mr. Beast is here, and Shinji's like, oh, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast coming to fish tank. And then they bring this clearly fake Mr. Beast up there, and they obviously didn't fill him in on the extent of what he'd be doing. They just told him like, go up there and act like Mr. Beast and do like whatever your bit is with him. And so like like an hour into it, or like I saw this through highlights, so I don't know how long into it, but by the highlights, Mr. Beast was clearly getting very exasperated at the questions. Like they stopped asking him questions, and the producers would kept being like, keep asking him questions. Aren't you curious to ask Mr. Beast about his success? Are you curious to ask him? And so they like asked him just all these questions, and it got to the point where they had nothing left to ask. And so this like weird contestant, they're like, TJ, you have to have more to ask Mr. Beast. And he's like, and this guy's like a nervous, like ticky guy. He's like, Mr. Beast, I want to know, how is your Crohn's disease? And it's like, what? How's your Crohn's disease? It's like, that's the only thing you knew about Mr. Beast, is that he has Crohn's disease.
I didn't know that about Mr. Beast.
You wanted to follow up? I learned it. That's real lore.
So how did Kenji end up on this show though? Like
he said a friend recommended him. Yeah.
It's got to be a bit. No, it's a bit. I'm calling it. It's a bit.
If it is, then this guy is Daniel Day-Lewis, like because he's been getting fucked with and like having milk poured on him and being harassed by Frank Hassle as well. I saw
that guy's in character.
The Mr. Beast guy put a wig on that looked so much like Kyle's 2011 hairstyle that I tweeted it. Did you see?
I saw it.
Did you see it? And Frank Hassle has definitely gained a significant amount of weight, seemingly, but after the first season, or maybe I'm misremembering, but he seems to be getting heavier, and he shaved his head, and so it looks like a 2012 video of Kyle and Wings.
Wow. Yeah, I'm seeing skinny Wings of Redemption there too.
Yeah, I'm seeing a very svelte.
That's what it would look like if you took some of his onto your body. Like if
that's
you
what
were able
happened.
to transfer it.
What this is actually is like if Marvel had a Wings of Redemption verse, and Wings like stole some sort of crystal to go to the perfect universe where I was this guy and he was that guy. That's what's happened here.
Like I saw like afterward the Mr. Beast guy was getting very just not pleased with being there, and Sam took him up to the attic, which is like this weird room they have to like do little downloads and pep talks and discussions. And once they got up there, the Mr. Beast guy was like, you know, they're not really asking questions about the bit. Should I keep doing the bit? I don't really, how long do I have to stay here? And Sam, it's like midnight. And Sam's like, Sam's like leaving. He's like, dude, just stay the night. Just stay the night. We'll take care of this tomorrow. Just stay the night and we'll keep working through it. That was like 2 days ago. I think he's still in the tank. still in there, just futzing around. So like, if you just like go to fishtank.live, it's free to watch. But like the Twitter clip channels too are very, very helpful because they'll like piece out the action so that you can kind of catch up.
We went to
a lot of very funny moments.
Taylor and I, we had gone to lunch with Sam and his whole operation, and I was like vlogging it a whole bunch. I told him I was like, I'm going to film a bunch out of this. I want to have some moments. And every time the camera went on to Sam, he just started talking extensively about Chris from Mr. Beast's team.
Yeah.
And saying all types of stuff that would ensure that this vlog will never see the light of day on my channel. And he kept being like, so how's this vlog going of yours? Is it good? Or do I need to talk about Chris from Mr. Beast more?
He did. He ruined your vlog.
I have a cut of it that's like entirely, it's there, and there's just so much beeping. It's like beep, 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 and then he's like Muslim child, beep, 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 and a pole long enough to go inside, beep, beep, beep. And like we were just looking at the cut, and we're like, this can go somewhere. We'll find a home for this.
Yeah. That was a wild conversation to listen to while I was eating my fucking lamb skewers or whatever the fuck we had at that little.
Yeah, what was funny also,
bistro.
some guy came up to him at the range and they were like, yo, I'm with some guy and I edit for Mr. Beast and I love your videos. And he was like, yeah, and the guy was talking and I was there and I'm like, wait, but yo, you make Mr. Beast watch Sam Hyde? And he's like, yeah, Jimmy's seen a couple. I'm like, does Mr. Beast love Sam Hyde? Does he? Tell us. He's like, no, he's seen a lot of videos. And then Sam was there and he's like, what about Chris?
Yeah, a lot of people were like clearly trying at that event to like get Sam to do something for them, like for content or something. Like I was with him at the gun thing and someone walked up and was like, oh, Sam Hyde, oh, big fan of this and that. He's like, will you come over here and on camera be like, fuck Russia? And Sam like
he was
laughed.
Wearing a shirt. He was wearing like a Ukraine shirt also.
He's wearing like a Ukraine shirt, and Sam like laughed at him and was like, "No, dude, like no,
like I'm not gonna.
You want me to like come over there and like do your political video right now, like just on a whim? Like that's goofy. Why would you want me to do that? That was a fun event. I want to shoot an MP40 again.
He's got to have some crazy dudes that come up to him.
I don't think you can just buy one.
Get a semi-automatic one, yeah.
The MP40 was a hit there, by the way.
The way the internet works, like
everybody liked the MP40.
I guarantee somebody out there makes like an MP40 semi-automatic things that you could fuck around with and then stick on the wall.
It was better than the Tommy
I
gun.
just like that at that shooting range, everyone was shooting the MP40 and loving it. Everyone putting it down was like, damn, those guys were onto something with this.
Dude,
Those guys were onto something.
There's a lot of reasons to shit on the Nazis, but nobody ever goes after like the engineering part of it.
1937 they made this? Are you kidding me?
They're never like those damn Nazis and their math and engineering idiots. They're like, no, it was the other stuff that people don't like.
The other stuff.
Yeah, it was the other stuff. They loved the rockets.
I went through my era of going in really deep on all of that, and man.
I think
Japanese make way meaner Nazis.
I think
they were much meaner.
What was the Kyle will know this 731? Is that
731?
it? Something like that, where they would do like vivisection. Like
the most,
they were like, take this baby out of this person, inject this disease, put the baby back in that person, and sew that person's arms onto the person, and let's see what happens. Oh, and by the way, fuck that person on your lunch break too. And like that's literally, and I write it all down in these documents.
Oh, they're
trying. Then the U.S.
just do it. Like
the Japanese were absolutely worse than the Nazis. Maybe not on scale, but of actually when you throw China in, the scale's probably like this very similar with what they did in China, in Nanking especially. Babies on bayonets, fetuses being torn out of women's wombs while they're raped to death. The vivisection, which is when you dissect a human being alive without anesthetic. Tons of experiments that, unfortunately, the Allies would later reap the benefits of. Things like they would want to expose someone to cold, right? Like freeze someone's arm, frostbite it, and then let's find the best way to save those fingers. Well, if you can freeze people every day and test a new thing and freeze them a little longer or like thaw them out slowly or quickly or inject this into them first, or they would do horrible experiments like that. And then, by the time it was over, we got this data. Like, it's been done now. We can use this. And it was, just the same way we used the Nazis' rocket tech and Werner von Braun.
No, apparently with all the stuff that they got from the Japanese, they were like, yeah, you're going to want all the things that we've done, everything like that. And, just cut some deals to the U.S. And the U.S. like, don't tell anyone else about this. And then they did it and they got the book and they're like, this is just a timetable of who's fucking the prisoners. There's like apparently the useful factor of it was so low in terms of what they traded off that they were like, oh, there's information here, but how much of it is like scientifically that we're going to believe was done in a certain way. They're just like, this was just like fucked up people having fun masquerading as scientists.
Not even any
fucked up
good
stuff.
shit.
And to be fair though, like I feel like we got them. Like we went in there and straightened that out. Yeah, like they're still embarrassed about that stuff. I saw a video the other day of some Japanese. Oh, he's old, 1,000 years old, and he's like crying and apologizing for what he did in the war. Like I feel like they feel sorry about it now.
Yeah,
is that what you want?
And they're looking pretty good. The country's looking pretty good.
Yeah,
are they? Is Japan doing? I always imagine that
I look at it.
Good.
I look at Germany and I look at Japan, and I'm like, oh, okay. So the U.S. They can fix a couple problems here and there.
Yeah.
Okay. USA, baby.
Yeah, let's get the same.
All it requires is 115 U.S. Army installations in the country. Be great.
If I had to live
totally
in
be great.
any Asian country, it would be Japan, right? Like, is there even a close? Okay,
I think there's one that might.
Korea.
There might be one that likes fucking white people more. I don't think they're down to fuck us, you and I.
I think the South Koreans are too full of themselves. We've let them advance a little too far. But the Japanese,
they're going for that culture. They're going for that Civ 5 cultural victory right now with the K-pop and.
America already won the cultural victory.
What's going on? It's final hour. There's a lot of moves are happening right now. South Korea is doing big stuff. You got kids out there dressed like Blackpink, watching fucking One Piece, reading the manga. Like they're not watching WWE like they used to. NFL's not doing the most right now.
Not
Football's becoming soccer everywhere.
Do you watch American?
Yeah.
Do you watch football? Do you care about the NFL at all?
I used to love it. I played football for 15 years and just No, like in the last 8-9 years, no, not at all.
Did you play
I watched the Super
American
Bowl.
or Canadian football?
It was a weird mix. But the field was a Canadian field. Like it's,
Is that like a different size field?
Yeah, there's
like
no
geese or something.
There's the 50-yard line. There's a center line. There's two 50-yard lines. In American, the 50-yard line's the middle. In Canadian, there's a 50-yard line on both sides, and then a center line.
So it's a longer field.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much?
And the end
longer?
zone is deeper, 10 yards. And
the end zone is deeper. That's
the end zone's deeper too. And you can.
What did the XFL do back in the day? Didn't they make a shorter field and a bigger end zone to like, beef up the scoring? Like it's a lot easier.
Arena was a smaller football field, I think, wasn't it? Arena football.
Yeah.
It was tighter or something. But yeah, man, that
don't really-
XFL that was a crazy time.
What position did you play in the mixed
I played for so
football?
long that it depended if I was younger or older in the age group at that time. But more often than not, I really took a liking to defense, and I like to play linebacker a lot. Sometimes defensive end.
Okay.
Yeah, I was tight end a couple years.
I guess white guys can be defensive ends in Canada.
Yeah, you literally could be anything you want in Canada.
What else would our defensive end be?
You could be any position.
There was this like really funny meme. This ex-football player does a podcast, Will Compton. Some like media or ex-football player, not even a media guy, ex-football player was like, if there was an all-black versus all-white NFL game, the black team would run away with it. Like he was like saying this in like anger. He was like mad, like about some shit. And this Will Compton, white guy, was like, made a video where he's like, let's break it down. Let's see what we get. And so he's like doing every position. He's like, quarterback. All right. The white team's looking good. We're looking good here. The line, the tight ends. We got all the tight ends, baby. This and that. And then it like he kept saying like how they were good at all the position. He even said, he's like, we can take Mahomes, but we might have to let him pick what team he plays for, or you just exclude anyone who's half. They can't play in the game.
Yeah,
but otherwise we
Mahomes.
got whoever, I don't know the other quarterbacks' names, but he like it was funny because he was like talking up like it's a good team until he got to like the defensive ends, and he's like, all right, the defensive ends here, we're in trouble. All right, we need first of all, we need Christian McCaffrey to play both ends. We need him to play offense and defense because he's one of the only guys, the white guy's fast enough to keep up. As far as other white DNs, maybe this guy who's like a third stringer here, and there's a really promising kid out of Wisconsin right now. We're gonna bring him up to the league, and it was just hilarious hearing him be like, yeah, the white team's gonna be really good, and it seemed like really good until he got to like the really fast defensive end position.
I don't know who the QB
yeah,
would
we're
be.
in trouble. I don't know. He rattled a couple off. I don't know
for the white team.
Because I think I don't know anything about the NFL, but I did see some stat on Reddit the other day that was like it was like black people Twitter, and they're like, we're doing okay, and it was like 7 out of 8 of the QBs in the playoffs or something were black or biracial or something. I'm probably wrong about that stat, but it was very high. It was like most of them. Like I don't know.
Wait, the black team can't claim biracial people in this line.
Then why can the white team?
No, I was saying this guy said that they can't. This guy's test was that if you say it, you can play on the black team. But if you don't, you have to play on the white team. It was a very, very funny video.
Did you see that Larry David clip where he calls his ex-wife's lawyer a baldy? He's like, I can call you that. That's like how the blacks can call each other ninjas. And he's
he can call you baldy.
Yeah, I can say you're bald. I'm bald. It's fucking great.
You can say you're bald, as if that's something to say. Pointed out, hey, baldy, we don't want your kind.
Yeah, but he does have a moment where someone else is like, yeah, he's like bald, and the guy was like, it's like a black dude talking to him who's also bald, and he's like, yeah, so he called you bald, and he's like, yeah, it's a hate crime, and he's like, no, it's not. He goes, well, I was offended when he said it. He goes, I'm bald. I'm not offended. He goes, with all due respect, sir, that is a choice. You are shaving your head. We do not consider you one of us, so you wouldn't know what it's like to be called bald when you're And he's like saying it to a black dude who's bald.
It's so true. No, that's 100% true. Yeah, like Larry David, he's suffered through baldness. He's been bald as long. He was bald before he was famous. He's had to suffer with that his whole entire life. He was
He's had
that hairline since like 1985.
Yeah, there's old SNL clips of him with like a bald head with like fucking all the other hair, except for the on top. But the episode of Curb, they like this falafel place or a shawarma place, and the people there are, they're Arabic, and he's going there with his friend Jeff, and they're going and they're like, yeah, we love this place, and then his other friend shows up, Super Dave, and he comes and he has a kippah on because he's more Jewish these days, and they're like, what are you doing? Take your kippah off. And he's like, no, why am I going to take my kippah off? It's fine. They got a problem. He's like, no, they don't have a problem, but we're not going to throw it in their faces that we're Jewish. He's like, I'm not taking my kippah off. Like, if we're not going in there unless you take the kippah off. He's like, I don't want to. And they're like, take it off. And they're trying to take the kippah off his head. And all the Arabs inside who eat there are watching them outside, ripping the kippah off him. And they slam it. And they're like, get him. They don't hear them. And they're like, get out of here. And then they walk in and they're all like clapping for him. And he's like,
and Larry's bowing to and it's Palestinian. It's a Palestinian chicken place. And the hottest Palestinian woman probably on the earth, I guess, comes up and she's like, you made the Jew take off his Jew cap? He's like, yeah, I did make the Jew take off his Jew cap. I said, get it off. Oh, what is your name? I'm Larry David. Larry David. And then that's my favorite episode.
Larry David, the most Jewish-looking man alive, is somehow sneaking under the radar for these Palestinians.
She hate fucks him later. It's great. She's upstairs riding Larry David. She's like, "Fuck me, you dirty Jew! Fuck me, you dirty Jew!" And Larry's very Jewish friend happens to be downstairs overhearing this, and he's so shocked and offended. It's so good. Fuck me, you dirty Jew.
The premise of that show, so many episodes are so hilarious.
Yeah.
And Seinfeld had that too, but Seinfeld, the laugh track ruins it because the laugh track for Seinfeld follows the sitcom beat of like a beat, the laugh, a beat, the laugh. But the beat is so funny in Seinfeld, just like in Curb, where it's like that could already have a laugh, but you hold your laugh because the timing of it is meant for the sitcom. And sometimes like the funniest parts is not in line with the laughing, and I just wish I could watch Seinfeld with no laugh track.
There's
like
one where Larry.
But if you did watch it with no laugh track, it would be jarring and weird because because the pacing of it. Like they have to wait.
They'll wait, yeah,
in order to deliver the line.
I want to sit through. I want to sit through that pain.
Like if you're like me, you think you hate laugh tracks, and then you watch it without the laugh track, and it's like. It did make the show.
I feel alone now.
It told me the show was funny, and it convinced me the show was funny. It convinced me that joke was good. It works.
It would
but
still be a
Seinfeld,
very
it's like
funny
it does
show.
the wrong times. Like it's the wrong times a lot of time. Like in Curb, I laugh at like the setup. The setup itself is so stupid that it's funny. But like they're not. They never laugh at the setup.
It's like the premise
visual.
itself is worth laughing.
The episode where Larry has an assistant in his office, this woman, and she's got a bare midriff, so but she's chubby, so she's got these big love handles, and her gut is hanging over her, and her big belly buttons, and he's just like,
Woody's furious right now.
There's nothing funny about obesity, Kyle. You've lost me.
And she's like up on a ladder, like thrusting her gut forward, and like Larry finally says something to her, but she gets all offended, and it's a whole. Like little things like that where he's offended someone. I'm often on his side though, because I guess I hate people. I'm like, yeah, what the fuck were you thinking? No, there's no kids allowed at the party. We're gonna tell adult jokes. Why is your 12-year-old at an adult dinner party? I don't know. I love that show. I was watching it a lot this week.
Has anyone else seen Loudermilk? Am I the only one watching that?
I haven't even heard of that.
It's on Netflix, right?
It's on Netflix. The star is the guy from Office Space.
Yeah.
You guys familiar with him?
The main dude.
Ron Livingston.
He is he? Okay. And he leads a Alcoholics Anonymous group, but I guess it's people do meth and whatever. And he is just a sour, cranky, grumpy music critic who like gets on everybody's nerves, and I enjoy the show. So
is this a good one?
7 out of 10.
because I have so many. I have so many shows to watch now and things that I like doing, gaming, whatever. That
I'm in the opposite. What do you need to watch? I don't have any content.
I'm out.
I got something to tell you. I've never seen Sopranos, so I'm watching that for the first time.
Oh, any other suggestions I haven't seen?
It holds up. I didn't know. Oh, no, The Wire I've
Thrones.
seen. I've seen The Wire.
You know, I heard this Lord of the Rings movie's not bad.
They're solid. Give them a watch.
Go to Harley for show advice. He comes back with The Sopranos. Jesus.
It's 2024, no less.
I watched
the
like
25th anniversary, by the way.
This is a hidden gem. Better.
I watched like 3 episodes of the new Reacher series because I thought the first season was fun,
you know
and
what,
I was
man?
like, man, this kind of sucks. And then
Can I tell you something? It does, but you know what I fucking love about that show, and I can't believe this is where we've gone, is like listen, the new Star Wars movies came out, people were like, a black stormtrooper and this bitch with a lightsaber, and that never bothered me. But they're always like, I don't like this. They made the fucking Ghostbusters women. I didn't care. I never really cared. But it's been going on, and maybe the back and forth of everything is just like, it's just been low-key exhausting me in the background. I don't know. But watching Reacher, this big, strong white man who's so fucking smart, and there's no issues. He handles everything. I saw him beat up a car in one episode.
he likes pussy.
Car.
He's straight.
He's straight as hell. He's gonna fuck this woman. I'm watching this and I'm like, you know what? This is refreshing. Dude, like a fucking perfect white man. It's been a minute, and I'm kind of happy he's here.
Season 1 is that.
We talked about it on PKN. Reach is a superhero film. Like, they don't tell you he's a superhero, but the guy beats up fucking cars. He 1v6s peoples with weapons.
Yeah,
powers.
You need powers to be a superhero.
He never sweats.
He
never gets hit. Yeah, he gets their password.
Right?
I was laughing.
Oh, this guy really likes respect. Oh, who would he be? And it's his own fucking name.
That was really embarrassing and stupid, but he's not a superhero.
That is not the only password he guesses. He can guess what hotel you've chosen.
He doesn't have any powers.
He does.
He's just supposed to be like a sleuth.
He's more powerful than Batman.
What are you swaying me? What are you swaying me? Here's why. If you ignore that he never says, the super serum gave me the ability to bench press a Volkswagen. He never says that, and there is no serum. However, if a Volkswagen fell on him, I'm sure he'd get it off. I'm sure.
Yeah, he's juiced up.
He's the main character.
No, but it's a super serum. He's got enough juice in his ass. Like, that's a super.
You don't understand.
He's a super soldier.
Batman isn't a superhero.
But is Batman on roids?
Batman is
Batman on roids,
He doesn't have superpowers. He's just a guy.
Reacher's on a lot of steroids.
So is Iron Man also not a superhero?
No, he's a hero. He's not super. If you take
Iron
him out of
Man's
his
superhero.
suit,
Tony Stark's not a superhero.
If you tank a guy out of his tank, he's not a tank commander anymore. He's
billionaire, philanthropist, playboy.
Scarlet and fucking Black Widow's not a superhero in your world, and Hawkeye's
if I wear the Iron Man suit,
Falcon's not a superhero.
Yeah, none of these.
Man's not
if you don't have superpowers, you're not a superhero. You can still be a hero.
That's not how it works.
You can still be like Chris Kyle, who sniped those bad guys, if I remember right.
At the Superdome.
At the Superdome. And you got those bad guys that were camping out at the Superdome. And like, but you need
screen down.
If you're gonna be a superhero,
that's what
you need super strength, super speed. Any superhero needs super skills. No, he only in the suit.
He shows all of the signs of being an actual superhero. If in the 3rd season they were like, Preacher, how do you always look like that? You're eating collard greens and beating bad people up. You live on a bus. Like, I know you're not getting your 8 hours and eating your protein.
He exists on restaurant food. He's eating pie and Clark bars every episode. You telling me there's no superpowers involved?
No, that is a suspension.
I was exposed. I was bitten by a radioactive hot guy when I was a child.
I was bitten by a radioactive Navy SEAL. And he turned me into the most powerful man of all time.
Like,
but yeah, no, you literally cannot be a superhero.
I could see that. Wait, hold on.
That's what I mean.
I think Taylor is right there. But if we think a bit further, I think if a person can do something like let's say Batman is not a superhero by that definition, but Batman stops a supervillain, he's got to get bumped up to superhero status at that point.
I've walked this
now
planet
he's got
for 50 years.
The Joker's
now.
not a supervillain,
50, 50 years, 5 decades, and I've never met anyone who knows less about superheroes than Taylor. I'm not going to accept his argument on.
That's not true. Tell me, name a superhero. I'll tell you what their power is.
Reacher.
Not a superhero.
You already got one wrong. Skin color.
That's one for Taylor. Fire another one across my bow. Any superhero, I'll tell you their power.
Black Panther.
Havoc.
Black Panther. Ethno-nationalism. He's the most powerful ethno-nationalist in
what's
global
Iron
history.
Man's power?
He is not a superhero.
Money.
He is a guy in a suit.
To get back to where we started, though, I agree with you when it's on season 1 Reacher. It was like, holy shit, this takes me back to the 80s when we had like 3 different muscled up white guys who were just good at everything and killed everyone in their movies. It's like an old school schlocky action shit with a refreshingly new character who I'd never seen before because I never saw Blue Mountain State. Season 2 Reacher, it's become the ethno Scooby-Doo gang. There's a brown woman to fix every problem. I couldn't watch past.
Yeah, but only because Reacher tells her what to fix.
Wait, I'm confused because I know there's a what's her name? Niall Neagley? What is that?
I don't know if you could
Neely.
say that.
Neely, I ever told you you're smart, right? Like if people don't watch the show, he is this partner, and her name is Neely, and she makes good decisions
all the time.
What other brown women are there in the show?
I don't know. I turned it off after the second episode. There were just a lot of brown people. There were just a lot of brown people, and that's not what I'm there for. You know,
Jesus Christ.
I'm just looking for a safe space for me. That's all. You know.
Well, I'm current on Reacher, and it just disappoints me week after week.
Why don't you dip out of shows earlier?
Because I stick to the end.
I pull the plug, baby.
Dude, I read books I hate. I'm like, this will never get good, but I'll know what happens at the end.
Let me give you a perfect example of this. There's a show on Apple TV called Monarch. Now, let me explain what this is because it's interesting. It is about the Monarch organization that like looks out for the Godzillas and the King Kongs of the world. It's the organization that's heavily featured in all of those Godzilla movies. Well, this is a show all about them and them like trying to deal with Godzilla and the world of monsters. Yeah.
Does Monarch refer to like a group of people, an organization, or a big butterfly?
A group of people, a big organization, a global super giant mega monster tracking organization. And they know about Skull Island. And it begins with a de-aged John Goodman sprinting through the jungle.
This is a show?
Yeah.
That takes place in the Skull Island universe?
It's brand new. It's on Apple TV.
I loved Kong. I love that movie.
You got de-aged John Goodman running from the jungle, and he's doing like a selfie video with like an old school camera.
So a lot of CGI because he's running.
It doesn't look bad. And he's apologizing to like a kid or somebody or a wife he's left behind to be on this island, and he's like putting it in this rubber bag, and he's hurling it into the ocean because he thinks he's about to die. And then you don't see if he dies. I'm sure he doesn't because they're going to utilize him more than that. And I was so into it. And then they like cut to this Japanese girl, and we stayed with her for way too long. And then we met her like half Japanese brother, and we're still with her. And I still hadn't seen Godzilla or John Goodman in a while.
Is the problem with this show that there's too many squinty eyes in it? Is that what you're telling me?
I was told that Kurt Russell was going to make an appearance, and I haven't seen him yet either. And it's like I was counting on at least 2 old white men to carry this show, and I'm getting
to be wrong.
And I'm getting like 4 Asian people, and now they're down in like the bomb shelter hiding from Godzilla, and they're all saying Godzilla, all ethnically, Like I mean, I know they invented the guy or whatever, but come on, it's Godzilla.
But he's ours now.
We own him. That's what we do. We take
I disagree
from you and we
big
improve.
time. If I'm watching a Godzilla movie, I want a lot of Japs. Like full to the brim, huge numbers of Japanese.
These are talky Japs, not runny Japs.
That's fine. I want both. You're gonna need both. There's gonna be a lot of running Japanese. There's gonna be a lot of screaming Japanese.
Did you guys watch Godzilla -1?
No, I've never seen a Godzilla.
That I'm excited for. As soon
I've heard
as it comes
really,
out,
really good. Everyone's
I'm looking forward to pirating
good.
TV show or movie?
It's a
movie. It's like 95% Rotten Tomatoes. It's Japanese made. It's the world. It takes place right after World War II. So we've got peace, but I think the nuclear stuff has either awoken Godzilla or created him. In any case, he's on the attack, and they're utilizing World War II battleships to hit him and stuff. But it takes huge chunks out of him. But he's like Wolverine mode, healing up in the next scene. By the next time you see him. And the main character, I think, is a failed kamikaze pilot who's like, "Ooh, dishonorable," and so now he wants to like.
Oh,
take
if only
Godzilla.
there were a worthy target for me to fry into. Oh, I wonder what that will. I wonder what that will end up being.
I have a
Probably
universe
Godzilla's mouth.
Is there? So there's Godzilla, King Kong, and Mothra in this universe, right?
Yeah.
Is there any others? Or is it
Mothra, there's a Rodan or whatever. What's the three-headed dragon?
What in the
thing?
Godzilla versus King Kong universe?
Yeah.
No
There's a new monkey. It's
Yeah,
like
there's baby
it's an orangutan. That's the type that's down there. It looks longer and skinnier and it looks smarter. And he has like it looks like he had some cool magical weapons.
There's lots.
King Kong had a gauntlet, like an infinity gauntlet on.
Really?
Yeah, they were doing
I
a
can't
lot.
tell what to believe and what not to. I think Harley's fucking.
Most of this is
No,
true.
no, everything I said to you is absolutely true.
That's
the
why-
guy's
that's-
name is Scar. I think the
So this
There's
is
a monkey
like-
with an infinity gauntlet.
No,
This
King
is-
Kong has an infinity gauntlet that turns into a shield and stuff, and he's underground. There's like an orangutan that's like
Follow
really
Earth.
smart, yeah, and he has an army of fucking monkeys and
So Woody, he's not bullshitting. The whole Godzilla King Kong shit has really jumped the shark. And they've made like 5 movies of that shit. And at this point, they're going to the center of the earth with the girl from Stranger Things, and they've got like a mech Godzilla powered by some magical rock from the center of the earth. But Godzilla or King Kong shows up with like a fancy axe hammer thing, and it's got that magic stone in it too. And he goes all Super Saiyan Thor mode with it, and he teams up with Godzilla. And together they take on Mech Godzilla, who of course a billionaire owns because rich people are the bad guys. And they they completely destroy Hong Kong, which is maybe the most beautiful city in the world at night. It's a crazy scene. But now they've made like 3 since then or something. They keep making them. But Godzilla King of the Monsters, there's a ton of monsters. There's like a Mothra. Mothra's the good guy. She's a Godzilla ally.
That.
She comes in and gives him like some magic love to like supercharge him up, and then he like shoots it out
Godzilla's a
and
good
stuff.
guy.
You know, he's more of an anti-hero.
goes back.
It depends on the city. Like, you're really worried when he starts stomping on San Francisco, but then when like a 3-headed dragon starts just eating Los Angeles, you're like, shit, I hope
You're glad
Godzilla
he's
comes
around.
over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I did. Hey, for shows, I said the curse and I said not to watch it. But if you did want something desperately to watch, that's a very painful show to watch.
True Detective's got a new season.
No, like painful in like it is. Dude, did you like Uncut Gems?
Yes. Of course.
Yeah, so
It's pretty good.
Safdie
Sad-
brothers, yeah, they wrote and directed this. They did that movie too. And so they are really good at making something look super real. Like they made like Adam Sandler into be a very believable Jewish man character in that movie.
Well, he's
That
Jewish.
is
it.
Yeah.
Adam
That is a
Sandler's
pl-
Jews. They pulled that off.
They somehow made Adam Sandler seem Jewish. The 8 Crazy Nights guy. They somehow made him seem Jewish.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You ever see Sandler before the nose job?
No.
Oh, I didn't.
Is it like offensive?
Yeah. It's like you wouldn't. If you
Like
described
that
him
dude
to a
with the
sketch
fake
artist,
Cheetos in that movie?
you'd be describing him to the sketch artist, the guy who like mugged you, and the sketch artist would be like, "Sir,
Oh, fuck.
you're a real anti-Semitic piece of shit. There's no way that your attacker looked like this." Like, that's
Please
what-
describe the assailant.
Well,
Have you ever seen the Harry Potter banking scene?
Have you seen Matt Rife before and after plastic surgery?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, he had
Oh.
like his teeth. He didn't have.
I think you know him if you saw him. He's a comedian. He's like 28, maybe. I'm making that up.
Oh, the good-looking
Not
young
He's
guy.
familiar with
very good looking.
Okay.
I think his storyline is like he had a ton of female fans because he's funny and he's handsome. And then he kind of like pushed back in his latest special, tried to like reject them and get more guy fans, they say. But anyway, before and after plastic surgery, he is much better looking now.
I mean, they
Did he
fixed
get
his teeth.
anything done
right?
other than his teeth?
I think he did his jaw. At least in his pictures, it looks like that.
Oh,
but he could have
yeah.
just grown up. I don't know.
Maybe a little, but he still has an interest.
The
I don't know,
jaw
he
could be the same. It's just like the teeth that jump out at me.
and just
And
much
getting your
more
teeth
high-
fixed, there's nothing wrong with that.
and also like he's wearing
it's been
makeup.
months since
and-
I've had that done. I was talking about my Invisalign.
I watched his.
Harley, did you finish your Invisalign?
No,
forgot
I
we were,
have.
like,
I have like.
Invisibuddies.
I have 40 days left. So
Right
pretty
there, then.
close. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
there. I'm
yeah.
at the end. I had an ortho appointment today.
They
I go in
stretched
there.
mine
I
a
go in
ton
there and I
too.
show him. He's like, "Show me your teeth." I look and he's like, "Cool, it's working." I'm like, "Cool." He's like, "All right." So I'll set up another appointment.
So how do you feel? You glad you did it? Not glad you did it?
Well, I wanted to go get veneers that look like Steve Harvey's teeth, so I'm very happy I didn't shave my teeth down to nubs for a joke.
Yeah.
Much happier with this, especially because veneers is totally a look in itself now that is everywhere, and like it's bothersome. Like I'm watching fucking Book of Boba Fett, and Boba Fett has veneers, and I'm like, what's going on here? Why does everyone have to have these these hauntingly white
Those are probably
teeth?
dentures. Boba Fett's 85 fucking years old.
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting veneers.
They're chunky whites.
Kanye went to the future with his teeth. Do you hear about this?
Oh, he went.
He got Jaws. He got Moonraker Jaws teeth.
He got titanium. he got titanium jaws from fucking James Bond. Someone explained to me that those are like dentures that go over his teeth, but they're like permanent. You know, they're like set in. But I don't know what to believe because as I dove through the comments, I kept getting varying things.
I imagine they're kind of like the vampire teeth. You can pull.
Did you see the cost? No.
Was it $850? That's
I don't believe that.
Well,
either he is lying or he was had by the most shyster dentist of all time. $1 million for a piece of titanium to put in his mouth.
Well,
he could have got that done for $400 in Mexico.
Well, it depends. The reason that it seemed like possible to me is it was before I saw them, because it looks to me like it's just like a bar. Like I imagined that he was going to have each tooth was going to be a perfect titanium tooth.
It's Jaws. He literally modeled it after Jaws from James Bond.
Because the thing that's expensive about machining titanium is the tooling has to be hard enough to tool titanium, and creating actual tiny individual titanium teeth would be so labor intensive, and you'd be going through so much expensive machinery that I could imagine it being expensive. But what he has, like you said, is like the James Bond, just like a bar, which how does he even eat? I'm not buying this one. I'm not buying this one.
Some Jewish dentist played a joke on him after all that shit talking he did.
That would be so funny. Is if he's like, yeah, I'm going to my dentist, Dr. Silvergold, and we are going to get my teeth taken care of. And then he just comes out $1 million poorer with rust in his mouth.
Titanium doesn't rust.
Kanye was so...
No, he threw iron in there. He doesn't know yet.
He just thinks it's titanium.
It tastes like pennies in my mouth again.
Kanye was so ahead of the game, by the way. It was like a year and a half, a year and 10 months ago or something that I'm on here, and we were talking about Kanye wishing death upon all Jews.
Did he do
and
that?
Everyone's like, that's crazy. And then it happens. And he always does that. He does shit like pulls out some shoes.
He's a trendsetter.
And we're all like, those shoes are silly. A year later, we all got the shoes on. And he did that. He literally was like, yo, death to all Jews. And we were like, shut up. And then a year later, everyone's like, fucking get these tunnels out of here.
You're telling me I'm 12 months away from titanium teeth?
Yeah. We all are. Next time Harley comes on, we're gonna be toothed up. We're gonna be tatted up. We're gonna be shaved headed.
These really aren't nice. We thought they'd be, were they? Talk with those teeth in there.
The teeth was stupid. Why didn't we just copy the public blowjob?
I'm absolutely taking a bath on these teeth payments. Oh, huge mistake for a joke.
Dude gets blowjobs in Venice, and this is the part of him we copy.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I'm impressed by that wife of his, and I'm impressed by his songs always. Like I'm always up for a new Kanye song.
Really, I like his opinions.
I like that he told Kim K that there's 1 million of her, and then he literally has a new one. She literally looks exactly like him. Her.
Yeah, he
they are
upgraded
so
off of
similar that it's upsetting. It's like a statement that he has made by finding someone so similar but slightly better. You know, younger, faster version.
Traded her in for a newer model. You guys are all acting like a copy. He had a 1988 Ford F-150 and he went out and got a new one, and you're saying he got the same thing.
Yeah, but that F-150 he had is worth $250 million. This one costs money.
Yeah, but he's still got billions even after the bankers shut him down.
We'll see when we're done with him.
We'll see when we're done with him. He's gonna find him, dude. Kanye is gonna wake up one day chained to a radiator on a bloody mattress in a tunnel.
Holy shit! They look more like
in a stroller.
Kanye doesn't look like that's the best picture of Kanye taken in the last 15 years.
Kanye has not looked like that for decades.
Dude, wait, pause this and go back to the other picture and this one. You can flip back and forth. Kanye West in every picture. Every single picture looks like he's holding water in his mouth.
He's about to spit it in your face. It's like your friend trying to act like they don't have water in their mouth and they're going to spit it in your face. You're
every picture.
Right.
Go to the other one now.
It's because he got his jaw broken. Remember when he had the car accident?
It made him famous.
He's got water in his mouth. He's going to spit on you.
No, also his bottom teeth. He showed him off on Ellen years ago. His bottom teeth are like golden diamonds or some shit. Like it's literally like he had something absurd. I remember Ellen asking him, "So, are those diamond teeth?" And like, "Yeah, diamonds is better than teeth." Just saying something stupid like that.
I remember one time he was walking by and someone yelled at him. They were like, "You're an idiot," and he was like, "I'm Kanye West. That's impossible." And he said it back to them so fast. I was like, "Good for you."
That's what you need.
He was the funniest person in 2023 to me.
I
thought it was so funny wishing death to Jewish people, hating Jewish people, and then being like, oh, by the way, I watched 21 Jump Street and Jonah Hill was very funny. I like Jewish people again. That's fucking hilarious.
It is to be like all in on not liking Jews and then watching 21 Jump Street and being like,
Jonah Hill
hey, all
funny.
right. Like
those the new teeth in the top
yeah,
right?
that's it. Yeah.
I'm sure it's the picture angle, but they even look asymmetrical.
They do.
Yeah.
That's terrible. I hate that.
It's so bad. You know he's gonna try to bite something and hurt himself. Yeah, this is what he had before.
His teeth are fine there.
I heard a funny
Those
thing.
were diamonds.
Then they're not.
Someone had an ugly tattoo, and the person said to them, they said, well, I hope it's important to you. And I thought that was such a great, low-key, nice way to say something, but also diss. So, like, for his teeth, I hope those are important to him.
I hope
because they're
are.
fucking dumb to us.
It looks like
Did I tell you guys to watch Jury Duty, by the way?
You did not.
Yeah,
Is it a movie?
yeah, you
I did. The prank show, right?
Yeah.
Did you watch that yet, Woody? Or like, do I give you
watched-
recommendations and they just disappear?
You recommended Sopranos. Don't act like I should hang on your every word.
But that's why I'm offended, and I brought up other shows.
He's a genius.
That's why I brought up other shows like 3 times, like making sure he's got my good shows.
You think Christopher's gonna stay off the drugs?
Jury Duty. Where does
I think him and Adriana they're gonna get married and go the whole way.
All right, I wrote it down. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Jury Duty. Did you like it, Kyle?
I didn't. I thought it was a little awkward. And I kept thinking that it might be just fake. You know, that everybody was in on the joke and they were kind of like
every single person was lying. You think?
Like maybe a big improv class is kind of what it seemed like sometimes, I guess. And I'm just suspicious of
It
that.
definitely is a big improv class, but I think that main guy did not know that it was a show.
Yeah, I bought that. Just some of the other editing stuff irked me just a little. I thought it was okay. It wasn't bad. I thought it's a really neat premise. I like the premise of going full bore with a whole conspiracy to weird out one guy. Like that's a neat premise. I like prank shows. There was a hidden camera show that did this thing where dude goes into a porta potty that's just out in public in the street. And they assemble a room so that when he opens the door, he is now opening it into a boardroom full of businessmen having a serious businessman conversation. And they look at him like, what the fuck? Like all of them, like 8 Japanese businessmen are like, what the fuck are you doing in our fucking Toyota meeting? Cover the fucking blueprint for the Scion. And then he's just like, what? Where the fuck am I? Like it's some Alice in Wonderland prank. I like that.
Is that the one he comes out of the bathroom?
Yeah.
I love. That's so fucking a smart
They've got like a
prank
whole team of people who have to like as fast as you can assemble this fake like shell of a room over the porta potty door. I like stuff like that.
I watched 2 episodes. I don't know if you guys would like this or find it very gay, but I watched 2 episodes of that show, Strange Planet. It was like an animated comic that existed online with like blue people, and they're doing very human stuff, but they describe it as if it was an alien planet thing. Like, and it's they made a show, and Dan Harmon's the producer of it. And I watched 2 episodes, and it's funny. But then again, if someone were to watch it and be like, "This is the gayest shit I've ever seen in my life," I'd be like, "Okay, not for you." But I did enjoy that show. The 2 episodes, and I watched 2 episodes of the Ted Show, and that didn't bother me. I put it on because there was nothing else. Yeah, and it didn't bother me. It was like watching Family Guy, kind of
like the Seth MacFarlane Ted.
Yeah.
So there's a TV show now that's obviously set so that it's timed well with the Ted universe, which means that it's in the 90s or the 80s.
It's in 93, and that's why I gave it a shot, because I love watching shit that takes place during those times.
When you were a kid.
That was like, but that was not even just me as a kid. I feel like that's like peak. That was like peak humanity. Like
97.
The 90s, yeah. Like, you know,
97,
like
you solidified it.
We weren't even thinking of Y2K yet.
6.
Not me, us, like Americans. I feel like
literally
dude,
1997. I got Pokemon Red on my Game Boy Color. Pretty great year.
How fucking sick was that? But how bricked up were you?
That's when F-150s.
You know how cool I felt getting the Game Boy Color before some of the other kids had Game Boy Color? That was a big Christmas.
PR.
It was yellow, and that wasn't my preferred color, but it was the only one my grandma.
You know, the OG Game Boy could have been color if they doubled the batteries.
The OG Game Boy had the worst battery life of all time. You had to throw like fucking 4 AA's in there, and it still sucked.
Doubled the amount of batteries you put in it, so like 8 batteries.
And then it could be color.
Like the pitch, like there's a movie about like the creation of the Game Boy and Nintendo and everything. And when they pitch it to the guy, they're like, "This is they make him sign all the NDAs, take him to the top secret room. This is the Game Boy." And he's holy fucking shit. He's like, and he goes through like the stats, like it's got 3 megabit processor, and he's like all these like just awful statistics for this thing. The K's, you don't know how many K's are in there. And he's like, what's the battery life? Like, it's like 32 hours with 4 AA's. If we cut that in half and double the batteries, we can go to color. He's like, no, we want battery life.
If we cut it in half and double the batteries, we can put a really bad red tint over it, which is what the color Game Boy was.
Yeah.
I was at the Nintendo store in New York City, and they have a Game Boy there that was bombed, like in the Gulf War or something, and it's like fully working in one piece, and it looks like it was in a bombing, but it survived the bomb, a la like a Nokia phone. It's like there, and it looks fucked up, but they're like, yeah, it turns on, you can play Tetris on it.
Yeah, those were chunky. They were nice and thick.
You could not put them in your pocket. That's why they came out with the Game Boy Pocket. I think that was right before the Game Boy Color, and so I knew a couple friends who blew their wad early, maybe a badly timed birthday, and they got the Game Boy Pocket, which was just a smaller Game Boy that you could fit in your pocket. Then Game Boy Color comes out, and I show up at the playground in 2nd grade. Not quite the king, because a lot of other kids got Game Boy Colors too. But
you got your Jinko jeans on. You're like, my pocket's good, homie.
You got my Jinko jeans on. It was 5 years pre-Heelys, but I would have been Heelying around if that was the thing, which was awesome. Before we move on, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. This episode is brought to you by PharoDistro.com. PharoDistro.com, folks. PKA fans, picture this. You, me, and enough smoking accessories to make Snoop Dogg's collection look like a kid's toy aisle. Pharaoh Distro's got everything for the THC enthusiasts out there. Bud lovers, dabbers, edible connoisseurs, and even those who want to discreetly puff away with disposable goodies. It's like a THCA performance, and your place is the green room. Indulge in the festivities with their latest offering, the Pharaoh Exotics THCA Buds, an outstanding choice for those looking for top-shelf quality flower. These buds are so top shelf, they've got their own VIP section. Dispensary grade, indoor grown, and crafted for the everyday flower enjoyer. For the dab enthusiasts, get ready to savor the richness of our THCA diamond sauce, because who needs diamonds when you have something even more precious to enjoy? And let's not forget our delectable assortment of high-quality, high-milligram edibles, perfect for sharing and adding an extra layer of joy to your celebrations, either a month ago or upcoming in 11 months. Prepare for the new year. If your New Year's resolution includes a step towards a more holistic wellness, explore Pharaoh Distro's range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms. And like Keef on your bowl, sprinkle code PKA30 on top for 30% off your whole order. Visit PharoDistro.com, link below, to discover quality products that cater to your THC preference. Elevate your 2024 experience with Pharaoh Distro's premium offerings and make this year one to remember. Kinda. Again, PharoDistro.com. That is code PKA30 for 30% off. Whether you're getting edibles, the THCA diamond sauce, the THCA flower, disposable vapes, whatever you're getting, even the dab rig, the incredible DabX dab rig, All of that 30% off at PharoahDistro.com with code PKA30. If you're looking for the absolute strongest stuff to smoke, they have over there as far as flour, it's the THCA flour. If you're looking for the absolute strongest stuff to smoke over there, that's dab stuff. It's the THCA diamond sauce. Basically, if you're looking for the strongest shit, it's the THCA stuff. So try that. I know it's selling like hotcakes. These little, I had a bag, but I think I smoked them. So I don't. I think I smoked those double doinks. I need more double doinks, Si. So check it out. Also, the edibles. Don't be a fool. Start slow. If you think that you're a 100 milligram tolerance person and you've been taking gas station shit, please don't start with 100 milligrams of this. It will be too much. Again, PharoahDistro.com. That is code PKA30. 30% off. Big discount. Hell of a deal. This episode is also brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And thank you, Blue Chew, for continuing your sponsorship with the podcast. BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com, code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping and try out Tadalafil. As we've said many times before, Woody and I, we didn't know what we were doing when Blue Chew came on the show many years ago advertising, and they were going to ship us some stuff to try. We were rookies. We were fools. We had no idea. Kyle told us, don't fritter around. Go with the Tadalafil. That's the winning combo. So go with the Tadalafil. Check it out and see if Kyle's rec works for you as well. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. And of course, this episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load. It's the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. Believe it or not, we had a female guest last episode who confirmed she likes a nice big nut all over her when she's done with fucking. And that shows her that she's doing a good job. And you think she's alone in this? You're insane.
No, pre-show, Harley said the same thing.
Pre-show, Harley said the same thing. Pre-show, I said the same thing. You know, we all said the same thing pre-show. When we're having the number one choice of gay sex havers on this podcast. So, Lock and Load. Start coming like a man. 9 pills a day. Muscle them down. Start ejaculating hard. Your orgasms are going to feel better. You're going to be nutting. You're going to be leaking. That's the Pygeum in there that Kyle and I insisted we put in. But it's not just Lock and Load that you can get for 10% off with code PKA or code Jizz. With code PKA or code Jizz at GorillaMind.com, you can get protein powder, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, energy drinks, the whole gamut of efficaciously dosed products at your fingertips with code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off over at GorillaMind.com. Check it out. Back to the show. That's all the sponsors.
Nice. I still want to try cum pills.
Yeah, we need to get you some cum pills.
I haven't hooked you up with cum pills yet.
We need to hook Harley up.
Why do you say that every time?
We always do say it every time. You know what? And I told JT that I would have cum pills sent to him, and I forgot. I need to send him some cum pills also.
And I don't know if you have my contact info for Woody, but I got yours.
Okay.
And I had to ask around for a bit. People were like, let me see if he's cool with me giving you his number. And I was like, what the fuck?
Who gave you my number? I need to know.
I don't know if I want to bait them out like that. I asked a couple people though.
I would have given you his number right away.
Yeah.
I would have been like, yeah, I'll tweet it at you.
But Woody, I need you to come on my podcast now at some point.
Yeah.
Okay. Me?
Is it really? What do you mean me? Of course.
I always feel like third choice.
You are, but not for any reason. Not for any, it was never meant to be that way. Like it was never even like for example, like you are last because Kyle and Taylor have come on, but the whole order got messed up. Like I was gonna ask Kyle first, and he was gonna be, and then he got busy, and then Taylor came on, so now the order was all fucked up. So like, yeah, man, you were gonna be the first. I don't know what happened.
Harley just had to ask me once, and I'm like, I'm there. I'm there. I'm there. Tell me what time to sit at my computer and talk.
And do you know that you could do that? Woody, you'll do that?
Yeah, I'll do it. When do you record?
Tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
You want to do it? Do you have a guest tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You. No, you.
Oh wait, I'm very confused.
No, I have you, but there's another guest also.
You want me to join?
Yeah.
What time?
Maybe I'm gonna text you. I got your number. But the Wings is the other guest.
Okay.
No, but that'd be sick. I should line that up, eh?
You should. That would be great.
No, I would never. You know what I would never do? I would never be a gotcha YouTuber. I always hated those YouTubers. Like I'll see a video sometimes, even if it's a salacious video, and I'm like, oh, you hung out with those guys, and then like you played yourself one way, and then you went out and you were a different guy when the video came out. And I always think about that video where those gun dudes. I don't know if you FPSRussia. No, I'm kidding, not him. Those guys, they like Brandon and Donut Operator, they were doing the range thing, and they had these other YouTubers go and shoot guns with them and stuff. And then the video that came out, they were like, guns are bad, and guns led to school shootings. And here's us shooting with these gun YouTubers, and they're like kind of chilling with those guys. And I've been there, but then they go and they put the video out, and the video like reads in such a particular way that you're like, did they know that you were going to do this video when you were hanging out with them? The last thing
we don't do that either. Like, sometimes, never with you, but sometimes pre-show, someone will say something that should remain private. We've never leaked anything.
Yeah, right. Like that time I came on and we were all saying the racist words. You never canceled me. Never canceled me.
But Harley can say him because he's already Jewish.
Yeah.
And so it's so funny, like when things happen on PKA, I get updated right away because someone will come into my stream and be like, you see PKA had a girl on?
Yeah.
And
dude,
like those,
we had a super hot girl on, and then our thumbnail didn't show how good looking she was. I was like,
yeah, but you know what? It's
we needed to clickbait that thing.
But this is clickbait because this thumbnail is, I know some your audience look at them and they're like, is this a guy?
Yeah, right.
Like, not that all that she looks like a guy. She's a very attractive person. But
it's like her vagina's a Google search away.
That's true.
Well, I love it. Woody's a good salesman. We had a super hot girl on. You don't even know. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I believe it.
How did you get a girl? How did you come to?
I guess she's in the Dick Masterson universe, who's a regular on our show, and she's a regular on his show. So
oh yeah, because I browse through her stuff. I always like to see where people stand on things, and I like browse through her page, and I saw she had a Maddox thing posted up.
Okay.
And he had, because he posted the Dick Masterson's Instagram on this, and so she was there because Dick and Maddox are like enemies. But how did you guys get this? How did you guys get to this girl? How did you guys just because it's through Dick, like a connection?
Or? Zach says it was him but yeah, I think that's how, because our show and Dick's show are kind of in the same universe. I don't know.
And what's up, Zach?
Yeah.
Zach, you tug to this person here? You go to their page, you tug yourself, or what?
Right before the show ended, sure.
All you guys, or what?
We all jacked off mid-show.
I mean, not prior to the show. I'm not an animal.
No, you got those cum pills. It'd be splashed everywhere.
No, I think Woody's right. I think because we usually will text beforehand and be like, "Who's the guest?" And Chiz was like, "Yeah, she's in the Dick Masterson universe."
Were you like a girl?
I was like,
yeah.
We're wrecking our streak.
I saw her, right, and she obviously vibes girl, but I'm like, I've been fooled before.
Yeah, you're like, we've had some hot guys on before. I'm not gonna believe until that's like
let's get Finn back on.
I did that with my dad so many times. I would like show him like a picture of some sexy mom on Instagram. I'm like, check this out. He's like, nice. I'm like, I was born a boy. And he's like, so now I show him actual hot women. I'm like, check this out. He's like, get this shit out of my face. Get this gay shit out of here. And I'm like, that's a woman. You don't even know pussy. You don't know pussy anymore.
It's hard to know now.
Fucking gaslighting your dad with trans people online. That's a great bit. I'm gonna
trapping my dad.
I don't know. I found the first hour with her to be just dreadful. Like I wanted to kill myself. But sometime around hour 3, when we found out about the pee porn, I perked back up and I was interested in that. Frankly, I found the pee porn hour to be just hilarious when she told us about the giant. She has
an OnlyFans and she's super kink friendly. There doesn't seem to be a kink that.
Yeah, I was gonna say just because you have an OnlyFans doesn't mean you get pissed on, you know?
Yeah, no,
she has a separate one just for pee content.
She had
because not all her fans like pee content, so she, she
kind of compartmentalizes it.
Compartmentalize, that's a better word. And so she's got a couple OnlyFans, I guess. And a fans lane.
Oh, you guys gotta have is there a women's month or something during the year?
You know what's funny is
you gotta have only women.
Since we had her on last week, I have gotten multiple @ mentions on Twitter from other OnlyFans girls being like, I want to come on the show. I want to come on the show. I want to. It's like, okay.
I'd be down to try that. I like the idea of having them on, scheduling them for 1 or 2 hours, because I don't want to dud for 4 hours, and sometimes they could.
And you know how women are, these silly bitches. You know what it is, guys. Especially the sluts, right?
Here's my take: if you grab someone from the YouTube or the Twitch universe, they probably have the gift of gab. If you grab someone from the OnlyFans universe, all we know for sure is that they're attractive.
Even that's iffy.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta have the ring light set up, and if they're not diddling their bean, then how long can they really entertain us men? Am I right, boys?
Oh, she's into. That's what we're just.
Men. Oh, reacher, white men.
Whoa, any men. Or people who identify as
let's
men.
get specific, Harley. What? Chanting white men.
Land owning white men.
Strickland is fighting Saturday. Am I right on that? Do I have the timing?
Yeah, this weekend it's pretty. I don't know. Look kind of like a stinker of a card. Honestly, it's the Canadian card, which I think Dana feeds them shit and they just eat it. Even Sean was like
a mushroom.
Yeah, Sean's fighting Duplessis. Sean did a very good job, I thought, this weekend on the mic. At the actual pressers. First and foremost, some guy baited him. He's like, "Hey, I'm a Trudeau voting gay ally. You've said awful things. Go."
Yeah, it's true. But that he was crying about his dad a week ago.
He was.
He was crying about his dad a week ago, and then he was like, "If I had a gay son, I'd beat him." It was it was weird. It's
very hypocritical. Yeah, of course. But all that being said, looking forward to the fight, I guess. I will not be paying for this one. This is a pretty real stinker. The next few cards, though, are crazy. Max Holloway's fighting Gaethje at 300. And Jim Miller, fucking Jim Miller fought at UFC 100, UFC 200. He won this last weekend at 40-something, and he's like, you know what? UFC 300 too, Dana White. And Dana's like, yep. You're set up. You're fighting Bobby Green, UFC 300, 1, 2, and 3. Dude, it's so cool to see someone like he's of Joe's era. He's from Joe Lozon's era. They fought in one of the greatest. I think it was named Fight of the Year when Jim Miller fought Joe Lozon. It's the bloody mat thing, and here he is still not just competing but winning. I don't know how many in a row he's won. It's a few.
Guys, I don't know if Chiz told you, but I have to leave now. Did he tell you that?
For real?
He did not.
Okay.
He did not.
We wish you farewell
of that info, but I saw you put it in chat.
Okay, yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for having me, by the way. Oh. And Woody, I'm fucking if you fucking ignore my text messages, I fucking send you my pictures of my dick.
I've never ignored your. Wait. How do I get pictures of your dick?
Ignores text.
No, I'll send you a big answer my text, and I'll send you my dick.
Yeah, don't threaten him with a.
No, that's not what he said, right? Just make it clear.
Yeah, you should do it.
Get anything you want. Okay. But yeah, you guys, thanks so much for having me. You're all awesome. And
for sure.
Do I just press this?
You just hit hang up.
I haven't left early in forever, you know?
You have?
Yeah. Okay, bye.
Later, Harley.
Bye.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about the Strickland fight. I'm kind of looking
forward to it. Just everything.
I'm rooting for DDP, but I think he's the underdog. and Strickland's favored to win. That's what I saw.
Surprised me.
I'm sure.
Bet DDP. All right, I'm having that Tony Soprano. Come, bet on the Jets. We can't lose. Come, you don't understand. My cousin knows the chiropractor. He's got a fractured elbow. Come, we can't lose, dude. Betting DDP is the way here. Look, I love Sean Strickland. I want him to win, but DDP is gonna grab him, throw him down, and TKO him by round 4.
Has Sean Strickland fought a good grappler?
I'm
not sure either, right? Like to me,
I'm a UFC fan, but going through people's pedigree is hard for me.
It's like he fought nobodies. He didn't deserve the title shot, for lack of better phrasing, and then he did deserve it because he won. So scratch that. And now I'm like, oh, shucks, but what tests has he gone through on the way to the belt?
DDP went through Sean Strickland a few months ago, and that's all not Sean Strickland. Who's our boy? The Kiwi,
Robert Whitaker.
Robert Whitaker. Yeah, I can see him. I can see like his facial hair and his like shortcut hair, but I can't fucking process his name. But that guy, I always thought is like the man to beat, and if you can get through him, like you deserve a title shot. I think DDP wins this easily, unfortunately. Which because I do love the train wreck that Sean Strickland on the microphone, and when he's wearing that belt, he gets a little more microphone time than he normally would, and I think I like that.
He does, yeah. I somehow don't like Sean Strickland, but I do like him on my TV. He's interesting, and I don't know who's gonna win. DDP has typically cardio issues, but he got that nose job, and apparently it's fixed his cardio. He had to breathe through his mouth from like the opening minute. And that's fixed now.
I know that.
They're like, look at him. He's huffing and puffing. He's like, my nose doesn't work, you assholes.
Yeah. there are a few like legendary characters, and I don't know, like C-level Kane and motivated BJ Penn, and I forget what they call DDP, but like sinus Dupleix or something like that.
Yeah. Well, that's offensive. That's something he can't control, and I don't like it.
Well, he got the surgery.
He had the surgery, so now he can breathe through his nose, and apparently it's done wonders for his cardio. But if you look at his history, this is a guy who can barely make it through the 3rd round in a 5-round fight. If Strickland drags into deep water, we got problems. But is his history even relevant now that his nose works? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Does the UFC have a star problem? Because in 2 years, everybody's gone that we care about other than Sean O'Malley. Sean O'Malley's like the last great white hope, and he pulls real – look, his numbers are poor. Across, like his social media stuff, his YouTube stuff does well, but his pay-per-view numbers are apparently like,
what about Patty? Isn't he really good at social media?
So that guy's like a journeyman. He's never going to be a top 10 guy, probably. He's not a good fighter. He has plenty of fans, but he's not going to be a star.
Fighting isn't about skill on some level. It's about drumming up attention.
But at some point you progress. Every time you win, you fight a better guy. They can't get around that. Patty's going to fight a guy who's going to kill him next fight or the next one after that. It's just going to happen. It's just gonna happen, and he doesn't have a massive.
I mean, they
He's
finagle stuff in fights all the time, right? Where they'll be like, "Oh, we know that this guy who's really popular."
They might keep you away from a wrestler. They might keep you away from a wrestler, but you still got to go fight a good striker. Like he's going to get smoked at some point. But my point is sound. We're out of stars. The Gaethjes, the Holloways, they've got like a year or two left in them.
So like my
Holloway's about to get retired this week.
Aren't we always out of stars? Like I could go back a couple of years and say Connor's about to leave, and I don't know, Lozon, and who were the stars from 3-4 years ago? Who's the Cuban science experiment? Yoel Romero.
Yoel Romero.
All those honestly, the fact that you had to ask that right there is in favor of your argument here, that the shift change is so quick in this sport compared to others that there will be a new crop.
I'm not talking about champions. I'm talking about stars. There's only been a couple of them, and they're all gone. They're all going to be gone in 2 years. The people who have ever had approaching 1 million pay-per-view numbers, the people who get 500,000 pay-per-view numbers, they're all gone. The Ronda Rouseys, the Brock Lesnar's, they're not coming back. The Conor McGregor's has one left in him. Gaethje's on the end of his career. Poirier's on the end of his career. Holloway's on the end of his career.
Covington.
Adesanya is approaching the end of his career.
Colby Covington.
John Jones is one more in him. Colby Covington is not a star. He's got one more fight. It'll be a grudge hate fight, and that'll be it. Like
Sean Strickland, is he like it? He's
Sean
nearing the end.
Sean Strickland's not a real star either. Like none of these people are pulling those numbers I'm talking about. Like 500,000 pay-per-views. No one is doing that except for
I don't know. On one hand, pay-per-view numbers are hard to measure because we're in this era now where you have to have an ESPN subscription to buy the pay-per-view, and that's crushed numbers. People don't buy pay-per-views back like they did when you could just buy it. Mm-hmm. So that's the thing. It's hard to compare current ones to old ones. What Kyle's saying is true. Like, all the stars are about to leave, but I feel like the UFC's perpetually been in that situation since Chuck Liddell, and there's some new star that they managed to create.
So but if you want to buy,
like I don't know who it is. Like, we should know who they are now. We should see someone like Sean O'Malley is you see, like, how long has Triple C or whatever, Henry Cejudo, trying to be something that people will pay to see? So hard he's been trying. He will never get there. You know he will never get there. You don't care, do you, who he fights next? I don't. I won't pay money to see him fight. If they really locked down the streams and the only way to see Henry Cejudo fight to be champ was to pay $80, no fucking way. However, if you told me it's John Jones' final fight, the only way you can watch him take on Stipe to unify is to pay. I would pay. Like that guy's a star. Gaethje, if they brought back Khabib and had him fight anybody, again, I would pay. That guy's a fucking star. George St. Pierre, same thing. If they bring GSP back and try to give him another belt, make him fight Conor McGregor or something in insanity mode, I'll pay. But Sean O'Malley,
actually, you sold me on that. I want to see that. GSP versus Conor. And at first I was like, oh, they're wildly different sizes. No, Conor's big now.
Yeah. I like freak fights. I wish they'd throw a few. Dana's been hinting that there's some top secret shit. Maybe he meant the Gaethje Holloway bad motherfucker belt. Maybe that was his top secret thing. But I'm praying that it's Khabib, because Khabib's coach was like, Khabib only trains with me when he's getting ready for a fight, and he's training with me. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And I'm like, oh my God, who would Khabib come back for? Is he coming back for 170-pound belt to be champ 30-0? Because I'm here for that. Let him fight Leon Edwards. Push Bilal back to the end of the line again. Fuck Bilal.
So I'm a Khabib fan, and part of me is like, don't put that at risk. Don't put that. But you're going to get your ass kicked by Leon Edwards? Are you sure you want this? I don't know how old Khabib is either. No, he'll be rusty.
I don't know. I like to imagine him like Master Yoda, just always training, right? and like getting better.
And his style might be good against Leon Edwards.
Oh, by the way, I thought of who the next star is Bo Nickel. If Bo Nickel continues his trajectory, he's the fucking man, because he's a white, blonde-haired, like all-American fucking wrestler, like thought of as like the wrestler of his generation. And he's, I don't know, 4-0, 5-0.
I'm not sure I've seen him fight. Have you seen him fight?
I saw him fight interview. I've seen him fight twice. I remember he fought a black guy, and he like shot, and the guy dropped his hand, and he fucking came over and clocked him.
I saw a highlight.
Yeah. So that guy, and it probably has the best chance of, I think,
that's how Khabib
being a big star.
Knocked down Conor. Same thing.
Absolutely.
I saw a little highlight of it recently. Like, watch this more closely. And Khabib, like, he sort of fakes that he's going for a takedown, and his eyes scream takedown. Conor starts to defend it, and then if I remember, it was some sort of overhand right.
Big one. Sat Conor on his ass, and Conor's looking at him like, oh shit, that's a bad look. You're not supposed to hit me. I imagine so many outcomes, but never you actually hitting me with your fist. Oh my God. Right. That was a shocking moment. So yeah, I think they're also unifying the bantamweight belt, because Nunez retired. I don't even know who those gals are. I think it might be Grasso, the foot girl, fighting some south of the border chick who doesn't speak good English and has man face.
What weight class is this in numbers?
135, I believe. Oh, wait.
135 is the highest I'll pay attention to.
145?
There are so few women who are 145-pound athletes that it just turns out to be like soccer moms fighting each other for UFC titles.
Yeah, it's fat girls, and like poorly shapen women. It's like, oh man, you're so tall, but your hips are weird. Like, what happened? Like, and then Chris Cyborg, and that's it. And they made Nunez. That weight class for Chris Cyborg. Well, Nunez can do that, but it's you could have cut some weight here.
Nunez beat Cyborg at 145.
I know. It was it was an incredible fight. Beat that woman had never lost a fight, or at least was on some streak.
I watched it again recently. Yeah, she just beat the fuck out of her. Anyway,
yeah, it's a quick fight.
Strickland fighting DDP is a really interesting fight to me, so I'm looking forward to it.
TKO round 4.
Round 4.
championship rounds.
We'll see. I don't know. I'm like, there has to be a reason people aren't holding Strickland down and beating him. It must be difficult.
Perhaps we'll see. I like DDP. Either one of them, I'm happy with being the champion of that, because Adesanya is going to be there in the ring and he's going to step in there and cut a promo with whoever wins. That I bet a lot of money on. That's happening.
I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't bet against you on that.
Adesanya is like the guy who knows how to sell fucking pay-per-views. He's going to step in that ring and start saying some awful shit like he did the last time. Remember when he stepped into DDP and was calling him the N-word, like screaming the N-word in his face in that really awkward moment?
My favorite Adesanya moment was when he made fun of help me with this guy's name. It's not Poirier. It's the giant dude who knocked Israel out.
Oh, Pharoah.
Thank you. And when he mocked Pharoah's son,
yeah, that was a good one.
That was a great moment.
That's pretty awesome. I know y'all. I'm still following the Ukraine thing, but I'm afraid to look at the Israeli thing. It's like a guy got beat up outside the bar and he needed a good ass whooping, and I go in to get my drink. Like, because mine's done, and I come back with a fresh beer, and I had to wait a few minutes, because the bartender was being lazy, even though I tipped him. And I get back outside with my Coronas, and they're still beating that guy. And I'm like, whoa,
you went and found this guy's kid too, and you're beating him.
I wouldn't have waited for the lime if I'd known. What the fuck are you doing, guys?
Dude, it is ruthless.
It's genocide.
What they are doing. Yeah, it seems
Germany
that way.
and France disagree. Who are you?
Our lapdog countries agree with us. That's crazy.
I don't know if come on. Germany, France aren't our lapdog countries.
They are. They are our little bitches. They do what we say.
Absolutely not. We've been begging them for years to pay their fair share into NATO and everything.
They begged us not to fuck with the Nord Stream pipeline.
Look,
oops.
All I'm saying is that the Germans might have a different reason for not.
I don't believe that anymore. I was wrong.
I don't. That Israel shit with Palestine. I
love Kyle's.
I don't like scrolling past.
Still beating that guy. He learned his lesson 3 minutes ago.
It's like these kids have nothing to do with what you're mad about. That guy. Like, what the fuck? This is insane. If any other country was doing this, the U.S. would be like, whoa.
Yeah.
Calm
and
down.
Israel's like, well, in our defense, they're using him as human shields. There's nothing we could do.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? And it's like, Israel, stop here for a second. Let's say they were using Israelis as human shields. Would you change your tactics at all?
No, because they are. There's Israelis over there held hostage. They stopped bombing for like a day at a time to like swap. And
there's like 100 hostages and 20,000 killed. Those numbers don't add up.
Yeah,
that's fair. But each Israeli is worth 100,000 Palestinians.
I guess so.
There's some people who believe that. That's fucking crazy. Like it
is a lopsided beatdown. I don't know. Biden gives lip service to we might stop supporting Bibi if he keeps all this genocide up.
Yeah.
I mean, hypothetically, we might stop.
Anyway, I'm off to speak at the annual APAC summit, by the way. Right? But yeah, totally. We're going to, okay. Whatever.
You know what that sound is in the distance? That chugga, 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 chugga? That's a Trump train. It's a Trump train coming. Because
dude, Trump is going to support the same stuff.
Trump was so pro-Israel.
Trump is unbelievably pro-Israel. Yeah.
Trump hates the prime minister of Israel. His personal grudge outweighs any other political thoughts.
Dude, all of his big donors are Zionists.
Did you see his immediate quote?
Pro-Israel.
He was like, "How did Bibi let this happen? What a terrible fail! What a terrible failure."
Who is the biggest donor to Trump in 2016? I think it was Sheldon Adelson, who's like a hardcore Zionist, or the Koch brothers. There's only one brother remaining, I believe, but they were both hardcore Zionists. So
Brother Koch.
Trump's going to do what his funders want him to do, just like all these people.
Counterpoint, last term, just throwing it out there. Maybe he's not.
Oh, I don't care what he does. It's about what he campaigns on.
No, you're insane. You're crazy if you think he's not going to campaign on pro-Israel stuff.
Oh, he doesn't. No. So all he has to do is contrast himself and not be genocidal. All he has to do is that. He's like, oh, I wish they would so many dead children. I wish they would be more exacting in getting the people that they wanted to get. And then he just mealy mouths away like he does.
His biggest
my
donors won't
frustration.
be chill with that.
I don't know if it works with other people. Like Trump's ability to cast a spell doesn't work on me for some reason. So when I hear his Israel thing, all I've heard is that would have never happened if I was president. I'm like, that's not a plan, and I don't even buy it. But even if it was true, what are you going to do when you take over? And he doesn't say.
Yeah, he's going to continue to fund Israel the same way Biden is now. Like,
yeah, I don't care about the after. I care
there
about
won't
winning
be
the
a
presidency.
I was just saying there won't be a difference in how he handles it. He will continue to, give lip service
Trump
about
will?
how like, oh, this is despicable. No, he won't even say that. He'll be like, every single one of them are terrorists and we're taking care of them. Bibi Netanyahu, great guy. I've talked to him. He's a good guy. Like, because he switches on that shit. It doesn't matter. He switches on a dime with that shit.
Right. Trump has shown friend versus enemy. He's very flexible on those issues, right? Ted Cruz is a friend now. Lindsey Graham is a friend now.
Whatever is, he's a politician and a tactician in that way. Whatever is currently beneficial to whatever he's trying to achieve is going to be the direction he goes.
I'm more worried about winning the presidency. I don't care how he runs the country, or for how long. No, this is all. Yeah, of course. I'm focused on winning the presidency. That's what's on our table. You're talking about like winning next year's Super Bowl. We haven't secured this one. All right, we're still in the playoffs. All right,
but we know who's not going to win, and that's similar to
the American people.
War in Palestine.
DeSantis?
Yeah, we know Palestine's not going to win this, and we know DeSantis and whoever else is in that crop.
DeSantis could get the nod, but I think Nikki Haley's going to be your vice presidential pick.
She sucks.
I think they win though. I still think Trump wins. I think he's going to keep kicking the ball down the field with his trial shit until he can pardon himself. And that's going to be that on all of that. And frankly, it's going to be funny when he does it. And all those people is, just a miscarriage of justice. And seeing it, I can't wait for the pollsters to have that thing where they finally realize, he's projected to win the presidency. I want to hear him say it. I want to hear him call him president again.
He was projected to win 2020 up until like midnight that night.
That's part of his beef, I believe. He believes the fix is in.
I don't think that's true. So I looked at 538 all the time, and it really got it pretty accurately in the end.
Oh, maybe. I remember like when I went to bed that night, I was like, this is fucking unreal. He's going to do it again. He's winning in all these swing states. And then like I went to bed, and it was like 1 a.m. and I went to bed, and then I woke back up, and it was like, boom.
All right.
These are the odds for... It looks like Trump's VP, maybe.
Yeah. Why is Nikki Haley plus 1,400?
I don't even know who Kristi Noem is.
I don't either.
I just looked. She's pretty hot.
Just a nice
Ben Carson.
Politics standards.
Just a nice Jewish.
Where's Ben Carson been?
I've heard his name thrown around.
Vivek Ramaswamy. Ramaswamy.
I mean, Tucker Carlson is only slightly less likely. I don't know about this one.
Oh, dude, based on names, I like Tudor Dixon. What's Tudor Dixon up to?
I don't know that person.
Who is Tudor Dixon?
Tucker Carlson would be an interesting VP choice.
Oh, my God.
Tudor Dixon's a cutie. That's a woman.
Tudor's a woman?
Tudor Dixon. She's a 46-year-old lady.
Tulsi Gabbard. Isn't she a Democrat? Well, I guess so was Trump.
Nah, Tulsi Gabbard's not a real Democrat anymore.
Wait, go to the bottom.
She's been a right-wing pundit for a couple years.
True.
A few years now.
Josh
Harley, Kanye West.
Damn, Chris Christie plus 50,000.
Woody, is it an insta win if he picks Kanye?
He's got my vote.
Does he even have to campaign if he picks Kanye? Imagine the music. Imagine the music that he'd be walking out to. Kanye would rap Trump out every fucking. Dude, the attendance would be finally integrated.
He might lose a lot of his base.
Imagine the crowds at a Trump rally. Imagine what they'd look like now. You know how he takes like Trump 5 black people, and he takes his 5 Trump blacks and puts them right behind him at every one of those events. Now the crowd would be swimming with blacks. Well, not swimming, but
Kyle from Kyle from your lips to God's ears. That would be the best outcome. Is if he named Kanye West as his VP, and then we got to watch that unfold. That would be so funny.
So, dude, I love that
walks out to power.
The VP debate.
Trump and I'm trying to win. I'm trying to get women back because he's going to get killed over the women's health rights, the abortion stuff, basically.
It won't matter because like the women that he would pick from are also like Nikki Haley pro-lifers.
I just think women might vote for if a woman's on the ticket. My thought's as simple as that.
Maybe. I would love to see him pick Kanye. That would be hilarious. Or any rapper. Pick Pitbull. Like whatever. Just any of them would be funny.
If he picks Kanye.
If he picks Kanye, really? I'm going to vote twice.
You think Iowa voters are like, Kanye's on the ticket. I got to give him my vote.
We're going to win California.
Well, I picked them because they're like...
We're taking New York!
Picture someone who has a dirty like John Deere hat he wears daily. Is he voting with Kanye on the ticket?
That guy does not care. He's a Trump guy.
It's going to look like Reagan. No, the whole country is going to be a blanket of red. All right? Kanye's going to write songs about Trump that he will sing while Trump walks out. It's going to be a show. It's going to be incredible.
Kanye will turn on Trump before November.
The VP debates will be the highest rated debate of all time, and Kanye will battle rap against Kamala.
He
will call her the N-word.
And find a younger orange presidential candidate to sync up with.
That would be
upgrade.
Kanye will call Kamala a house ninja to her face at the VP debates.
And I don't want to say anything too much, but if he did that, that's enough for me to commit voter fraud in multiple states, legally speaking.
You pull that Cartman maneuver where you fly all over the country stuffing ballots.
Yes, I'm flying all over the country. I'm stuffing ballots in favor of fucking. I'm doing ballot harvesting where I'm just showing up at people's houses and be like, "Hey, throw your bucket in here. I'm gonna throw a couple other ones in there. Some dead people."
It's incredibly hard to predict what this race is gonna do.
Yeah.
So, barring any black swan events, obviously Trump is killing it in the primary. That's kind of locked in. But in the general, the polling's really close. So what happens when Trump is treating his court appearances as campaign events now? He's showing up at every court appearance he can fucking get into. They're like, "Sir, we don't need you here. This is like lawyers wrangling about some technical issue." He's like, "No, I want to watch. I want to watch the whole time, and huff and puff and cross my arms,
slow things down, object, make a shit show."
He can't object.
He doesn't even talk. But
they don't have to recognize his objections, but he can say all sorts of stuff. They really struggle with him.
so he just sits there, watches all day long, and then goes outside and holds like a little press conference about how unfair it all is. Yeah. And it's like he is absolutely using his court problems as campaign stops now.
For sure. And it works because the people that support him see this whole thing as unjustified, like legalese nonsense, and he's playing into that, being like, "Hey, look at how fearful they are of me getting another crack at it. Oh, they're so scared of me because I'm representing you guys, the little guy out there."
And I agree. I would phrase it as it works in the primary, right? Because right now he's trying to get votes from his base. In the general, I'm not sure coming out of his like fucking rape trials is going to work for him.
Well, like the nonsense
that's the one he's doing right now.
Yeah.
The one he's doing that.
Whatever.
So he's been found to have sexually assaulted this woman, and he had to pay $5 million for defaming her character. And then he kept on defaming her character. So now they're doing another trial to see how much more he has to pay to get him to stop talking shit about this woman. And it's just like a constant reminder: Trump the sexual assaulter, Trump the sexual assaulter.
He is a ladies' man.
But they did. They banged that drum so hard. I think they kind of made it almost toothless now in 2016 and throughout all that. Do you remember, like right before the main election, that claim came out that he had like molested a 13-year-old girl and that she was going to come out and speak and it was real and it was 100% verified, and then it disappeared because it was made up? Like that is the kind of thing that like a lot of people have become jaded to, where they almost overplayed their hand and how much stuff they threw at him, because now he can just hide under this umbrella of like, "Oh, and just similar to this charge, remember this, people, remember this, folks, absolute nonsense, the lying media trying to take advantage of me, trying to deceive you." Like he's playing that, and that will play to the base he's going for. I don't know if he'll win a general. if he'll even be allowed to run.
Right things. He's frankly not saying the right things. It's like I don't think anybody's writing for him. Look, I'm not saying that I should be his writer, but I've got some bullet points that someone should look at.
Sometimes
what he needs
some
to
good shit though. You're good at this.
What he needs to be talking about is inflation, because that crosses all boundaries.
Yes.
He can talk to black people about inflation. He can talk to brown people. He can talk to women. People who despise him love their money more. He can say, do you remember when? He could sit up there, member berries, and if he brought the McDonald's menu and he put it on behind him from like 2004, if he showed the 2004 McDonald's value,
2019,
and he
I was going to say he wasn't president in 04, but okay, I'm listening.
Pick 2017, 2018, 2019, and it would show drastic pricing.
You could do
you should do this, Kyle. That is
right.
That's really fucking good. You show a menu from 2017 McDonald's and show how much it's increased since then. Like that resonates.
Some people will mock him, but not everybody. A lot of people will be like, "Yeah, shit got some things." Food in particular seems to have gotten more expensive.
Rent, housing, and food is what he needs.
You
to
roll that. You roll that up, and
rent and housing are kind of.
You roll up the McDonald's
like,
thing,
hold on,
and then you're self-deprecating. You say, maybe you all don't eat McDonald's like me. I understand that, and then you go into some higher-priced items that appeal to the upper middle class. The retirees, you start talking about their 401ks, their retirement plans. You start talking about higher priced items. Remember when an F-150 cost you $32,000, folks? Yeah, $32,000 is a lot of money, but it was 0% interest, right? And you had 7 years to pay it off. How much does a truck cost now? $100,000. You can buy. I used to buy apartment buildings for $100,000. Like.
You're really right. This would be super effective. I don't know that Trump can do it though. Like. No. It's almost like saying, Trump should show how athletic he is. He should go throw out the first pitch and show everyone what he's got. And it's like, no, he's just not that guy.
Zach, find that picture of Trump catching. He's playing catch with Mariano Rivera. He's catching, and he looks like he's never done it before.
He looks like he's scared to death of the ball. Yeah.
Underhand's okay, but it's his face.
Yeah, he's scared to death. All Trump is really capable of talking about is how life hasn't treated him fairly, how hard he's had it, how successful he is, how he's overcome the odds, how people are mean to him. Those are Trump's issues.
Mm-hmm. He's a narcissist in that way, but a lot of people see him as almost. That's so funny.
This guy claims he could have been a professional baseball player. You know what his batting average was?
He could have been a terrible one.
200. He bat 200.
Yeah, but what if he was what you're not saying is he was the greatest pitcher of all time.
He didn't pitch.
No, he didn't pitch. Yeah, no, I would believe that he was never good at sports.
If I were him, I can imagine them showing those two photos to President Trump, his photographer, him going, "We're going to go with B."
We're going to go with the other one. We're going to Photoshop your head onto Yadier Molina's, and we're going to really...
Jeter, when he's doing that big turnaround mid-air, throwing back over himself, like put his head on that.
If he did, his attorney just left him. Trump's attorney, like
the hot one?
No, she's still with him. This is like an aggressive Italian dude. He's supposed to be good. I never know. They always tell me every attorney representing these people is great and that it's a big loss. But I wonder what happened in the background. Did Trump say he sucked? Did Trump maybe treat him like an underling and the guy's not used to being treated like that? Like, I'm just making shit up. Apparently he would yell at people in the White House a lot. Maybe he tried that with his attorney. His attorney's like, fuck it, I'm out of here. Did he not pay his bills? He's known for that. I don't know. His attorney dropped him though.
Idea.
Yeah.
But not.
I can't remember who the lawyer is, but he's famous for being like a rapper lawyer. He's gotten a lot of them off. He's mentioned in rap songs. They're like, "Still got my back in the courtroom, holding that shit like an OG." And then I saw like a fucking court appearance. It's him and it's I don't know T.I. or somebody. And they're like dapping each other up and celebrating and laughing. And it's so funny. It's like, yeah, this guy is a gangster lawyer. He's a rapper lawyer. It's so funny. Trump always strikes me as like, it doesn't seem like he has the best representation based on all of those mistakes and errors that were made. It seems like he would want a lawyer who's great at.
This is the hot lawyer, right?
Whoever did that, it's a team of people.
The hot lawyer is the one that
the hot lawyer is not the one
didn't get the jury trial. No, apparently it was her. You're supposed to check a box whether you want a jury trial or a judge trial.
Yeah, but you've got a paralegal that's.
And yeah, well, anyway, this recent time she was supposed to introduce evidence into the courtroom or something, and she fucked it up. They had to like call recess, and while she like, I don't know, Googled how to do it or something. But she does pretty well on TV.
She's excellent on the microphone, which makes me think like she's probably not the actual box checker. Like she signs her name and everything, but there's got to be like a team of people. I know with my lawyer, he was not the guy doing research. There was a room with like 6 guys in it with fucking law books out, you know, like they were doing that. And there was like some girls in another room who were filing briefs and paperworky shit. Like that old guy wasn't filing anything. He was just coming up with some ideas, I guess, and talking to people. I hope.
Yeah. Heck, well, I can't know who's doing what. I only know on the news they blamed her. So
yeah, for sure. She's hot though.
Yes.
He definitely, and it makes him look good to sit next to a hot lady, doesn't it?
It does make you look good to sit.
I would argue. So I don't think it makes him look good next to a hot lady, but I think that being a hot lady makes her more effective when she goes on CNN, Fox, etc. You can present yourself a little.
She likes him. And I like whatever she likes.
Yeah. So Trump may have made a good choice there. She's like this year's Kellyanne Conway, except that instead of defending him on Bill Maher, she defends him in court.
That Kellyanne Conway,
no one ever thought she was hot though.
No, that was a train wreck though. So with the Kellyanne Conway thing, not only did you have her like opposition husband, but the daughter went crazy, and there was like underage pornography posted on the internet of her, and all sorts of crazy shit went down. And she was like going live, having these screaming matches with her mother.
Oh, I saw that.
And there's all sorts of crazy shit that went down. That was a train wreck.
That's a sad thing to see a family go through, frankly, is like parents fighting about a
shitty kid,
national political issue, and then the kid.
Shitty kid.
Yeah, that is a really shitty thing for the kid to do, is airing out laundry on social media. But
yeah,
you know, you could argue that the parents facilitated that. I
mean, the parents were arguing on.
Exactly. They facilitated.
Right? She is modeling the parent behavior, and rough situation. But I think Kellyanne Conway was amazing at what she did. She was so good at it. I was often very frustrated at listening to her. She had these like verbal tricks she would do. Like, you know, they'd say, hey, Donald Trump is out here lying to you. He's pulling dirty tricks. He says he can murder someone. Donald Trump is, fibbing about fake electors. And she'd reply something like, you want dirty? Dirty is Joe Biden's inflation rate. As if she answered the question, right? She'd take one word out of what she just heard, use it in her response, and act like she answered the question. But
that's politics, where they'll like
no one else does it as well as Kellyanne Conway.
Maybe she's a really good spinner, but they'll always do shit like press secretary for Biden administration, whatever her name is. Like, what are we doing about high levels of inflation? And she's like, racism is bad. And I am a victim of it, and that question victimizes me.
A better at like DeSantis. They would say, DeSantis, would you do a national 6-week abortion ban like you did in Florida? And then he would just like dance around it and not answer it. And to me, it looked very weak, incredibly weak. So they'd double down, ask him the question again, and he'd dance all around it, say something that didn't answer it. And I'm like, this guy's
such an easy question.
Pussy.
Yeah.
He won't tell you where he stands. What a coward. But Kellyanne Conway, I always walked away thinking like, my head's spinning. What did she say? I just picked up that Biden's an asshole. That's
what's good for the goose isn't always good for the gander, Rick. You see, the good people of Florida, they voted, they elected me, and I enacted policies that they appreciate down there. But I understand that like the people in Idaho have different thoughts about the issue. That's why we have this great republic where each state has power to live the way they want to live. Because California politics, New York, win, you idiot.
Yeah, that's easy as shit.
Yeah, you can lie after you get elected, or maybe tell the truth.
You can tell any lie. None of this matters. Say what they want to hear.
Yeah. What Kyle said would get more votes than what DeSantis says.
Yeah, DeSantis is.
I'm also taller than him.
DeSantis,
we're all taller than him.
Yeah, we all are. Yes.
Actual men.
DeSantis is and I'm saying this based on like 5 clips where I've seen him. He has no charisma. Not even going in on the boot thing again. The guy does not have charisma. He doesn't have the ability to amp you up. Like I saw memes making fun of him where it shows him sitting around his staffers and whatnot, you know, talking, holding court, and they're sitting there bored, whatever. And then it shows like Trump doing the same thing with his sycophants, his, you know, fans around him, and everyone is locked in on Trump. Like, oh my God, this guy, because at the end of the day, a lot of politics is just being endearing to the group you're attempting to court. And DeSantis is so middle of the road that he's not endearing to anyone because it doesn't come off as sincere. It comes off as very robotic.
You just know that he's not good at sex.
You think? You don't think he's an absolute animal? He's saving all of it for that?
He does nothing but eat pussy, though. Like, that's all. He's like a wild man. He just eats like 30 minutes of pussy.
He just eats pussy, and then he's so tired he just goes to bed.
That's it. He's like, I don't know about you, man, but I'm pooped, and like slaps her on the ass, and that's sex.
So do I have your vote?
honey, I just got to tell you, Trump is just such a good leader, and oh God damn it. I just
some girls like, oh yeah, Ron, please take your shoes off.
I'm thinking about the sexual habits of all the candidates, right? Like I would have said Ron DeSantis never leaves missionary position. That would have been my take on him. Nikki Haley, all the regulars, nothing special.
I know Ted Cruz only does doggy style because his wife will have it no other way. She does not want to look at that man in the face.
I didn't.
Lindsey Graham is the same way.
He's not receiving in this situation.
Lindsey Graham is only doggy style.
Yes.
That's how he likes it.
Yeah. Actually, sometimes he'll lay back on his back with his legs splayed, and he'll make the staffer fuck him that way. Amazon style. No, not Amazon style. Yeah, he's the one being penetrated.
Oh, wow.
You think I'm a top? That's adorable.
Wait, isn't it Amazon style if you're on the bottom too? Like,
yeah, but that's
Amazon.
when
but that's when
you're
the penis
penetrating
is still
the woman
going into the vagina.
She's just.
I'm saying that sometimes, reports are showing that sometimes Lindsey Graham, according to the AP, Lindsey Graham sometimes lays on his back and puts his legs behind his head and then lets the staffer fuck him in the ass.
I just feel like Amazon's position has 2 positions and both of them are doing Amazon. That's my.
I saw that on. Yeah, that was on this. That was on C-SPAN on the ticker.
And it's not allegedly, Kyle. I think it's locked in. I think legally we can say that it is a fact that Lindsey Graham is with men, right?
That's why I'm glad you're a contracted employee here.
Fuck, is that particular? Taylor's joking.
I was never in any of those meetings, so who knows? Who knows?
I'm just saying.
No,
legally speaking,
I read allegedly. Yes, I allegedly read that someone
you may have made it up whole cloth.
That a male prostitute alleged that he got it on with Lindsey Graham or whatever. That's the ladybug story I told you, how he's got all those genital warts around his asshole, and they're like clumped together like ladybugs in the fall when they're trying to cling to heat.
And I'll be clear, there's no evidence that he takes it in the ass laying on his back with his legs behind his head. But I have a hunch that he does.
Who's the best fucking Washington, D.C.?
Who's the fittest? Who's Paul Ryan?
Paul Ryan was where I was going.
Paul Ryan's he's not in DC anymore.
Yeah, but he hangs. Okay, he's got a residence there. He hangs dong.
Who's
Bill Clinton back in the day, right? I feel like
I was going to AOC. I bet she gets down.
My favorite big booty Latina.
Who's is the one-eyed guy? Is he pretty fit?
Dan Crenshaw, yeah.
Okay, well then he might be in the mix.
He's fit enough.
There's not a lot of fit ones. Like it's pretty easy to narrow down once you just go, okay, who among this group is fit? And
I bet that Omar chick is terrible.
Yeah,
Omar. I don't.
She's
even know
from Michigan. She's a house of rep.
She's the Somali.
Is that what she is?
Yeah. There's a lot of Somalis in Minnesota.
Black Hawk Down. Never forget.
She's Minnesota, right?
I don't know. It's one of those.
I thought it was Dearborn, Michigan, but I may have made that up.
That would make more sense.
You could be. I don't know. I have no idea. But I do know I've been transfixed on this photo of Airsoft Fatty. Kyle, will you open that link I put in the chat?
Oh, my God.
Don't open this, Zach. We can't show this.
You're so fascinated by this man's body type. Oh, see, I'm not signed into Twitter. I can't open this.
Me too.
Sorry, Elon.
You're not signed into Twitter. You can't open this.
Yeah. Why don't you like screenshot it and like share
Look
it?
at your Twitter.com link stuck in 2023.
You doing?
Jesus, Taylor. It's X
Copy
now.
pasting with right click over there.
Do I need to pull up snipping tool?
Yeah. Paint.
And pull up paint and add a little bar here. Damn.
Sign it at the bottom.
You guys aren't auto logged into Twitter?
No.
Oh, it is Minnesota. I think Taylor was right.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
You guys don't ever use Twitter at all? It's the only social media site that I pop into every day.
Truth Social. You go to Truth Social, get my news every day.
You know, get my Truth Social.
Follow the big guy. You know,
I open
give him a
Twitter when
retweets.
Reddit links to it.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. I imagine that happens a lot, though, right?
It's usually
because Reddit is just like a link
Probably
aggregator
every day.
It's mostly pornography or war. Something like that. Those are my two favorite things.
If you're looking, like, I know you guys are both on Reddit all the time. For your sports stuff, dude, Twitter's so much better. You get the highlights immediately instead of fucking. I'm sure the MMA subreddit is probably exactly like the damn hockey subreddit where they're posting about a bunch of fucking nonsense instead of posting highlights to games.
No,
Fight Night,
the MMA subreddit.
Good.
Not only is it instantaneous,
it's the hockey one that sucks. Then I'm
not only is it
instant.
Not only is it instantaneous, but it will be ranked in the order you want to see them. Did somebody just get a crazy wheel kick knockout? It doesn't matter if it was in the prelims. It's at the top of the page because this dude's teeth are on the floor. Did the main event happen 2 seconds ago? Here it is with like 400 upvotes already, and like everybody's commenting and go and get a whole thread, and everybody can make fun of whoever got knocked out.
They're amazing. Stream. I must be 2 minutes in the past because I swear Reddit will like beat me to seeing it. They're so quick.
Yeah,
okay.
About that.
Then I think maybe my chief umbrage is with r/hockey. They are dog shit.
I think the NHL is more litigious and locked down with their footage than because like the UFC will sometimes the day after a pay-per-view upload the whole thing to their YouTube channel. Like they're all about growing the sport. Yeah.
I had no idea. That's interesting.
You get full fights, like usually right before a pay-per-view. They'll give you like a free pay-per-view main event from like, hey, remember? I bet Sean Strickland's fight where he beat Adesanya is free right now to watch because he's about to fight and like defend his belt and everything.
Feels like that would be a great move for hockey, which is the least popular of the four major sports. Like they're trying to get more attention.
What is it compared to UFC?
It makes. I mean, it's way bigger than UFC, but
shucks.
Like as far as the four major sports go, football is the only one that I could see an argument for being like, no, you got to watch it on our shit because you're gonna watch it because we're so big. Did you see this? There was a graphic that showed, I think, the top 100 viewership on cable media, all the events on TV throughout the year. And something like 97 out of 100 were NFL football. Like rank 30 was like a presidential debate or some shit. This is from a couple of years ago, but it was insane. Like it was.
What is this?
Football was
ranking
NHL showing no, not NHL.
NFL.
All cable ratings. So like, what were the highest rated or not even cable? What were the highest rated national broadcasts as far as total viewership over the course of 2020, whatever it was? And it showed, and every single one was like football. Like there were 35 football games before it got to anything.
Oh, look at that NHL.
It was
MLS
insane.
Pulling ahead. And look, we always give baseball a hard time dominating the NHL. Like the threefold, four.
Oh no, I enjoy that hockey is less popular. Some hockey fans are like, we need to share the sport and get more people involved. It's like, no, because when that happens, they're going to be wearing gay people socks. And
you're already doing that. You're wrapping your sticks with rainbow flags and shit.
No, they shut that down.
I saw it. I synced it. They were
well, then they changed the rule to allow.
No, he disregarded the rule. He wrapped his shit anyway. And they were like, look how brave he is.
What player was it? What player? You have to tell me what player it was, because I'll either say it was really brave or coward. Or
it was Quirovich.
Like if you would have said like it was Vladimir Tarasenko, I would have been like, he's a brave man taking a stand for what he believes. What do you want me to say? And if you would have said it was Brad Marchand, I'd be like, he's a coward and a communist. It all depends on what I like. Yeah, so that's interesting.
It always shocks me though. Like I was gonna say the cricket like dwarfs all this shit by so many fold that it's upsetting because there's only 300 million of us, Woody. There's billions of those cocksuckers.
Yeah,
like,
India cricket ratings blow us out.
There's like a billion fucking people watching that shit. Like 3 times more than us exist.
UFC 17%. I'm baffled that Bellator is right on their heels at 13.
What is this? Like, what do these percentages mean? Percentages of what? Yeah,
I can't see the top.
There is no way that college football is 30 and hockey is 20. Like, college football would be way bigger, right?
Yeah, I'm just not sure about this because I know it in attendance number share of UK sports fans who follow US sports in 2021. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, soccer, of course, but this is UK fans.
Wow.
Their only experience with hockey is some guy getting kicked in the neck.
That poor guy. Did he die?
He did die. Yeah.
That's awful.
He died.
They
like
charged the other
years.
guy. Did that continue on? Has there been any update in that case of the hockey killing?
Admittedly, I have not followed it, but hopefully that guy is not allowed. I don't know if there's going to be criminal proceedings, but hopefully
Taylor's not a real fan.
I'm not a real fan. I'm not a real fan of the
English.
English.
Stats and stories fan, and he's a little light on the stories this week.
When it comes to the English professional hockey club, I am not a professional
I
fan.
watch Bellator every month. I keep up with these things. Not a real.
I don't follow the KHL either. I don't follow the minor leagues.
As bad as Woody
until you show up in the NHL. I don't give a shit.
I knew when the Cowboys lost. Like I was like somehow Woody is sending a mean-spirited message to Scump.
Yeah, I absolutely did.
Somehow, a Stats and Stories fan is sending a mean, well-crafted message to a guy who lives and breathes fandom and is genuinely hurting on the
every
inside.
Game.
He's hurting on the inside. This is like his girlfriend just broke up with him. It's like a quarter of that much pain. And what did you write, Woody? What'd you send him?
I sent him a YouTube short of that na 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 hey 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 goodbye song.
Okay. Did you say something to the like maybe it smells like bitch in here?
That would be so funny.
I have said that before. I don't know if I have said that exact
you may not know, but that's
past.
a real popular one that the NFC guys throw back and forth on their
UFC
subreddits.
guys?
The NFC, the NFL football subreddits all hate each other, and they have. I think the Cowboys locked theirs down, or maybe it was the Eagles that locked theirs down because so many of the opposing guys were coming and being mean.
Yeah, trolling.
But I know that. But one of them was like, "Hey guys, let's not be like the fucking Eagles and lock down. We're men here. We'll take our comeuppance or whatever." Yes. Like they have these internal talks in these.
I saw the Eagles say that they were like, "Guys, don't shut down like we did last time. Everyone said we were bitches."
Yeah.
So hopefully they didn't this time.
Hopefully they didn't shut it down. Man, that's a ballsy message, Woody, when your team is about to also play a playoff game on like a 5-game losing streak. And I like it. I like it because you're in the perfect position where you can be like, shit talk. And then even if your team loses, you're like, I sincerely didn't even care. Like,
that's how it went down. So I talk my shit. The next day, the Eagles get knocked out of the playoffs. He talks his shit, and I'm like, got a backup team. Go Lions. I'm still in it.
Yeah. I'm like, actually, Scum, football is gay. Why are you into this? I was trolling you. Yeah, now that my team lost, I'm done. But it turns out that the best team of the three of us that are fans of is still there. The Chiefs.
The Lions
Chiefs are still in the mix.
We shall see.
We'll see. No, we won't because they play the Bills. Chiefs play the Bills, not the Lions.
The Lions are in the NFC, so they won't face unless it's the Super Bowl.
See, that's a level of football knowledge beyond me. Are the Chiefs in the AFC then, I guess?
Yes.
Okay.
I was upset about the Lions winning because Matthew Stafford plays for the is it the Rams? The LA Rams, yeah. And I really wanted them to win. That was a heartbreaking game. He used to play for the Lions. I'm sure there's some bad blood there somewhere along the way. Matthew Stafford, of course, used to be UGA's quarterback and when I was a kid. And so that sucked that they lost. And also that the Eagles
Lions,
lost.
you get the teeth. That's what people say.
That's what they say.
No one says that but you, and you just
Kyle, it was trending on Twitter. People say it.
true.
They say when you come at the Lions, you better beware of our very sharp teeth. That's how they say it. Very wordy, Lions fans.
Yeah. Yeah. Big posters. Huge.
Small font.
Small font.
Posters.
Big posters, small font. Let's go.
Got it on my throw pillows.
Yeah. But I know that you're now what did you call yourself, Kyle? Was it Falcons adjacent?
I don't remember what I said.
Falcon's curious.
Falcon's curious.
Yes, I'm Falcon curious. I'm Falcon
Falcon's curious.
Yeah, and here's why. Again, they are borderline irredeemable. This is it's in the 40K universe. Somebody will do something awful, and then as a penance, they'll be like, for the next 100 years, I will like fight evil. That's how I'll pay back what I've done here. The Falcons owe a penance after that fucking Super Bowl thing that apparently happened a few years ago. Belichick said they say Bill Belichick might go and play in Atlanta. Now, if that happens, I am definitely Falcon curious because the internet says we're just a quarterback away from being an okay team.
Yeah, maybe you can get Brady back.
We get the 8. We don't want Brady back. We don't, but we have the 8th overall pick. I think Brady might have originally been with the Falcons, and then, but maybe I'm making that up. But I think we've got the 8th overall pick this year, so we could get a good quarterback. We could get a good one, a really good one
with the 8th pick.
Sure, it's not going to go QB. It's not like we're getting the 8th best QB. We're getting the 8th best player. That's probably the 2nd best QB, right? Not most teams have a QB. We don't.
Yeah, makes sense.
You don't. The Falcons have no quarterbacks that are any good.
No.
Just be a Chiefs fan.
I am a Chiefs fan. I said I'm Falcon curious, and only if Belichick comes. I am a Chiefs fan. I really enjoy that nerdy biracial quarterback they've got. He seems like a lot of fun,
dude.
And
Patrick Mahomes,
that Kelce brother is trying to fuck himself into being a billionaire, and if he manages that, then what a winner!
He's been doing those vaccine commercials, getting that Pfizer money. I bet that pays.
She's the first white chick he's been with in like ever.
Kelce?
No, really? I don't know his dating history.
Zach, show me Kelce with all of his hoes. Show me a picture of Kelce with. I'm sure you'll find it. There's a picture. It's like Kelce with like 4 different very attractive African American ladies, and then now he's gone white.
So Travis Kelsey and his brother Jason Kelsey, they have a podcast. Both of them got thrown out of preschool for fighting in like different years. Like when they were in preschool, they got tossed out.
They were probably big kids, right? You would imagine.
Oh, they were talking about how much they love dodgeball because they're both big, strong. They can catch and throw. And
do you know how much do you know how much I realized later in life that the amount a kid likes dodgeball in school is almost directly related to how early they hit puberty and got big? Because when I would hear people complain like dodgeball sucks, even back in like grade school, I'm like, what are you talking about? Dodgeball is the most fun day there is because you just get to heave it at whoever you want. Like I love every time the gym teacher said it was dodgeball day, I was ecstatic.
Dodgeball and I'm spacing out. What's volleyball? Yeah. I loved volleyball. Me and my boy John Scott. I was as tall as I am, and John Scott was 6 foot or 6'5", and he was a state level pole vaulter. He was the man. So we took volleyball very seriously. We're on the front line, and I could set that man up so well, and he would get. A girl got a bloody nose one day, and it was like, boys, tone it down. Because he was smart like me, and you have to take 1 semester of gym. We waited till our senior year. We're towering over these freshmen.
1 semester of gym?
You had to take 1. There was 1 that was like required to even graduate high school, 1 semester of gym. Yeah. I think you could take more, but what we would take is either weightlifting or track. And there was like other more advanced. It was like gym 2.0 basically.
We needed 4 years.
Shit. Oh, dude, damn.
The way that our gym class worked, so freshmen just run. They don't choose what they do. And then once you become a sophomore, you start choosing what you do, and you're all excited, like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm gonna do archery and bowling and golf and like all the cool shit. And so first of all, they did it alphabetically. So I'm like the lowest grade as a Woodworth, And I'm like, fucking jazzercise? This is the worst. And I had like aerobics, jazzercise, and like swimming or something.
Gym sucks. I'm just in the shot where you have to get vaccinated over and over again. It
was the worst. But then on the second day of choosing things, they reversed the alphabet. So I did a little better, but I was still a sophomore. By the time I was a senior, I was like, I'm going to choose an entire year's worth of gym subjects that don't require sweating. And I didn't sweat my whole year.
I had between you guys, I didn't have to do every year gym in high school, but I didn't have just one. We had to do like 2 semesters of gym the entire time. And I saved my gyms and my study halls for senior year to make it as easy as possible. Study hall is just where you go in and you have like a free period where there's some like proctor who makes sure that you are studying.
Nope, never had anything.
But what
like
it really
that.
was, I saved it for senior year because if you're a senior, you don't have to show up for study hall. So I would schedule it first class of the day, and then I could come in like 50 minutes late. Or if I was carpooling kids, which I often had to do, I could just chill for like an hour before.
We replaced study hall with agriculture classes, I suppose, so that we could get our catfish farming and our.
Your whole high school didn't have study hall?
I only know the term study hall from movies and television shows. And I genuinely didn't quite understand the concept of it until just now.
Yeah,
I had like 2 classes of study hall a day, and it was basically just detention during the day. You'd sit there, you're supposed to be studying, but I was such a horrible student. I almost protested, and I would sit there bored 45 minutes a day, twice a day, not working.
So how many classes did you have per day in high school?
It was tricky because there were like 12 or 13 periods, but some of them were doubles. The answer is about 8.
Okay. So our classes were either 1 hour and a half or 45 minutes.
Yeah, we had block scheduling too.
So you either had 4 classes a day, or you could have electives. I think maybe were 45 minutes or something. Again, this is for 25 fucking years or some shit. But so I don't really remember how I spent those days. I was just kind of head forward trying not to snap. But it's not worth it.
I hate this. I'm gonna shoot guns online.
Close. But I think they were 1.5 hour long classes, and there were 4 a day. But there was no like, all right, go in this room and don't do anything. There was just another class for sure. There was,
No,
ours were super complicated. There's so many fights at my school that they fucked up the whole schedule thing. So the classes were like 13 minutes long, but you had like 6 minutes to walk from one class to the next. Yeah, well, the thing is the classes would be 2 periods. So 13 plus 13 is like 26, and then you add like the time that you're not walking. And
what can you accomplish in 26 minutes though?
Well, it would work out. I must have the times wrong because it would work out to about 40 minutes that you had to learn.
Yeah, I think it
was a way of getting lunch to be like, lunch was like 8 minutes plus the 6 minutes on either side you had to walk there.
What? Half an hour for sure.
Run to lunch, wolf it down, run to your next class, and try not to be late.
It sounds like you were spread so thin, like not learning anything about 12 different things.
I guess so.
Yeah,
because
ours was like an hour and a half at a time, and then you had like alternating schedules. So it'd be like, oh, Monday I have calculus, history, and whatever other 2 classes, and then Tuesday would be a totally different lineup of also hour and a half classes. And then Wednesday would be back to Monday, and then Thursday would be something
thinking
else.
about that schedule. This is one of my main nightmares, by the way. Is not I'm in high school and I don't know my schedule. This is a reoccurring nightmare that I have. Oh my
god!
I have a similar one.
I will be in. I'm in Dr. Renfro's fucking biology class. And I'm sitting there, and I just realized that I don't even have biology on my fucking schedule. None of what I've learned here is even. Yeah, it's a year. I'm a year behind or something in this class. Next year, maybe I'll be in here. But there's a math class that I haven't taken a moment of. And I'm in there. There's scantrons being passed out, and I'm just, what is going? And it's just this complete meltdown. And the more questions I ask from the authority figures and the children around me, the deeper it goes. Like, you don't need. Well, what about your language arts? I've never seen you in language arts. You don't need to be that. What language arts class? I don't know what I've been doing the whole year. I don't have that memory anymore. But what's important is I have missed out on many classes, and today is judgment fucking day.
Dude, I have the same thing.
And you're not ready. St. Peter's going to send you to hell.
Basically, is I didn't realize I had this class all semester. Now we're like 3/4 of the way through the semester, and I'm hopelessly behind. And it's going to have ramifications that cause me to like redo a year or something like that. But how crazy! School must be fucking traumatizing.
It is.
If we're all into our like 30s and in some cases
failure. Because that
still thinking about
like 30s like us.
Oh yeah, dude, I'll get that too. Where I'll just like,
early 30s like us.
Yeah. Well,
actually, I'm 29. I'll be 30 next May.
Yeah. Dude, I can't wait till I can buy beer legally at the store. Cool. Dude, I remember you were talking about missing or like being in the wrong class, and you gave me like a brain blast back to genuinely day one of my high school. Day one, I went into a class that I thought I was supposed to be in. And I was sitting in there, and there's a bunch of people, and it was like mixed class, obviously. So like upperclassmen are in there. It's not just me, or not just freshmen rather. And they go through the roll call and everything, and it gets to the end, and they didn't call me. And so I'm like sitting not in the very front, but like second row, and the door is way behind. And so then she was like, all right, if I didn't call your name, you're in the wrong class. So head to where you're supposed to be. And I had to
get up.
I had to get up and like in front of all this is day one of high school. You're establishing a rep. And I had to stand up because I was in the wrong class and grab my book bag and shove stuff back in there and then leave. Man. And the upperclassmen were all laughing at me, and the teacher giggled at me. And I remember thinking, the teacher laughed at me too.
You shit yourself then? Like, this is awful.
And then I went and pooped my pants.
And you just ran as fast as you could with your book bag, like your Jan Sports.
Book bag was swinging. And I cried in the bathroom. No, I got out of there and I walked out, and I remember like leaving the door to like the sound of people like giggling at me and like closing the door behind me in a now empty hallway. No one's in there, and I have to find my new class, and just closing it and thinking like, what, this couldn't have gone worse for you, Taylor. Yeah. Like without pooping your pants or doing something really embarrassing, like everyone now is going to see you and think there's that retard who didn't know what class he was supposed to be. And obviously didn't end up being a big deal, but that was very embarrassing at the time, being in the wrong class.
That's why I always say Sopranos is the best show at depicting dreams realistically, or the way they feel, because Tony has this dream where he's talking to his coach from high school, and the coach is getting on to him because he's unprepared, and he is unprepared, and the bullets that he's trying to use to shoot him are melting into chocolate into his fingers. And in my dreams, guns, like if I need to shoot a monster or something like that, I can't pull the trigger no matter how hard, and I'll even get both of my trigger fingers into the trigger guard, and I'm using all of my might, and sometimes I'll even put it on my knee, and I'm like pulling against it's like, you know, you do everything. You're trying to open a pickle jar, like I'm do anything I can to get a little leverage more to pull that and I can't. And if I do, even if it does move, it won't fire. It's that dream of being unprepared. And I remember after Tony has those dreams, he's on the phone with Carmela, and he's like, I had that dream again. She's the one with your couch. Yeah. You were unprepared? Yeah. And it's like, that's the dream. Being unprepared was hammered into you from such an early age. Is like, because the show stops. The teacher goes, whoa, what do you mean you don't have your project? Everybody's got it, but you. Everybody's on you. Everybody's looking at you. Why don't you have it? Couldn't you afford a marker board? Or are you just too stupid? Maybe his parents aren't very good at their job.
That was such a terrible feeling.
Thoroughly right now. It's like, don't ever let that happen again. Don't ever let that happen again. And it's in you and here and your dreams. Your mind is saying, yeah, relax, get your rest. But are you fucking prepared? Are you fucking prepared when you wake?
When I was playing a shit ton of hockey in high school, I would have bad dreams that I like let in a goal that I shouldn't have. And it would be that same kind of like fighting, running, shooting in your example, where like I couldn't move my glove fast enough to stop it. And it would be like in the bad dream, it'd be like I hadn't made a single save yet, and we were like down.
When I'm trying to run quickly in a dream, my legs are like very uncoordinated.
Mm-hmm.
And so I will, if I'm in a hallway or in a home or something where there's walls, I will pull like myself along the wall to try to get extra speed. And I talked to my dad about this. He told me that I like answered it. He started saying that, and I finished his sentence for him. I'm like, pull yourself along the wall. He's like, yes, I'm trying to get away, but my legs are so uncoordinated, and I'm like in this. I'm like in a bath of caramel, standing up almost, and so I'm just pulling myself, trying to get faster down the wall to get away from whatever's chasing me. Those are the dreams I have, like the nightmares I have, because I'm always being chased. And some monsters after me. As a kid, it was Marv and Harry from Home Alone. As an adult, it's often some.
You had nightmares about Marv and Harry?
I watched. You understand? Like we talked last week about. Was there an age, like cap on what media you watched? No, never. No, R-rated movies were on TV. Like my dad was big in. My dad. Well, not Home Alone, but like Terminator.
Like Lost in New York. Yeah.
Like
I had a dream I was lost in New York and Trump told me where to go.
I was 4.
And then a scary burglar grabbed the handles of the sink and got shocked into a skeleton.
You don't remember when Joe Pesci grabs Macaulay Culkin and hangs him from a door thing, like a coat hanger.
Yeah.
And he's dangling there. And they're talking about biting. He's like, give me those little fingers. They're going to bite his fingers off. And they're trying to make him, his hands are in fists so that Joe Pesci can't bite his fingers off. And they're literally trying to. They're about to kill this child. And then the old man comes in, the shovel, and saves the day. So I dreamed Joe Pesci was going to bite my little 4-year-old fingers off.
I guess that was more grim than I remember.
In my memory, Macaulay Culkin was more competent than he really was.
Well, that's the end of the movie. Spoilers. I'm sorry, guys. If you've never seen Home Alone 1991.
I thought he defeated the Wet Bandits.
He fought them off and he escaped from that zip line, but they they cut him off at the pass because they're grown ass men and he was like a 9-year-old child. So they just hustled on over there and grabbed him.
You never hear winners making excuses, Kyle.
No, I guess not. No, I see Macaulay Culkin quite a bit now on like Red Letter Media, like doing their videos and stuff. And I saw he got his Hollywood Walk of Fame not too long ago. Oh, and then his brother Kieran won an Emmy for Succession. So I don't know if you watched the Emmys at all. Did you?
Not the Emmys. I watched Succession though.
The Emmys were fun. It's always nice to see them get called out as pedophiles to their face. Always enjoy that.
It feels like cheap, low-hanging fruit at this point, right? You just stand up in front of everyone. You make a joke. I saw your boobs. You're a pedo. No one in particular. And suddenly, Woody's so brave. Whatevs.
I mean, somebody needs to say it. I mean, they are.
Are they? Which ones? Who? When?
Well, I would start with that Epstein list, right? And then I would go to some of the people that there are always rumors about who are just sexual assaulters. That usually people like Eddie Murphy and John Travolta.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy, he likes the trans girls. I don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't either. According to him, he said, "Oh, what? You're a who? What? Oh no,
Travolta." He came onto his masseuse or something like that?
He's grabby with masseuse.
Yeah.
What's plural for masseuse?
Masai.
Let's get Taylor in on this. I think it's like moose. It's the same thing. Like how many masseuse?
Taylor will know, I bet.
What?
Taylor, what's plural for masseuse? I thought he was smarter than this. Never mind.
You got 3 masseuses. Hey, there's 3 masseuses over there starting trouble.
Is it masseuses? Is it one of those words where you can just use it the singular as the plural? 3
That's
masseuse.
what I suggested, like moose.
I thought it was like 3 masseuse were there.
How many masseuses would you like?
It's masseuses.
Masseuses. Damn.
Clean both sides.
Dude, I am so sick right now. I haven't told anyone. But
what do you have?
Sneezing and the runny nose, which
AIDS.
Pick up.
AIDS.
Yesterday morning, I got up.
Nobody's got AIDS.
Before I normally do. It was like 6 a.m. or something. I was like, all right, I have to pee because I had ginger ale, felt a little nauseous. I'm peeing and I'm so fucking dizzy. I'm like losing it. I'm putting my hand on like the window. And as you know, like you can't like stop this task. Once you start peeing,
you got to be
committed. You got to make it to the end. And I'm like, fuck, I just need to like finish what I'm doing and get back in bed. And if I can lay down in bed, I can weather through anything.
Sure.
Didn't go like that. I finished peeing and wrapped up, I guess. And then I'm just confused. I don't know what the fuck is happening. And I don't know who's hitting me, but I'm being hit. And then I gather while I'm still in it, I'm having a seizure on the bathroom floor.
Oh my God.
And my head's banging against the wall and I'm kind of collapsed and I'm not breathing. And I'm like aware that this is happening, but I don't have like any counter. Like, I don't know, I'm just fucking experiencing it in confusion. I feel the hitting on my head and like, like if you do like one of these things, you can't breathe,
Yeah.
That's my situation. I'm like curled up in a ball and not breathing, but I'm banging my head and such. And
like on the bathroom tile.
Yeah, next to the toilet. Like I wrapped up. I didn't pee everywhere or anything, but I come to and I'm next to the toilet on the bathroom tile, just having finished my seizure. And I'm like, fuck, that's not ideal. So I get into bed and
what? Whoa. What do you mean get into bed?
I stand up, I pick myself up, I dust myself off, and I like, touch all the walls on the way to the bed and everything.
You got health insurance. What are you thinking?
So I lay back down and there's like it's like I don't know how it happened, but I think during the fall I hit my cheek or something because I feel like I've been punched in the cheekbone.
When did this happen? A few days ago?
Yesterday morning.
It doesn't show anything on your face.
It's true though.
No, I believe it. It's not bad. Yeah.
And
you think Taylor's making it up?
I do not think he's making it up.
Right. Yeah, so I managed to get back to sleep, and all day yesterday I was kind of a wreck. Like I just laid around. I slept in a recliner type day.
Jeez.
And today I was more in spirits, but I mean to say I was more spirited. Like I was in a good mood, whereas yesterday I was like wiped out. But anytime I tried doing something, 5 minutes in, I'm like, fuck this, I'm tired.
So you definitely need to go get a brain scan, but I would also want to get your house.
I'm fine.
He's
fine,
also
Kyle. Get your house.
You
need to get
your house tested for like radon. You need to get tested for like radon or carbon monoxide or something like that. Like it's a possibility that like maybe we're in an area where like you got gassed or something. Like I would want to know why. I've had a seizure that one time from the concussion when I had that wreck. And it's exactly like that. You're hitting yourself, but there's nothing you can do about it. In my case, I was going like the whole time. It's awful to be out of control of your body. I know exactly. You described it, and I was like, yeah, that's it. It's awful.
Oof.
You got to go somewhere. That's brain trauma or like exposure to some sort of gas or something.
If it was gas,
that could be mini strokes or something. That could be very serious. It could be something that's happening right now. That's getting worse. That like we could arrest. They might say, "Oh, look, you've got a little thing here that we need to go and like up through your thrombosis or whatever in your armpit and fucking like."
Or it could be a whole bunch of nothing.
His brain quit working and he fell to the floor. It was either Jesus or a medical issue. We should go to our doctor, Woody.
Kyle, I've never had a seizure, but I'm going to steal valor and say I have.
You're kind of being a bitch.
Yeah, Woody showed that bathroom floor who was boss, and then he got up, and then he got in bed.
Yeah, I was fine. The floor was cracked. All right.
I mean, I would be so scared if I had a seizure. Thank God I've never had to deal with that. Like, I know you guys have both had multiple of them, right?
I had when I was like 8, and I was sucking down helium balloons while sick.
Okay, well, that one, it's like,
we know the cause.
Yeah, you know.
I hit my skull on asphalt going real fast, and my brain was resetting itself over and over.
Yeah, you blue screened.
Yes.
Kernel panic.
So you haven't had anything like this, Woody, in 40 years?
40 years, yeah, that's true.
And it just came out of nowhere, or you felt weird leading up to it all day, other than the sickness. I
knew I was dizzy when I was like walking towards the bathroom, and obviously I knew while I was peeing, it was like I just had to get through this somehow. I just had to, like, I can't wait to get back in bed. Didn't realize I'd be delayed. Could it be like what isn't lightheadedness, like when you stand up and you feel lightheaded? Is that like your blood pressure getting too low all of a sudden, or is it getting too high all of a sudden?
low, right?
I thought it was low. Now I'm wondering if either could cause it. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think like high blood pressure causes like pain in the head, right? Like a hypertension headache. I've heard about that.
No.
But damn, that's scary. I would be so spooked if that happened to me. I'm less of a man than you because I would be like, I'd be too afraid to go to the doctor, but I'd be Googling nonstop. And Google, of course, would tell me like, you're dying. Prepare. Here's an ad for a will.
Google tells me exactly what I just said, like with my made up nonsense. It's that it could be some things that are not a big deal, and it could be some very serious things. But in any case, you should got to get a hold on it. Like we know now.
Let me follow up on that. Pish posh. You're fine.
If it keeps happening.
If it keeps happening, yeah. But I mean, one and done.
Exactly.
How about this?
Good.
If I have one,
you might
seizure,
be having miniature strokes caused by it. There may be brain. The blood might be cut off.
If I was having brain trouble, I wouldn't have this memory that I do.
No, and miniature strokes wouldn't cause that.
No,
like you wouldn't pass out and have a seizure. If you're having mini strokes, you would have weakness on your left side, right? Numbness. You would have facial drooping on the left side.
Okay, but you know, it could be a lot of scary things. I just Googled. I mean,
or it could be nothing.
I don't go through the list, but it was a scary list.
Woody, Kyle, I don't want to scare our friend.
I looked through a list of seizures,
and
I chose tonic as the one that seemed to fit me the most, and it was no big deal.
Let me ask you something, Taylor. If you've had a brain injury, are you capable of deciding whether you should inform a doctor?
No, but
I don't know if he can get. Can he give consent anymore?
I think he can.
There's a standing consent.
Yeah, with him and anyone around him. There's the rule. Just blanket consent going forward. Yes. If you're fit enough to catch me, you're fit enough to fuck me.
Rules are rules.
Bit?
No, standing consent, I do offer standing consent.
Yeah, of course he does.
Yeah,
are you really honestly freaking out about him having a little tumble in the bathroom where he forgot where he was? Wow.
Yeah.
Baby Kyle. Wow, somehow this is a big deal to Kyle. I forgot where I was and I couldn't control my body in my bathroom. Wow. Bitch made.
Dude, I think it's like, what do you might be dying?
In all seriousness, it sounds pretty dire. Not really. I was doing that too.
Taylor, we're recording this. This is forever. So maybe put on a good face.
If I die, it's everybody's problem but mine.
And if Woody dies, I'm going to say it was unrelated. You know, if Woody dies all of a sudden, I'm going to go on Twitter. I'm going to be like, was he vaxxed? That's what I'm going to do.
Woody, how many boosters have you had?
2.
Oh my God!
No, he's too boosted.
Way too long.
He's too boosted.
I'm too
Kyle,
boosted.
you're not boosted, are you?
Fuck no! I got the.
Thank God.
I got the 1.
Thank God.
You got 2.
Well, I got the vaccine, but no boosters.
See, that's the reason I could never have sex with you guys.
I know.
I'm pure blood.
I know. Yeah. Would I be more pure blood if I had Taylor's semen in my ass?
No.
It couldn't hurt.
It's worth testing.
Damn, I'm trying to put myself in the headspace of having a seizure, and I always thought a nice part about the seizure, weird to say a nice part about it, but like that I didn't think that you were there at all, that you were just kind of like shaking. And then after the whole thing concludes, you're like, oh my God, that was horrible. But to know that you're in it and thinking my face is grating on the gravel the way you said, or Woody's like my head's banging on the tile, that is unbelievably scary. Like you have to, in the moment, part of you has to be do you have the cognition to be like, this will end, or like this is
he okay? Oh wait, why is my head getting hit? It's me. That's like the evolution that I went through.
That's so bizarre.
My sole thought was, damn it, I'm scratching my face on the asphalt. Like I can't tell how badly.
I got a date tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
you did.
Yeah. I remember the lore.
Yeah,
but was the threat of what was happening to you guys almost muted in the moment where like it didn't?
I didn't have any thoughts beyond what's happening right now in this microcosm of a moment in which my body is out of my control and I'm very afraid. And I remember screaming, like it more of a like a, but it's like interrupted by because I'm struggling for breath. It's hard to breathe because I guess I've lost.
Everything's seizing.
I don't know what a seizure is, but to me, it just seems like uncontrolled muscle impulse throughout my body, rapid firing, almost like you're being tased. So I can't operate my diaphragm to fucking breathe. And I probably had the breath knocked out of me from the crash anyway.
I remember,
wow.
Again, it's sort of an unreliable memory, but what I think I remember is maybe kind of snoring. And of course, there's the like, why am I getting hit? Oh, shit, I'm having a seizure. That's what I keep hitting. I'm shaking. And then it was like, if I don't breathe soon, this will get serious. Like I had that thought.
Well, after
I
it's
think
like
you really need to go for a checkup. I think you really need to go for a diagnostic checkup.
Let it slide. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like when you guys were doing that, like
what happens when you're flying or on your bike?
I wouldn't launch if I was that dizzy. I was just.
What if you become dizzy?
Yeah, he wouldn't up in the air. He's flying. He's having a good time.
I would be.
He's doing acrobatics. He does while he's barrel rolling. He might
actually that occurred
normal
to me.
Dizziness.
I was like, what if this happens when I'm doing acrobatics over the lake? And I'm like, well, I guess I just land where I land, and the boat hopefully is there for me.
No, you die.
No, based. That's whatever happens. I love that. Yeah, well then I guess I'll fall in the lake and drown.
Yeah, life preserver will go
after it's done and you finish seizing and all that. In the period like that you go back to normal, does your mind feel the same? Is it like you snap back, or is it like waking from a dream that it takes a bit to be like, oh my God, that just happened?
Yeah, I was processing what happened, and it was kind of a all right, like we have to get back in bed. Like I have a mission to accomplish.
Yeah.
I need to get onto my feet.
Jackie's in bed, I suppose, waiting on you.
Yeah, she doesn't know.
Of course not.
It's
That's
just,
what we do. Man.
And she'll never know.
She's gonna find out soon.
Kyle's gonna
she doesn't watch the show.
She doesn't know.
I wouldn't do that, but someone should. God damn, dude. I'm worried.
He's fine.
Yeah. So I sort of came to, and I was like, all right, well, that's behind me now. I have to get into bed, and I want to go back to sleep and improve.
Oh my God. That sounds horrible. Having a seizure sounds like a 2 thumbs down, awful experience.
1 out of 10.
And if you haven't had any since then, right, Kyle? I know you've had panic attacks where you fall out or
that's a whole other thing. That's like your fight flight response is miswired.
Yeah, what is that experience like? Could you walk through it?
Yeah. So there's like levels to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually triggered by one of them was a fight with my dad when I was maybe 18, 19. I was moving out and we're having this big fight about just money and just all
it's
sorts
verbal
of
though.
Yes. Oh yeah, nothing physical, but we're yelling and he's like, "Well, just fucking go." He's like kicking me out of the house, and he might have said something mean, and I'm like, "I'm going anyway. You're not kicking me out. I'm leaving. Don't act like you're kicking me out when I'm." And anyway, he said something mean or something, and I could feel like, it's just, it's a little bit like when you stand up too fast and you start getting that gray out where your vision comes down to like a toilet paper roll, and that's part of it, but there's also another part that's absolute terror because and you can't breathe, you can't catch your breath, you're almost hyperventilating, and a countdown for me has begun that I can only arrest with cold water to my face. If I can do that, that's a literal shock to my system. Everything, we're good now. I need that because I don't know about you, but I hate having cold water thrown on my fucking face. It completely it snaps my brain back into the real world. Mm-hmm. But my brain thinks we're dying in this moment. Like a bully did it once. I stood up to a bully, and I was like, I thought I was like, all right, well, this is the part where he beats the shit out of me. Here it comes. Mm-hmm. But fucking do it. And he didn't do it. But I'm in that.
And then
mode.
I pounded him. And
No. Then I went to the bathroom and had diarrhea while I almost passed out. Because I'm a brave boy who stands up to bullies.
That bully's gonna think twice.
I would if I knew that
Literally.
was on the cards.
Yeah, literally that. But in that, if it goes too much, usually if I'm alone, I'll lose consciousness if I can't get that water in my face, and I'll completely collapse to the floor. Now that I'm older and it's happened enough, and I know that it's coming, if a sink is close enough, I'm going for that. But if there's a bed or a couch nearby, I will quickly lay down, because that's
the easiest way to do it.
It's terrifying to be. Woody's been choked out before. It's a little scary at one point because you're leaving the world. There's that scariness to having a panic attack too, because I know I'm leaving for a while. I'm going full out unconscious. I'm going to wake up and not know how this happened. I fell on asphalt before, just fell over and woke up with skint elbow and my head sore, and it's fuck.
When's the last
nobody saw that? Yeah,
when's the last time you dealt with one of these, as an adult?
2 years ago. I got a text message from a loved one it made it seem like someone I loved had cancer, but they didn't. And it was somebody else. They're showing me somebody else's test results, and it's fucking preface this shit before you send me all this horrible. It's paperwork that says I'm dying, and it's from a loved one. So I start having this panic attack, and my rowing machine was in an awkward place in my living room, and so I had been stepping over it every day, and I needed to make that step to get to the sink, but I couldn't physically raise my leg up high enough to get over it, and I tumbled over it backwards and hit my head backwards on the hardwood. And when I woke up, my legs were up in the air on the rowing machine, and I'm laying there on the floor just going, fuck, because you fall really awkwardly when you have no control. It's like being tased. So elbows and knees, all the stuff that you normally don't allow. You hit the pointy hard shit right where and the back of my head just eats shit on the floor. So now I've got a little concussion type thing on top of the other thing. So that was the last time, about 2 and a half years ago. I was at 2 houses ago. Yeah,
you're on a good streak then.
When you woke up, because I've been choked out a couple of times, I wake up so embarrassed, and it's not even embarrassing. If you're training, this happens, right? No big deal. I've been choked out intentionally. All right, I'm going to sit in a chair, and this guy who's really good at rear naked chokes is going to put one on, and I'm going to go to sleep. And then I wake up, everybody's looking at me. Everyone seems to know what's going on except me. And that registers in my mind as super embarrassing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's because you don't have, later on you realize, well, that's not that embarrassing. We were all in on the joke. But in that moment, your brain doesn't have not just the prior 12 seconds when you were out, it doesn't have the last day maybe to play with. You're you know who these people are to some extent.
I forgot where I was.
But you forgot that you agreed to be choked out. You don't know, why is everybody looking? You're just, boom. It's like coming out of a dead sleep, and there's people there, and you didn't expect them to be there. Even if they're your friends, just what the fuck you doing in my room? There's a moment of terror.
That sounds harrowing. I would not.
It's
I'm
easy
not
to
envious
do.
of that.
Oh, come on. You've never done it?
I've never had a big pass out. No, I've never been
choked unconscious.
No.
You should do it. It's a little painful. You got to squeeze somebody hard, because it's I don't know. It's an interesting thing to experience, so that you're ever in a self-defense scenario, you kind of recognize when you've got someone out, so you don't kill them maybe, but also so that you're not as afraid of that technique. Once you understand what it is, it's almost like getting pepper sprayed yourself before you start carrying.
I spend a lot of time day to day in fear of techniques.
If you got a rumble with somebody in your billiard room one night, I promise your rear naked choke is your go-to, unless you get the stick out. You get the hockey stick, start spinning it like Blade.
I'm gonna go gun mode.
No, you still have your goalie gear. No, take the guns out of there, because that's not funny. You still have your goalie gear?
I have
all of it.
I have so many hockey sticks downstairs. My pads are all gone, but
I need you in full pads.
My blocker. I have my glove and my blocker and my pad or my sticks downstairs. The pads got rotted out and ruined after sitting in the garage for 13 years.
We used to do this thing in high school where you sit in your desk, if I remember correctly. I think someone sits behind you or in front of you. No. I know what it is. All right, you stand up, put your back against the wall, and someone presses on you hyperventilate, and then the person in front of you presses on your chest, like where your lungs are, to squeeze all the air out of your lungs, and you immediately go unconscious. That was a game we used to play all the time.
Oh, what
Just
a terrible
knockout.
game. You can't even win.
No, you knock each other unconscious.
We used
like,
to do that
very
same game,
quickly.
except you put your hands on their, is it the jugular or carotid? One of those.
Yeah,
you know?
it'd be, yeah.
Important ones.
They're like the same. One's the blood vessel, and one's like the blood, whatever. They're the same.
Artery versus vein, I think.
You can
They're
be
here.
the first person to choke me unconscious next time we're together physically if you play Age of Empires 2 with me.
No deal.
Oh, fuck. How about this? How about trade deal? Tented hands. I play Rust with you. You play AoE with me. Look at the tented hands. This is a deal.
How much Rust versus how much AoE? Like, are we
Equal
talking
time.
about?
Equal
Are we talking
time.
about apples and oranges here? Or are we talking about?
I'm not trying to scam you. I'm saying
right.
we play 4 hours of Rust. You play 4 hours of AoE.
Okay.
Make sure
See now you've got me on board.
Now I've
Now you
got
got me
you.
on board.
See, I led with something absurd to get you on board.
Fair
That's what
deal.
it takes. That's what it takes.
I think
That's
it's
how.
a fair deal. I think it's good.
Well,
The art
I
of the
think-
deal. You just witnessed it, everybody.
That's the art of the deal. That's it. And we didn't even have to buy his book.
I read his book.
Is it good?
Uh,
I bet there's some good stuff.
yeah,
in it.
I read it when I was like 20 or something. You know, like
okay.
Donald Trump was he owned the casinos in Atlantic City, 2 towns over, and he like employed half of my teachers and shit like that. He was like a big figure where I grew up in Ocean City, New Jersey,
Makes sense.
and I read his book.
Liz.
I remember bits of it, stuff about being like super bold. Like, don't be afraid to tell someone this is the best thing there is in the world. And like he still does that shit to this day.
Yeah.
I mean, from a sales perspective, that's correct. Like that.
It is. And you know what? If I hadn't read it from him, I probably wouldn't have thought that. I probably like, don't tell someone that this is the finest hardwood floor to have ever hardwooded. No one's going to buy that shit. Just say it's oak and it seems good. It never broke. But I'm like, actually, if you're trying to sell something, puff it up.
Oh yeah,
He's probably right.
you
But
want to
I
set
almost bought-
anchor points high.
I bought a house before this one. No, I didn't. I looked at a house before this one, and he described the marble as like imported from Turkey, the finest marble or something or other. And I bought it hook, line, and sinker. In hindsight, I doubt that was true.
Yeah.
He was a
Maybe.
real estate developer. So
Sales
was
is all
live?
mini
about,
Trump.
sales is just about perceived value. It's not about real value.
Oh, that sizzle.
That's how it works.
Damn, Taylor dropping wisdom.
Perceived value. That's what you're selling. So,
Well,
and in
I-
2,
I-
1, 4 hours of the sun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zach's right. It was the one with the soaked floor. That house, I hired an independent inspector to look at the home. He went under the house, looked for like 5 minutes, and he's like, I'll tell you what, how about you just pay me half what you were going to? I don't bother writing up a report or anything. Just don't buy it. And he's like, this house is so damaged by flooding and water. Just
He showed up 2 weeks later, bought that place. He's, you won't believe the deal we've got here. Huh?
I actually look at it from time to time because I loved that house. It was 8,000 square feet and it had a swimming pool in the middle of it.
I remember
And to me, it was just really dope. But
it was almost on a peninsula or an almost
it was
its own
on a
island.
peninsula. Yeah, it was the last home in the peninsula. So there was like this lake that went around 3 sides of it, and it had a pool in the middle, and it was just really dope in a lot of ways. But apparently, it was a nightmare. And I do remember, even my amateur eye could see that the roof was repaired in like 6 places, and it was currently leaking. And I'm like, this is some real repairs that need to be done in this place.
Yeah, I remember there being tar and stuff, and it seemed like there had been flooding down, like the pool had flooded into a sub,
Either the
like
pool
floor
flooded
area,
or
like there was
the
insulation
drainage.
that was wet everywhere.
He didn't have downspouts on the gutters. He had been to Japan, and he had chain link, like these big chains you might see on a ship, and the water trickled down the chains instead of a normal downspout. And but you look at it more carefully, and you're like, but there needs to be that, like, either some drain that goes away from the home or those concrete, I don't know what they're called, the little, because
Exactly.
the bottom of a
Those
gutter.
little
That-
trays that lead it outward.
Yeah, he didn't have those. Instead, the water dripped down the train and then under the foundation. And
what an idiot.
Hard.
I didn't buy the house.
Yeah.
So it would have been a mistake, I think. But I still look back on it and I'm like, it was a fucking dope house.
It's still ridiculous.
Yeah. But anyway, I guess that's a wrap.
That's a wrap.
Yeah. All right. Check out our sponsors. Links in the descriptions. Get your dick hard, make it come like a fountain and some other shit too. PKA 6 get high. Thank you. PKA 683.